We shoot for glory, we write our story. We're working hard, yeah, that's self-explanatory. Creativity and opportunity coming at you from a field of dreams. Oh yeah, all right. Celebrations going down tonight. So good, so right. We're making innovation come alive. We're dreaming bigger and better, building it together on a mission for a vision worldwide. ciLive, ciLive. Imagination meets passion. Ambition's gonna put it into action. Collaboration and connection, taking our direction to a brand new dimension. Oh yeah, all right. Celebrations going down tonight. So good, so right. We're making innovation come alive. Dreaming bigger and better, building it together on a mission for a vision worldwide. ciLive. Oh yeah, all right. Oh yeah, all right. So good, so right. We're making innovation come alive. Dreaming bigger and better, building it together on a mission for a vision worldwide. ciLive, ciLive, ciLive. I'm talking ciLive.
And good morning from ciLive in West Des Moines, Iowa. We are so glad that you're here with us today for this live broadcast. You are going to find some of the most innovative speakers, and we've had them from around the world in these 14 years of this awesome event. We are so proud to have it right here in the heartland, and you're going to enjoy what's going on today. We want to thank all of our sponsors who make this possible, and for the DMACC West Campus for opening up their doors and making this a real event for you to enjoy at home and here live. We're going to be here all day. So please sit back and enjoy. I'm glad that our live audience is here, and for you folks at home, E360 TV Live and on YouTube Live, you can also join us. So please enjoy. We're going to kick it off today with our first speaker. You're going to be inspired. Stay with us right here. ciLive coming to you from Des Moines, Iowa. Mitch Matthews has interviewed some of the top business minds in the world for his Dream, Think, Do podcast, which ranks in the top half of 1% of all podcasts. And as a speaker and elite coach, he's spent the last 20 years helping organizations like Nike, NASA, and Disney to focus, collaborate, and perform at new levels. Mitch combines powerful stories, practical science, and insightful case studies with proven
Sleds and four-wheel drives to get here. I'm so impressed. We're going to have a great time. Are you guys okay with having a little bit of fun as we talk through this? It's so good to see everybody here. I love it. I love it. So today, what we're going to talk about is I have a podcast called Dream, Think, Do. And I hope the name is catchy. But really, my goal with Dream, Think, Do is to help people to dream bigger, think better, and do more of what they were put on the planet to do. It's kind of a passion for me. I love it. And with having a podcast, it's allowed me to interview and get to know a number of heroes, people who have done that, people who have been willing, they gave themselves permission to dream bigger, think better, and do more of what they were put on the planet to do. And I'm excited today as we dive into this and have some fun with this. My hope is you might give yourself permission to do the same. Because it's pretty amazing what happens when somebody is willing to give themselves that permission to dream. We put them up on the walls, and then we see if we can help each other out. Everybody in the room, look, we put them up on the walls, and then we see if we can help each other out. Everybody in the room looks at everybody's dreams, and just to see if they can help each other out, right? Ideas, comments, suggestions, encouragement, offers to help, all of those things. Now, again, that might sound altruistic, but the first one, the one in 2006, was an act of total and utter desperation. Like, if I'm being honest, I would love to say, yes, I want to save the world. It's like, no, I just want to save my world, to be perfectly honest, because I was working on a dream. We have our own business. I had started a new project. Everything had been going great. And then May of 2006 hit. It was a product. We were working with a manufacturer. Everything had been going great, but that relationship in the early May started to fracture. We'd been working with a designer. I'll never forget it. She was from the South. She called me, Southern accent. Hey, Mitch. Hey, what's going on? She goes, hey, I got good news, bad news. What do you want first? And I was like, good news, I think. She goes, good call. She says, oh, I love our product. I just love it. She's the designer that's been helping me with this. She has all the designs for everything we've been working on. She's like, I just want to let you know I love you, love it, love the product, love you guys. I'm like, this is great. Kim, what's the bad news? She goes, my computer crashed this morning. I lost everything. What? Right? I am a big believer in backing up your computers. Side note, for the love of everything holy, back up your computer early and often. But literally 6 months of work just gone. And then I'm sad to say, we also got hit with a number of financial things all at once. Hopefully you've never had a week or two like that, but it just seemed like everything that could go wrong went wrong. Anybody ever have that kind of season, that kind of week? Well, I hope not this week, but that's definitely where we were at. And I'll tell you, I was in my office, I'll never forget it, on a Saturday morning. And I thought to myself, this dream, this thing, has turned into a nightmare. And I was scared. I was tired. If I'm being honest, I was embarrassed. This was not going well. And as I sat there, I was actually thinking about quitting, trying to figure out how to run away, how to get away from this dream. But as I was doing that, I took some time to pray, took some time to meditate, and all of a sudden I got hit with this realization, and that was I was trying to do it alone. I was trying to do it alone, which, you know, that's easy to do. It's one of those things where this is my dream, I'm passionate about it, I want to do it, right? I don't know if everybody's going to get it. I'm going to keep moving towards this dream, but at that point, I couldn't go any further alone. So I got this idea. What if I invited my friends over to my house and I asked them about their dreams? Because if I was being honest, if I was going to ask for help, I was going to ask for help from my friends. But as I started to think about it, I didn't know what my friends' dreams were. So I thought, what if I invited them to our house? We wrote them down on sheets of paper. We put them up on the walls, and we just saw if we could help each other out. Simple idea, right? And I thought maybe we could get some help, but maybe we could help some other people as we do it. So this is proof positive that I married up, because we are out of time, out of options, and out of money. And my big solution, throw a party, right? Like, okay. But I went to my wife and I said, hey, this is what I'm thinking we should do. What do you think? She's like, okay, well, let's try it. So we did, and I went back to my computer, and I'll never forget, in the subject line, I wrote Big Dream Gathering. Because I thought if I called it Big Dream Committee, no one's coming to that party, right? But I wrote this email. It's kind of a weird idea, you know, Big Dream Gathering subject line. Then I said, come over, we'll write down some dreams, we'll put them on the walls, we'll just see if we can help each other out, right? And it was this weird idea. I'm a terrible party planner. So, you know, here I am extravagantly sending out an email, not like an official invite. And I made it short notice. This Saturday morning, I made it for Tuesday because I was desperate. I needed help. I put 30 emails in that email, and I hit send. And to our absolute surprise, on Tuesday night, 29 of those people showed up. We were shocked. Now, we are Lutherans. Write down some of those dreams that came to mind. Some were big, some were small, some were simple, some were elaborate, and they just kept going up. Now, I'm more of an introvert and I'm more of a morning person than an evening person, so at 10 o'clock at night, I said, all right, guys, this was a great party. Get out of my house, right? 2 people, I kid you not, stayed on our front step and kept talking about a shared dream for an hour. At 11 o'clock at night, I whispered through our screen door, "Go home, people. My neighbors are going to call the cops," right? What's wild is, well, I'll tell you more about that story in a second. But the next day, a friend of mine, Adam Carroll, who actually has come and spoke at Celebrate Innovation in the past, he called me. He said, "Dude," he had been there. He'd been at the Big Dream Gathering. He's like, "Dude, I'm already at work. I told everybody what we did. Can we come over and dream tonight?" I said, "No, that's weird," right? And my wife's like, "Come on," right? He's like, "It's ad." We were able to get it in stores by Christmas of that year. But more importantly, all sorts of dreams got a boost. Those two people that were on my front step, they actually went forward. They moved forward with that dream, and they got a contract with Nike just 6 months later. I didn't get a percentage. That's okay. I'm not bitter. No, I think it was awesome, right? Like they didn't know each other, and boom, they had a shared idea. They went for it. We had people getting all sorts of help, all sorts of encouragement. And we thought, gosh, this is amazing. We want to keep going with this. We want to see this happen around the country. And so we've been doing that. We've refined our systems a little bit. We now get to go literally around the country, different places around the country. And the dream sheet that people fill out is simple. The first question is, what's one of your big dreams? What's one of your big dreams? There's two little boxes underneath. One is, what do you have in place? Because it's important to inventory some of the things we have in place. But there's another box. What do you still need? What do you still need? So what's your dream? What do you have? What do you still need? Now, I will tell you that kids are the best at this, right? We had a 10-year-old he came and he said, "I want to be a marine biologist and a jet fighter pilot." That was his dream. And if you looked at the list of things he had, said, "I'm willing to work hard. I'm good at school." The things he needed, it was simple. Things he needed, a jet. Awesome. Hey, you're clear. You know what you want, right? I love this. But here's what's amazing is that we were able to work on our systems and start to do the Big Dream Gathering around the country. Now, one fun little side note that I get to celebrate is that West Bank was actually one of the first sponsors to actually say, "Hey, we believe in this." And they were one of the first organizations to come and say, "We want to see more of this." So that was back in, I think, 2009, right? Absolutely amazing. So there's no accident that we're all here together, right? But what's great is that we've been able to go around the country now and see dreams get put on the wall and then dreams get walked out. Different examples of heroes who gave themselves space and permission to dream. This is one example. This is one example of Tyson. Yeah, I don't know. There we go. Ryan, if we got lost our feed there. Anyway, that was a picture of Tyson. Tyson was a student at the University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee. He came to a Big Dream Gathering. He was actually an athlete. He had a football scholarship. And when he came, wasn't sure what some of his dreams were. And at that particular Big Dream Gathering, we talked a little bit about, hey, not only do we need to dream, right? That takes boldness, that takes courage. But sometimes when we go after our dreams, we also need to be open to asking for help, right? That's brave. That's strength, asking for help. And Tyson was actually a first-generation college student. He was the first person in his family to ever go to college. So he admitted, he came to me on the side, he goes, "I have some dreams, but I don't know if I want to admit them." And I was like, "Okay, well, what do you mean?" And he said, "Well, one of my dreams is, nobody in my family's ever had a dream job, but I want to have a dream job." I said, "Okay, that's awesome." I said, "That in and of itself, just that dream that you have that is something, right? What do you need?" And he goes, "I don't know how to put a resume together. I don't know how to interview for jobs." I said, "Well, what if you just asked for some help?" And he's like, "I can do that." I said, "That's bravery, my friend. That's bravery." And so he did. Now, what's beautiful is, fast forward 1 year, we literally came back to University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee 1 year later, and Tyson came in the room. We were setting up, and he came in the room, and he goes, "I was a participant last year, but I want to be a volunteer this year." I was like, "Why?" And he said, "I kid you not, 15 minutes ago, I just got a job offer for my dream internship." And I said, "That's amazing." He goes, "Yeah, somebody at the Big Dream Gathering helped me with my resume. Somebody at the Big Dream Gathering helped me with getting better with interviews." And he said, "I just landed my dream internship. It's not my dream job yet, but," he said, "I'm on my way." I was like, "Tyson, that's awesome. That's the example, right? It's giving yourself space, permission to dream, and then maybe even having the courage to ask for a little help." Sometimes dreams go exactly as you want them to. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes dreams are travel. Like, who has travel dreams? Anybody have travel dreams? Yeah, awesome. All right, well, we did a big dream gathering in Chicago, and Bruce came to that big dream gathering, and he wrote down a number of things. He had some career dreams. He was a brand new attorney. He had some different dreams about his life, his career, all of that. But one specific dream that he put down, and we have categories. When the category he put this in was the dreams that defy categorization. So he wanted to run with the bulls. Anybody want to run with the bulls? Hands, you guys are crazy. All right, I love it. I'm glad you're here. That's great. Keep the dream, right? So here's what's beautiful is Bruce, he wrote that dream down, and within a few months, he sent me a picture. And he said, I ran with the bulls. I'm like, Bruce, how did it go? He said, look at the picture. You want to see Bruce? That's Bruce. I'm like, man, I assume because you sent me the email, you are okay. He goes, 2 hours in the ER and I'm just fine. I love it. I love this. And here's the thing, what's amazing about Bruce is, this is the picture of sometimes your dreams go exactly the way you think they will, the way you hope they will, and sometimes they go completely differently. But what I love about this is Bruce lived through that, I'm very happy to say. But he came home and he started a nonprofit almost immediately. I'm like, Bruce, what are you doing? He goes, well, that was one of my other dreams, but I was too afraid. He said, but I figure if I could live through that, I could live through starting a nonprofit. So I love that. Sometimes your dream journey is going to take you in a different place than you might think. The important thing is getting started, going after it, trying it. Sometimes the dreams are wildly elaborate, and sometimes the dreams are really, really simple. I love looking at the dreams on a wall. It's like going to an art museum and looking at all these different pieces of art that are just examples of dreams. One of my favorite ones of all time is, sometimes people say, hey, is it a dream to just be happy? Is that a worthwhile dream? Is that something I should aspire to? Is that something I could want? I was like, I love you. But I said, I get to meet a lot of people, and I'm very honest, so I don't know that I remember. She goes, that's okay. I looked totally different last year. And I said, well, what do you mean? She goes, well, when I came last year, I was 100 pounds heavier. I said, that's amazing. I said, was that your dream, like health, fitness? She goes, no, that wasn't my dream. I said, what's your dream? And she pulls out her dream sheet, which was crumpled, and the corner was ripped, and it was wrinkled. You could tell it had been in her purse, in her pocket, all of those things. Her dream had simply been, I want to be happy more often. And she said, I gave myself time, permission. I learned how could I, in fact, be happy more often. And as she started to experiment and explore what that meant to her, there was a ripple effect in her life. She said, I didn't set out to lose weight, but she's like, I just found myself being happier. And so I just wound up, making different choices. And she's like, so this wasn't my goal, but I'm really happy. And she goes, that was my goal. And she goes, if I keep losing weight, that's great. It's like, but I'm not all that worried about that, which is also kind of why I think I'm losing weight. And I'm like, that's fantastic, right? So sometimes the simplest of dreams are where it starts, and they can lead you to places maybe you didn't expect. Now, again, the podcast is called Dream, Think, Do. It is a 3-step process as well as what I hope is a catchy name. But it really is sequential. It's important to be able to do this in order. Dreaming has to come first, and thinking has to come second. All right? Thinking, when I think of thinking being planning, strategy, right? And I love a good plan. Anybody else love a good plan, a good to-do list? My flow charts are things of beauty. They are color-coded. They're gorgeous. I'm also a to-do list person. Anybody else to-do list people? All right, let's check and see if you're weird like I am. If you do something that's not on your to-do list, do you write it down so you can check it off? Anybody else? There's bolder hands on that. We're weird, but we're weird together, right? So here's the deal. With planning, planning is so important. Thinking is so important, but you can't do it too early. You can't do it too early. Planning too early gets you incremental thinking. Allowing yourself space, permission to dream, that allows for quantum leaps forward. Quantum leaps forward. Let me give you an example of how this plays out. How fast do you think someone could go on a bicycle? How fast? Throw it out. How fast? 35 miles an hour. What else? A couple others. What's that? 120? Who said that? 120, good work, good work. I love it, absolutely. It's possible, right? Absolutely. I mean, you think about those guys in, the Tour de France with the tight clothing that nobody should wear, good Lord, right? Absolutely, those guys are going fast. Now, what we're doing right now is incremental thinking. We are thinking about what we know, which might be, how fast have I gone? How fast am I familiar with? Like, I maybe have gone 25, maybe somebody could go 30. I've seen somebody go fast, 120, maybe somebody could go 120, right? It's incremental. We basically start to think, what's a little better? What's a little bigger? But if we give ourselves space to dream first, new possibilities can be established. This is John Howard. And in 1985, John Howard was rocking the stash. Can we just give him a high five for the Magnum PI stash? Like, that is an impressive mustache, right? Now, in 1985, John Howard was a huge bicycle advocate. He wanted more people to be thinking about biking than ever before. So he thought, how can we get publicity? How can we generate awareness around bicycling? And so he started to think, what if we could go faster than anyone's ever gone? What if we could? What might that do, right? And so we asked the question, what if somebody went 150 miles an hour on a bike, a pedal bike, right? And what's crazy about this is that in 1985, John Howard went 154 miles an hour on a bike. How did he do it? This is how he did it. He kind of cheated. The drag race car got him to 125, and by his own power, he got to 154. That's what happens when you ask and you give yourself permission to ask a what-if question first before the how. The how is important, but if we allow ourselves space to dream, to ask some what-ifs, some amazing things can happen. And I want to encourage you, what are some what-ifs that you want to ask? What's something you love to do, right? What's something you'd love to try? What's something you'd love to experiment with? Who's doing cool stuff that you want to try, that you want to try out, that you want to learn from, that you want to experience? Amazing things can happen if we give ourselves some space to ask some what-if questions. Now, what if you gave yourself permission to dream? And sometimes it's important to ask, what if you give yourself permission to dream again? Because some of you have dreamed before, and some dreams have gone well, some maybe not so much. So you have to give yourself permission to dream again. This is an example. This is Sean Askinosi. Sean is, he was a guest on my podcast on Dream, Think, Do. And Sean's interesting. He's from Springfield, Missouri. You may have heard of him. He was actually a wildly successful criminal defense lawyer. He was somebody that was pretty much unbeatable as a criminal defense lawyer. He loved it. He loved helping people. He loved defending people. That was a passion for him. But in his mid-50s, he decided, I'm not as passionate as I once was. And nobody else could tell. He was still winning in the courtroom, but he knew the foundation was kind of cracking, crumbling in a couple of places. He's like, I got to figure something out. So he gave himself permission to ask some what-if questions. What am I excited about? What am I curious about? What am I interested in? What if I explored some things where I wasn't even worried about making money from it? I just want to see how it goes. And he found chocolate. Anybody love chocolate? Sean loves chocolate. But he got fascinated with chocolate to the Philippines. He went to Africa. He went to Central America. Now, what's amazing about Sean is as he started to meet with these farmers, and a lot of them were really getting abused by the system, by the big companies that were working with them. And he started to ask, what if a company actually took care of these farmers? What if a company opened their books to these farmers? What if a company actually shared the wealth with these farmers? And so Sean and his daughter started Askinosi Chocolate, a small batch chocolate company out of Springfield, Missouri. Now, what's crazy about Sean is since that time, he has done exactly that. He went and he actually partnered with different farmers around the world, and he opened the books and said, he actually translated the books so they could understand them no matter where they were from, and he did profit sharing with the farmers, all the way to the bean, all the way to the bar. Now, what's incredible about this small little company in Springfield, Missouri, he is now doing this full time. Fortune magazine labeled their company as one of the 25 best small businesses in America. More importantly, Oprah said, love your chocolate. She did. She said it in her magazine, and she also said that Sean is one of the 15 people in America that is making the world a better place. Absolutely producing amazing chocolate and sharing the wealth as he does. Now, what I love about Sean's story is Sean's story also helps us to get in touch with our own dreams, with our own goals. How do we dream? How do we explore that? Because sometimes when people come to a big dream gathering, they know exactly what their dreams are. But most people, if they're being honest, don't. So one of the biggest questions is, how do we get clear on my dreams? Like, what are my dreams? How does that work? And when you look at Sean's story, Sean is a great example of how this can work. Sometimes it starts with a passion, saying, what are you passionate about? What's something that you just love to explore? You find yourself just digging into in your spare time. Or, if it's your day job, fantastic. But oftentimes it's something that you're just curious about, that you want to know more of. You can explore that. So passion is a good place to explore. But honestly, one of the other places is, where do you get pissed? Sorry, but it's true. Where do you get pissed? What's interesting, I've been working with people for 20 years on their passions. Sometimes passions will diminish, but whatever you get pissed about pretty much stays the same. If there are things that are broken in the world and you see them and it makes you mad, that may in fact have some dreams in there for you. That was what Sean was. He was passionate about chocolate, but when he started to meet with these farmers, he started to get pissed. And that's what actually motivated him to start a different kind of company. And what's interesting is that when you look for your passion, explore where you're pissed, you often can find a purpose in that. So those are 3 P's. But one other P, I want to introduce you to another P. Sometimes when you're wanting to figure out your dream, proxemics is the most important thing. Because for some people, they know exactly what their dreams are. For some people, they get an essence of a dream, but they got to continue to explore. And often the question is, how do I continue to explore that? Tony Neves, is a great example of that. Antonio had a dream of being in the entertainment and media business. That was his dream. He wasn't any more clear than that. He said, in order to do that, I've got to get to that industry. He grew up in Michigan, just outside Detroit, kind of a tough life. But he said, hey, if I'm going to do this, I got to go to the epicenter. And for him, that meant New York. So he moved to New York with $500 in his pocket, and he couch surfed with friends for a while until he could get a job at Viacom. Now, it was not a job in entertainment in any way. It was a temp job doing data entry. The most unglamorous thing, but it got him in the building. And if you know Viacom, Viacom is a giant when it comes to all things media. And what Antonio did is, he's like, I'm in the building, I'm going to use this. And what's beautiful about this is he just started to get curious. He started to meet with people. Hey, could we have coffee? I want to hear more about what you do. How did you get into that? What does that actually mean? How does that work? Do you like it? Do you recommend it? What do you know? One of the people that he met was somebody that worked in Nickelodeon. And Antonio started to get to know them better. And on one particular day, it was a Wednesday, he went up to the Nickelodeon floor. He was standing off to the side of a stage where they were filming something. And Antonio at the time had big, long dreads. And they were filming something for Nickelodeon. And at one point, he was waiting for his friend to go have coffee. And the director yelled, "Yo, dreads, get over here. Get in your spot." Antonio looks, he's the only one that he can see with dreads. So he's like, okay. And so he went over and he stood in his spot. The director didn't know he wasn't an extra. The director thought he was there to shoot. So what's funny is that nobody knew it other than Antonio, but Antonio met his friend for coffee at the same time the next day. "Yo, dreads, get in your spot." Okay. Within a month, they figured him out. But instead of firing him, they hired him. He got a contract with Nickelodeon, and that's where it started. And that led to a career with NBC, PBS, E! Entertainment. What I love about this is he thought one of his dreams was to be an anchor on the Today Show. What's interesting is that he explored that, he realized he wanted more flexibility than what they have. But most recently, he just wrote a book called Stop Living on Autopilot, and he was just a guest on the Today Show. And he let me know, he's like, being a guest is a whole lot better than that as a day job, right? I love Antonio. I love his story. This is an example of why you also want to have a podcast. Tony and I first met. He's been on the podcast 4 different times. Tony and I first met when I did an interview. We wound up speaking at a conference together about a month later, walked back from an event together. We talked about life and some decisions he was navigating. And a year later, I married him. Okay, that got everybody's attention. Here, I want to be more clear. Tony was talking with me about the love of his life. He wasn't sure if he should propose or not, and he did. A year later, he got married, and I got to facilitate the wedding. So cool, right? I love it. And that's our joke. Anytime we meet at a restaurant, Tony, I haven't seen you since I married you. It gets a lot of people to look, right? I love it. So, Antonio, proxemics are key. Proxemics are key. You got to get close. Now, there's also another reason to get close to people who are walking out something that might inspire you, right? To help you go further, go faster. Let me give you a quick example of this. Maybe some of you have heard of this guy. His name is Roger Bannister. He is actually the first human that we know of to run a sub 4-minute mile. Now, what's amazing about that is he did that in 1954. In 1954, doctors advised him to not do that because it was widespread and widely understood that if a man or a woman tried to run a sub 4-minute mile, their heart would actually explode. They told him, this is dangerous, man. Don't do it. But he was also a medical student, and he said, I don't agree with that. He did special training that allowed him, actually, it's interesting, he was a college student, and he only trained for 90 minutes over his lunch hour. But because he was curious about best ways to actually do this, he figured out the optimal way to do it for his body. So I love that, right? Talk about innovative thinking. Talk about a hero. Now, what I love about his story is that in 1954, he ran at a track outside Oxford, England, a sub 4-minute mile. He was the first human to do that, and it happened in 1954. That means that humans, up to that point that we know of, there might have been a caveman that was outrunning a saber-toothed tiger at some point, but we don't have that documented, right? So as long as we've been tracking this, no one has run faster than a sub 4-minute mile before 1954. So think about that. At least a couple of thousands of years that it's happened, right? You know what's amazing? You know how long his record stood? 46 days. 46 days. So no one had done it for thousands of years. Somebody did it again in 46 days. That's what we call the Bannister effect. When we are exposed to new ideas, when we are exposed to doing something that we thought was impossible, when we see someone doing something that we want to do that we maybe thought was crazy or not probable, if we expose ourselves to their story, their strategies, oftentimes it allows us to propel ourselves forward faster and further than we ever thought possible. That's the Bannister effect. So proxemics help you to position yourself for that. So dreaming first, thinking second, okay? Now, we're gonna spend a lot more time on the dreaming than the thinking and the doing, but I wanna get you there. I want you to have that space to dream. But when we do start to plan, and I do believe in planning, I do believe in thinking through the steps, thinking through what might be needed, at least your next step. Oftentimes, as people do that, if the dream is big, fear is right around the corner, right? We're gonna bump into something that we're afraid of. Hands down, whoever has gone after something, or at least knows someone who has, and bumped into a little bit of fear. Can we get some honesty up? All right, thank you very much. I love y'all, right? So here's what's great is I've talked to all sorts of brain scientists, super athletes, Oscar winners, all of that. All of them talk about fear. You have to be able to address fear. You have to be able to overcome fear. But one of the best phrases I've ever heard was I interviewed Sam Griffin, who is now an ad exec, wildly successful. He actually was an Iowa State student who wanted to move to New York, and he knew that's what he needed to do for his career. One of his mentors said, hey, that's great. Are you going to do it? And he said, I'm too scared. And he said, Sam, do you know what the opposite of fear is? And Sam kind of said, bravery? Guts? And his mentor said, no. The opposite of fear is curiosity. Get curious. Right now, you're calculating all the things that could go wrong. He said, get curious about all the things that could go right. Think about the people that you can meet. Think about the restaurants you'll be able to go to. Think about some of the experiences you'll be able to have. Get curious about that, and that's what Sam did. He's like, gosh, I wonder what life would look like. Yeah, it could go bad, but it could be amazing. I wonder what that would be like, the opposite of fear. So it's important to ask yourself some simple but important questions. One of the important questions is, what's a small step? Anybody else deal with perfectionism? It's a little sidebar here. It's going to seem like a rabbit trail, but stay with me. It's interesting. Perfectionism is often misdiagnosed as procrastination. Because if you're a perfectionist, there's a good chance that if your paper is due at midnight, you are hitting send at 11:59, right? Because what happens is you have to force yourself. The deadline forces you to actually send it, to say it's good enough to be done, I'm going to send it. Anybody want to admit to that, right? Or that presentation, whatever it might be, right? We often need hard deadlines. It's interesting, perfectionists are actually pile people too. Pile people because they'll bring something home from a meeting and set it on the corner of their desk because they don't have the perfect place to put that yet. They don't have that perfect folder, that perfect box, and so it sits on the corner of their desk, and then they go to another meeting and come home with something, and it goes on the pile and pile and pile. Yeah, that's perfectionism. Can I get an amen on that? Like superstars, high achievers. I also would imagine that you guys are wildly busy. You're beautiful too. Look around, come on, right? But you're wildly busy. Who agrees you don't have a lot of spare time, right? Anybody in the room doesn't feel like you have a lot of spare time to work on your dreams? What if I could give you 65 hours? What if I could give you 65 hours to work on your dream? Would you take it? Would you take it? Who would take it? Yeah? All right, I can give it to you. I can give it to you. Simple math, okay? Start small. What's wild about this is if you take 15 minutes a day, 5 days a week, 15 minutes a day, 5 days a week, that actually adds up to 65 hours in a year. 15 minutes a day doesn't feel like a lot, but when you put those in succession, it's amazing what can get accomplished. So 65 hours is actually at hand. And if you're a to-do list person, I've got a to-do list, a side to-do list for some of my big dreams that are all broken down into 15-minute tasks. So if I'm waiting for a meeting, if I'm waiting for my coffee, if I'm waiting in line for something, 15-minute task. How I start my day, one of my 15-minute tasks. It's amazing what can happen. That's due. It's simple. It's so important to start and to start small. Now, as we're wrapping this thing up, I just want to speak to something real quick, and that is permission. Oftentimes, permission as we define it, permission truly is, that authorization to do something. It's somebody giving you permission to step forward. And we live in a permission culture. Oftentimes, we have to wait for somebody to accept us, to admit us, to choose us, to hire us. We have to wait for somebody's permission to move forward. But I love what Seth Godin says about this. He says, reject the tyranny of being selected. Pick yourself. You have the ability right now, no matter how much time, no matter how much money, no matter how many contacts you have, you have the ability right now to give yourself permission, some space to step forward towards your dreams, to be a hero in your own story and start to step towards these things. What's beautiful about this too is when we think about the do part of this, we only do need to know that next step, that next thing we could do, and just take it. Take that next step. But what's beautiful about this is as we're wrapping up today, I want to speak to one last thing we can all do. that's going to make today even more amazing, but our life moving forward even more amazing. And that is the last step that we do at every big dream gathering. Once the dreams go up, then we can go around the room and start to write on each other's dreams. I believe in that dream. That's an awesome dream. I have that dream too. Let's go after that together. You can do it. Have you read this book? Have you checked out this website? I can connect you. You need to know somebody there, I can connect you. It's just simple encouragement. What's beautiful about this is it allows someone to feel seen, and it also allows you to see others. There's actually brain science on encouragement. What's wild about encouragement is when we encourage others, we often feel encouraged as well. And what's amazing about encouragement is oftentimes, if we truly are going to encourage someone, we don't know where that might go. It might be that one small act of encouragement, letting somebody know that you see them, letting somebody know that you believe in them, letting somebody know, hey, I'm glad you're here, can make all the difference. It can be the thing that unleashes greatness. I'll give you one last story to help illustrate this, and we'll wrap it all up. By the way, there is a QR code on these slides. If you want to stay encouraged, grab this and it'll allow you to get on our list. We send out regular encouragement to keep you going towards those dreams, to help you think better and do more. But one last story. This is Ian. It's one of my favorite stories. Ian came to a big dream gathering that we did, and one of the sponsors there was Big Brothers Big Sisters. And Ian had a really tough life, had a really tough home life, and his big brought him to this event. He wanted Ian to dream. Ian's dreams had definitely not been cultivated. His dreams definitely they hadn't been nurtured. No one had asked Ian about his dreams before, but his big said, hey, I want to get him in the space where he can be inspired by others and just dream a little bit. And during that particular big dream gathering, I told a couple of stories, and I mentioned that our current record at that point had been one dreamer posting 28 dreams. 28 dreams at a big dream gathering. I said, and if anybody can beat that today, there's a t-shirt in it for you. Now, as you can see, Ian's little red head went to work. And he just started feverishly writing dreams. And then afterwards, he went and posted his dreams up on the wall. And as we were wrapping up the event, I'll never forget it, Ian came up to me with a pile of dream sheets with that Post-it note on the top. Now, his big had shared with me a little bit of Ian's life. I knew that his home life had been rough. His dad had been gone. His mom had really struggled. And so as I looked through these dreams, I'm like, Ian, you're my hero, buddy. You're my hero. You know, he kind of puffed up a little bit, and I started to look through, like one of the dreams was, I want to learn how to cook. Awesome. I want to go to Disneyland. Yeah. I want to be a cop. That's what it said. I want to be a cop. I love it. One of them literally made me messed up. Said, I want to be a dad. I'm like, Ian, you're amazing. You are my hero. But then I came back around to that little Post-it note, and that Post-it note had 32 hash marks on it. I said, Ian, holy cow, this is a weighty pile of dreams. Do you mean to tell me that there are 32 dreams in this pile? He goes, heck yeah. I said, Ian, you are amazing. I said, but I got to tell you, buddy, the record was 28. Why didn't you just do 29? And he rocks back on one step, looks on one foot, looks me right in the eye, and he says, anybody could do 29. I'm like, brother, I love you, right? It's the example where someone's stepping out, giving themselves permission to dream, and being encouraged as they do that can then also cause the banner effect for all of us. We all rise as we give ourselves permission to dream bigger, to think better, and do more of what we were put on the planet to do. We also create a ripple effect of that in others. So as you do that, you are the hero. And that's what I believe we're all about today. Thank you very much for allowing me to be a part of today and what you're doing. I hope it's a great day for you. So thank you very much.
Love it.
Awesome. I think we're handing it back over.
Art meets 800 miles of recreational trails. In Des Moines, you'll feel safe, you'll feel welcome, you'll feel at home. This must be the place. Take a virtual tour today at livedsmusa.com.
Okay. You're going to buy a house. Yes. Fenced-in backyards, good schools, a finished basement. It's also got a big, beautiful pool. Undisclosed mold problem. Yeah, and the previous owners, they're not going to pay to have it fixed. I've met them. They're scumbags.
Legal needs are in your future. And while you can't predict them, you can plan for them. Enroll in ROG Legal Insurance where you work.
I think I can fix mold.
No, you can't. You know, every day after shooting, I would go to the one of two places to eat. And I'd go to like the McDonald's
or that little Mexican restaurant.
In character, because it was a perm, I couldn't get rid of it. And I'd be in character, just like, hey, do you have a Big Mac or something? And they like just thought it was normal, everyday life. Like, yeah, it's a normal.
The lights came up and they were all sitting there smiling, and finally one guy goes, "It's just like home."
It's a nice documentary. That's why you guys are here for a couple weeks.
Okay, so I know that some of Jared's neighbors, real neighbors, were in this film. In fact, I'm going to show you my favorite clip of the movie.
That thing don't work smooth.
None of it works smooth.
I would have really liked to see some blood splatter just hit the window and just like. What was great is that guy really was he was the real deal. He was Farmer Lyle, and he was from that area.
This thing works smooth.
And he was like, he told Jared, he was like, this is not the right kind of gun you would use to put a cow down. So that's why he was like having problems. It's like, he probably was like cursing Hollywood, like stupid. They just don't know what they're doing. Yeah.
E360tv.com. Go to that app, pick that app up, and then at I'm from WHO TV in Des Moines, Iowa. I wish we were streaming this live for you. Chief Meteorologist Ed Wilson here, but also on YouTube live. You can go there as well. Allison Kate from ROG, thanks so much for being here with us today. I love the sponsorships, and when you see all of our banners, we have our sponsors here that are listed, and this just would not be possible without the support of you folks and making this happen. And every year I get kind of deer in the headlight, amazed at who we have coming to West Des Moines, to really give some of the most dynamic talks. And they're rock stars. They're heroes. They are amazing people, but I call you folks the heroes. So, Allison, tell me, and I know what ROG is about, and I learned about it through our ciLive, but people need you. Yes. And I love this new promotion that you have going on. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so we're a legal insurance company, and our North American headquarters is right here in Des Moines. We offer insurance to employers for legal needs the same way you would have for health needs. So when you think of that concept, a network of attorneys, the same as a network of doctors, it's a really great voluntary benefit that we offer across the country. Our newest campaign, which we just showed with Kathy Najimy, legal needs are in your future. She's a tarot card reader. She's predicting things like, I see a dog, but it's actually because you didn't have a prenup. It's not a little fluffy dog. And so we're really trying to know, or what you are unaware of could happen. And we know that these things are going to come up in people's lives, and so we want to be there to help them so that they're not a deer in headlights and they're not terrified. A lot of U.S. consumers just have nowhere to start. I have this need, and all of a sudden I've got to find an attorney, and I've got to take time off work, and I'm super stressed out. And when you have ROG Legal Insurance, we're the friend like walking you through that and showing you the way and really diminishing any of the stress that comes along with it. In fact, we just had a research come out that said 72% of our members had to take 0 time off work to solve their legal needs. So really powerful statement to our product, and something we feel really strongly that we're offering to the communities we serve.
Well, and when you hear lawyer, that's a frightening word.
It's
almost as frightening as meteorologist.
Yeah.
You know, we're right up there together. We get blamed for a lot, you know,
That's very true.
even snowy days like today. But it is great to have that friend that is going to help you. But I also feel like it's, you know, sometimes I would ask my dad for advice,
Yeah.
you know, or a parent, somebody that really knows what's going on.
Yes.
And I feel like you are that parent that
Yep.
helps people get through this.
Absolutely. We want to hold your hand through the process. We want to make it less scary and make you feel like you have someone on your side. And that starts with our customer care team, which is rooted right here in Des Moines, Iowa. And they are some of the best, and they will usher you through the process. And the, you know, satisfaction rates we get and everything we hear from our members is overwhelmingly positive. We feel a very fulfilling mission to what we offer to our plan members.
Well, one of the great things we brag about in Des Moines, and there's a lot to see here. By the way, if you're watching this and you come here, some of our speakers have never been to Des Moines, Iowa, and they see this and it's amazing. They come and they go, wow, this isn't all pickup trucks and cornfields.
Right.
This is a really cool place. But also, our financial and also, you know, our insurance institutions
Absolutely.
here are bar none top ranked.
Yes.
You know, number one, number two, you know, I think maybe Hartford, are they bigger
Yes,
than we
they're
are a
the
little bit?
biggest and we're number 2. Yeah. We just had that. ARUG's a German company, and so we are in 19 countries. And we just had a meeting with our international partners. We've talked them through the why of Des Moines and helped them understand why there's so much innovation and power here, and our people are so great. And we love seeing speakers like this roster today come into our community and get wowed, right?
Yeah. Well, we have Cliff Clavin.
Yes.
Who's going up. John Ratzenberger is one of the nicest guys, great guy. Dr. Shawna is going to be up here in just a minute. She's amazing. I got to have, this is one of the nice things about being the host. They kind of bring me in as well. Not kind of, they're very generous. And I get to meet these people, and that's why I get so pumped about this as well.
Great thing as a sponsor, too, we get to have some exclusive meetings with some of the speakers. They came to our office yesterday, and wow, our whole team was just in astonishment of the caliber of innovation and expertise and creativity that this roster brings. So we're really proud to be a sponsor and be involved. We couldn't bring this talent in on our own. So.
Well, Allison, thank you again to ARUG and everything you do and for being here today.
Absolutely.
You're one of my heroes.
Oh, thank you.
But we have
we
another.
do what we can.
We have
Legal
another.
action here.
That's right. I love the shirt, and I don't know if you can see it or not, but her shoes are the bomb. They all match. We have another hero that's down on our stage, ready to take over for us, and we hope that you're enjoying ciLive. We certainly are. We're going to take it back to our stage, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. More great interviews to come. Dr. Shawna Pandya is a physician, aquanaut, martial artist, advanced diver, and researcher. A graduate of the Scientist Astronaut Candidate Program, she currently serves as Vice President of Immersive Medicine with Usonic Technologies and Director of Medical Research for the Orbital Assembly Corporation. As a fellow of the Explorers Club, Shawna is passionate about the two extremes of humanity, surviving and thriving. Her efforts are to further technology, innovation, and human knowledge while tackling life's grandest challenges to effect positive change.
Hello, ciLive. Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. First of all, thumbs up in the back if you can hear me okay. Perfect. Okay, so today we're here to talk about pushing the limits. And the real title of my talk is Pushing the Limits on Success, Failure, Resilience, Dealing with Conflict, Emotional Intelligence, Teamwork, Leadership, and dealing with difficult geopolitical, global pandemic type scenarios, lessons from austere environments, but that never fits on the title slide. So we'll stick with pushing the limits. Because we can't talk about being your own superhero without talking about what it means to push our limits and what it means to deal with the tough stuff. So you've heard a little bit about my background. I wear a lot of different hats, and in my time, I've been lucky enough to test spacesuits in zero-G and parabolic flight, and I could tell you what that's like, but I would rather show you. Oh, is that gonna play? Go ahead and play the film. Keep you in suspense here for a second. All right, so that's not going to play, but when we talk about flying zero-G, who here's heard of the vomit comet? Few of you, yeah, so when you're flying in parabolic flight, you're flying. Yes, you've heard the term parabolic flight, vomit comet. So when you're flying in a parabola in your airplane, it's like when you're going over the top of a roller coaster, you reach the crest of that roller coaster and your stomach lifts into your throat, and for a second you're weightless and you're falling at the same rate of the plane, which gives you 20 seconds of zero G to play around, to do science, to test technology, and in this case, test spacesuits. And I think the smile says it all. It's impossible to be in a spacesuit in zero G and not have a giant smile on your face. So I've been lucky enough to test this kind of spacesuit in zero G. I've been lucky enough to test a different kind of spacesuit with the Canadian Space Agency in gravity offset, simulating lunar gravity, Martian gravity. I've tested spacesuits in off-nominal spacecraft emergency egress water scenarios. That's a fancy way of saying crash landing, and we'll talk a little bit more about lessons learned from that. I've been lucky enough to gain work underwater in a neutral buoyancy lab where we get longer periods of weightlessness and we can simulate meaningful work that we would do outside the International Space Station. Here's a snapshot of what that looks like. I gained my aquanaut designation in the underwater Neptune mission in 2019. We were four men, 1 woman, 2 Canadians, 3 Americans, and for 5 days underwater, we lived performing demonstrations in technology, science, psychology. So this is the Neptune mission, stands for Nautical Experiments in Physiology, Technology, and Underwater Exploration. There will be a quiz on that at the end. That was at the Jules Undersea Lodge in the Florida Keys, and I've also been from Jules to the Aquarius Reef Base, where NASA sends its astronauts to become aquanauts, just 13 miles from the Jules Undersea Lodge. This is, NEMO stands for NASA Extreme Environment Mission Operations. You are living in a school bus-sized tank underwater. The fish are swimming outside. They're looking at you, and all of a sudden you're wondering, who's really in the aquarium being observed here? So there are a lot of lessons gained from those missions as well. And I've also been to the Mars Desert Research Station on a Mars analog simulation. So this looks like Tatooine, but this is outside in the Mars, in the Utah desert, real life on fake Mars. I've been there as a crew medical officer, and I've been there as a commander as well. And I've also been lucky enough to bring my medical expertise to teach a class in space medicine, where we teach medical lay folks with no previous medical training at all, to become their own brand of space medical MacGyver, building on principles of wilderness medicine, learning about triage, assessment, and treatment. And I've also been able to take these skills to a very special part of the world. This is from Ukraine. Last summer, we were there on medical deployment in Western Ukraine, bringing medical care to internally displaced peoples and refugees, and we'll talk a little bit about that later this hour. I've been able to bring my skill set to leading edge companies. I work with a Canadian virtual astronaut, the first Canadian female astronaut in space, and I said, well, she's Canadian, I'm Canadian, she's female, I'm female, so to be like her, I just need to be a neuroscientist, physician, astronaut, boom, that's what I'll do. And so I studied neuroscience, medicine, and hopefully will get to be an astronaut someday. And it was the honor of a lifetime when Canada's largest science center, the Ontario Science Centre, featured my life's work alongside of hers. So, I know you're probably saying, okay, well, that's all great, Shawna. Okay, fine, you've been in zero G and on fake Mars and underwater, okay, but what's the relevance of this? What could this possibly have in common with something that's become a little bit too familiar to all of us since 2020? Where on mission, my commander, he had this great shirt. There was this aquanaut with his umbilical for life support leading, and then it edged into the umbilical of an astronaut doing a spacewalk in space. And the concept was same, but different. So I would argue that what I've learned on my expeditions in austere environments actually have a lot in common, what we've all experienced over the past 3 years. And so today I want to share with you, and I want to answer with you one key question. How do we make an austere environment less austere? How do we overcome adversity to become the best versions of ourselves as individuals and as teams? And so over the course of this half hour, I'm going to share with you 10 key lessons from austere environments. So the first lesson I want to share with you today has to do with success, because it is so easy to think that this is what we do. We pick a goal, we work really, really hard, and then we get to our end goal. We go from point A to point B. It's a straight shot, boom, that's how success works. When in reality, success looks a little bit more like this. Sometimes it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 5 steps forward, 7 steps back, 10 steps forward, 12 steps back. And success is a circuitous path. And so I want to say this right off the bat. If you take nothing away from this talk, it is okay to fail. And that is so important that I'm going to say it again. It is okay to fail. And I would posit that if you're always winning, maybe you're in the wrong league. One of my friends had to abort the trajectory of our spacecraft, and we have to parachute out of our spacecraft into the ocean. And in this scenario, what we have to do is we have to undo our harnesses, pull up our visor, pull the seals on our spacesuit, deploy our portable flotation devices, swim over to an emergency raft, climb up the rope ladder, and declare ourselves home free. Simple, right? From the get-go, things went sideways. The simulation started well enough, but as soon as I got into the water, I thought I pulled the seals on my spacesuit well enough, except my suit filled with water right away. And at the end of the day, my success looked something like this. And just to orientate you as to what's going on here, this giant orange blob of a human goldfish tangled up in the netting of the rope ladder is me, and that big black thing sticking out is my shoe. And so the lesson here is that success isn't always pretty, and success isn't always perfect. And what got me through that scenario that day, looking back, is principles of resilience. So what is resilience? It's that mental grit, that stick-to-itiveness, that fortitude, that willingness to not give up and keep going when the going gets tough. And it's so easy to think that, you're born more resilient than I am, and that's just the way it is, when in fact there's a lot of research out there to say that we can develop and make ourselves more resilient. There's lots of models of resilience out there, and my favorite one breaks resilience down into 5 key components, and that is positive self-talk, positive social supports, mental rehearsal, impulse control, and breaking things down. And so coming back to that scenario that day, every single one of those elements of resilience got me through that scenario. So there was that breaking things down. I wasn't focused on going from the bottom of that ladder to the top. I may as well have been focused, instead of a 3-foot journey, on a 3-mile journey. No, I was focusing on the next millimeter of ground gain, just trying to get 1 more millimeter of success. There was that impulse control, fighting with my fingers and not listening to the trainer's offer to restart the scenario, that impulse control to not let go and keep going on. There was the mental rehearsal of putting myself not just in a swimming pool, but in a real-life ocean. And because if I chose to give up in the ocean, then that would be game over. It would be akin. So here is a snapshot from a 2017 Zero-G campaign that we ran. And this was a particularly special campaign because we were asking we're testing a new suit out of a new airfield with a new company. So with so many new unknowns, we asked the most veteran flyers, including myself, to fly this campaign to set ourselves up for success. And that day, walking into the campaign, something felt off. I felt a little bit queasy, and I thought, you know what, Shawna, walk it off. You have one job to do, that's test a spacesuit. Forget about it. And I got about 30 seconds into that campaign when the flight director took one look at my face, saw how ashen gray I was, and said, Shawna, we're pulling you out of the suit. We're called to knock it off. You aborted the rest of the parabolas. Pulled me out of the suit. 30 seconds later, I threw up. And I will spare you the mental image of what it's like to throw up in Zero-G. You're welcome. So not only is it gross, but it's also a real asphyxiation risk, because if you throw up in Zero-G with the visor down, you can actually choke on the particulate matter. So I felt horrible because I had lost 83% of the data that we were supposed to collect during that campaign. My team had been relying on me, and I let them down, and I kept apologizing to the team and the flight director. And finally he said, Shawna, it's okay, this happens. You have to stop apologizing. And I said, I'm Canadian, I can't help it. But when looking back on that scenario, I realized one key element. I realized that when we fail, there's a way to be hard on yourself in a way that's destructive or a way that's productive. And so when we fail, when we have a suboptimal outcome, we can look at the tools we have at our disposal. And so Just as there's research around learning to apply principles of resilience, there's research around coping, especially in austere environments. And these might start to sound familiar because when we have suboptimal outcomes, when we're dealing with adversity, we talk about planful problem solving. How am I going to dig myself out of this? There's that breaking things down. There's that social support that we talked about with resilience. There's emphasizing the positive, so there's that positive self-talk again. There's enduring harsh conditions. Again, there's that impulse control, that resistance to giving up. And finally, realizing that we can't necessarily control everything. And so sometimes we rely on luck. What other tools do we have at our disposal? One thing that I've learned through my experiences in operational environments is learning and emphasizing the art of the debrief. So here's a picture of the war room at our microgravity parabolic flight campaign ground schools. And before we fly every campaign, we gather around the table as a team. We talk about our objectives. We develop a shared mental model of what success looks like. And then we break off into our groups we rehearse every single action, parabola by parabola, so we know what every team member is doing, what the suited test subject's doing, what the biomonitor is doing, what the flight test director is doing. And then once we're comfortable with that, we run a dress rehearsal in the grounded aircraft, in our flight suits, in our space suits, and then we go fly the campaign parabola by parabola, and then we come back around the table as a group, and we share lessons learned. And the idea is when things went well, we want to reinforce patterns of performance that reinforced the outcomes that we wanted. We share lessons learned of things that weren't so optimal so that others won't repeat our mistakes. And then we dissect what didn't go so well so that we can be prepared to deal with those scenarios the next time that we're faced with them. So coming back to that scenario where things didn't land so optimally in that 2017 flight campaign, I did exact sides of the same coin. So the second lesson I want to share with you is how do we prepare ourselves for adversity? How do we make an austere environment less austere? The first time I met an astronaut and I asked him about space, the number one most important question I asked him was obviously the key one that's on all our minds, which is obviously, is there coffee on space? You can send me to Mars, but there better be a Mars box there. That's all I'm saying. But my point is that if we know that we're going to deal with stress and austerity and adverse environments, maybe we should set ourselves up to be a little bit comfortable so that we can perform. And no matter where I go, whether I'm traveling on the road to give a talk or even on my underwater aquanaut mission, this is actually a snapshot from my underwater mission. I bring the same things with me. I bring protein bars and I bring soda water. Those are just two staples for me. And so we try to prepare ourselves for discomfort, and sometimes it's out of our control. So the other part of that is acknowledging that sometimes things can get annoying and simply naming that emotion or trying to make things better. So speaking of food, here's another example from our underwater mission. We were lucky enough at the time to have our food for that mission sponsored by a nutrition company. And so they were very high protein based. They knew I was a vegetarian and they interpreted high protein vegetarian diet to mean omelets for breakfast, omelets for lunch, omelets for dinner, omelets for dessert. And by day 3 of this 5-day mission, I was about to go homicidal in this undersea habitat, and I was about to throw the next omelet I saw at the wall, and my teammate, he saw that. And his fix was so beautiful, it was so simple. He took the pack of Wonder Bread, he took the peanut butter, he took the jelly, he made me a sandwich, he delivered it to me, and it was the best peanut butter and jelly sandwich I had ever eaten at 20 feet underwater. So things can get annoying sometimes, but there's always fixes. And the lesson there is something so simple. It's that there's always ways to make things better. And this is the same thing in Ukraine. We had a rare day off from Kinnick, and my roommate, she was always looking to make things better. So we said, okay, we have a day off from Kinnick. She said, I've heard about this refugee camp on the Polish side, and we don't know what these people have lost. The kids haven't had toys in a month. They haven't had anything beyond the rations they've been given. So why don't we just go to the toy store? Why don't we just go to the grocery store and just buy up supplies? And this is what we bought. We bought 6 grocery carts worth of food. As a vegetarian, I don't know why, but my feet took me to the frozen meat aisle in the grocery store, and I loaded up the cart full of meat, and then we gave it to them, and one of the women, she said, we haven't seen meat in a month. So there's always ways to make things better. And sometimes it's the little things, because on my Mars mission, my right-hand man, my executive officer, he was a Norwegian physician, and I don't know how he thought to do this. We were the first station-to-station mission, so our second station on this Mars simulation mission was a non-winterized tent in the middle of the Utah desert in January. It was not warm, it was not comfortable, so there we would be in our little tents, shivering in the middle of the night. Remember, we can't go outside easily because we're on Mars, so we have to suit up. That means we can't see the beautiful night sky, even though we're in the middle of the desert. And one night, as we're shivering in our little tents, struggling to stay warm, staving off hypothermia, I said, look at the ceiling. I don't know when he did this, I don't know how he thought to do this, but somehow, when he was packing for this trip from Norway, he'd bought glow-in-the-dark stars with them, put them in his backpack, and when I wasn't looking, he'd put them on the ceiling and he'd recreated the night sky. And that was a way to create magic in a way I never thought foreseeable on fake Mars. And so when we talk about adversity, it's also important to talk about the relationships, because it's so easy to think, often I get asked, well, don't you miss your family? What about, the connections? And I would argue that through my missions, I've actually built deeper, more meaningful connections. And I do that with my team because, well, we're stuck in the habitat and we don't want to argue. You don't want to be the one that's voted off the habitat. That's just awkward for everyone involved. But also with my connections at home. So this is a picture of a birthday card that I brought from my mom, and I bought it at home in Edmonton, Canada. And then I brought it with me underwater, so it was down to a very special place in the world. And then the next week I flew at 0G, and then I videotaped all of this for her, so she knew that I was thinking of her during my missions. And then when I was on my Mars simulations, on Martian time, there's no real-time communications. There's a 20-minute one-way delay. So my best friend and I would start these email chains, 86 emails long, and we would write each other letters. And we'd actually become closer, despite being so confined from one another. So we can keep building those connections, whether we're at home, whether we're in an austere environment. And the final part is, don't forget your sense of humor. Spelt with a U for those of us in the Commonwealth. And here's a snapshot of us in Ukraine. Towards the end of our mission, I found this unused box of temporary tattoos. And so I said, okay, we're getting tatted up before every clinic. And it was just a silly way of building cohesion as a team. And then this one might be a very niche sense of humor, but myself and my executive officer, being the only physicians, we say no to make our yeses count. We start saying no to other opportunities so that when we say yes, we can bring value to the things that we want in the way we want to contribute without spreading ourselves too thin. And the why of saying no to certain opportunities is because we can't contribute meaningfully if our battery is always at 3%. And so when it comes to goal setting, how do we figure out what's most important to us? So does anyone here have an engineering, technical background in the audience? Yeah, a few of you. Okay, so you'll appreciate this. This is a risk matrix. This is how NASA approaches risk for human spaceflight missions. They look at the probability versus the likelihood of something happening. And if something's high likelihood, high consequence to occur, it needs to be mitigated before a mission can go on. And because I work in a very nerdy way, I've co-opted this risk matrix when it comes to setting goals. And for goal setting, I look at values versus timeliness. How important is something to me in terms of my values, and what is the deadline for it to be done? And that's how I decide if something needs to be done now or if it can be put off for some time. The other part of goal setting comes back to a principle that I've learned through piloting, through all my work in operational environments, and I call this maintaining a rate of scan. And so what I mean by maintaining a rate of scan, when you're piloting, you're constantly scanning out between your outside environment, your instrument panel, your map. You're trying to see, where you are in relation to where you started and where you've been. And it's no different than if you're driving a car. When you're driving a car, you're looking at the road ahead of you, you're looking in your rear view mirror, you're looking at your instrument panel. And the reason is you want to see what's coming up behind you and where are you by any means. Just as if you are a star athlete and you're on the lacrosse, volleyball, hockey, soccer, football teams, you're not training for all of those things in the same season. So oftentimes, one thing is going to take priority over another. So there is a season for everything. The next goal I want to share with you is about teamwork and leadership. So we don't get to where we want to be by working in isolation. And so I like to say that leadership is like a hall of mirrors. That's the first lesson I want to share with you, because so many of us are out there leading teams, creating cultures to meet objectives that we set out for ourselves. And so the first thing I want to say about leadership is that leadership is like a hall of mirrors. It's not just what we preach, but it's what we tolerate. And so every one of us, when we're leading a team, we have the opportunity to acknowledge that particular brand of privilege that we have that has put us in this position that we have today, acknowledge that privilege and use it for good. And so how do we do that? So we start by defining the team culture that we want. And here's a snapshot from my Taekwondo days, because one of the best examples I've seen from this doesn't come from myself, but from my club head instructor. Because one day we were doing a warm-up in our Taekwondo dojang, and the warm-up instruction was, you can take the resistance bands for the strong or the less strong and just use it to warm up. And one of the senior black belts in our club, he was of a certain era, so he said, "Oh, don't you mean the girls' bands and the boys' bands?" And my instructor, he's a 5th degree black belt. In that moment, I will never forget what he did. He very meaningfully looked the other black belt in the eye and he said, "No, I mean the bands for the strong and the less strong." And then he very purposefully took one of the less strong bands and used it for his own warm-up. And what he was doing in that moment was creating that culture of it being okay to say that this is my vulnerability, this is my level of strength, versus this is my comfort level. And he made it okay, regardless of what your position was in that club, to take a stance that might otherwise be viewed as too weak or not typical of what we would expect for a senior black belt. That's what I mean by defining the culture that we want. So why does this matter? Because so many of us have been through tough workplace cultures and we've survived it. But what about those who come after us? They may not be able to survive it. And so the question that I ask myself is, how do I make things better? And so I want to come back to a story that we talked about earlier this hour. I want to make a note on resilience, because sometimes when we talk about adversity, it's not a person problem, it's a systems problem. So back in that 2018 scenario when my spacecraft was full of water, we were on hiatus during the pandemic. We didn't resume operations until 2021. And so I was back in this water training scenario, and I looked that raft dead in the eye, and I said, "I am going to vanquish you this time." And I was ready for it, and I was the most senior member in that group. So I was put up first. I was the veteran who was supposed to show the rookies how to overcome that raft, despite a spacesuit full of water, and get into the emergency raft. And I thought, this time I'm going to pull those seals on my spacesuit so tough, I'm going to make sure that there is no water that gets into my suit. And then the second I hit the water, I pulled those seals really tight, and my spacesuit filled up to my chest with water regardless. Again, and what I realized was it wasn't a me problem, it was a suit problem. This was a suit made for a man. It wasn't made for dainty little wrists like that. So no matter how hard I pull my spacesuit, I would always be up to my chest in water. And then this particular time, I didn't realize that I'd lost a form of privilege that I'd been taking for granted in the pandemic, and that was, typically I work out every single day, hour of cardio, hour of weights. I couldn't do that in the pandemic. All I did was cardio. So I'd lost a lot of core and muscle mass. So not only was I up first in front of the class as the veteran, as the expert, to show them how the scenario was supposed to go, I failed in front of my class. And what we realized was that, well, if I'm going to fail, maybe the system is set up for failure, which is suboptimal, because the goal of the scenario is survival. And we actually put objective measures to it. I started weighing successful. So what is my point? Is that sometimes we need to acknowledge how hurdles are set up within our system to keep our team from performing at our best. And this is the difference between equality and equity. Equality is giving everyone a spacesuit. Equity is leveling the playing field so that everyone can succeed. So why does that matter? I come from a university whose motto is uplifting the whole people. And I think that applies to teams as well, because when we're uplifting every single member of our team, when we're putting them in a position where they feel safe to perform at their best, and we're setting up our team for success. And why does that matter? Why do we want to draw in all of these different perspectives? It's because everyone brings their own unique life experience and expertise to look at a solution and see multiple solutions. And so we want to bring those perspectives to the table. We want to bring everyone to the table so our team can succeed. So the final thing I want to say is, if we're asking our teams to perform for us, find people who will walk through walls for you. And there's a picture of my mom up here, because she absolutely is one of those people. But we absolutely have to be willing to do that, walk through walls for our team as well. The final note on leadership that I want to share is the model of how we view leadership, because it's so easy to think of leaders as the one who's sitting on the stage talking about their values, the one who's leading from the front of the boardroom, who's leading the charge of the pack, when in fact, leadership is more subtle than that. I view leadership as a mortar between the bricks model. And the reason is, when we look at a brick wall, it's so easy to think of the strength of that brick wall as coming from the bricks themselves. When we stop and pause and think for a second, if we took away the mortar between that bricks, there would be no strength to that wall. That wall would fall down. And so leadership is like that. Your job as a leader isn't to be the bricks, it's to be the mortar that looks for gaps that need to be filled in between the team. It's to be that mortar that fills in the gaps, that builds bridges and relationships. That's why I say when we talk about leadership, view leadership as a mortar between the bricks model. So as we talk about how we want to go through life, I also want to encourage you to develop your own personal model of who you want to be as a leader and as a teammate. And the questions I ask myself are, what are your values? And you can even do this here with me in the 20 seconds as we go through this. Take 20 seconds to list down your values and then figure out who it is that you want to be in life versus who you are right now. And if there is a gap, how big that gap is and how you're going to work to close that gap. And along with that, define your code of conduct. Define the set of values that defines how you'll go through life. Is it with integrity? Is it with kindness? Is it with honesty? Is it with all of the above? And finally, I encourage you to address the imposter syndrome. So for those of you who don't know what the imposter syndrome is, it's like feeling like you're not good enough, that everyone secretly got accepted to this class. So I've often felt like an imposter, but we need to address this imposter syndrome because there's a way we can use it to our advantage. So when I'm faced with feeling like I'm not good enough, I have two approaches. The first of all is to be clinical and dissect that feeling. And if I feel like I'm not smart enough, I ask myself, well, why is there merit to that feeling? And I ask myself, why don't I feel smart enough? Is it because I don't read enough? Is it because I don't study enough? And if the answer is yes, it's a simple fix. I just study more. And if the answer is no, then I can tell that feeling to go away and move on from it. And the second way I deal with the imposter syndrome is looking at it as a growth opportunity. Because even if I don't feel I'm ready to be in this leadership position, even if I don't feel like I was good enough to be accepted into medical school, which turns out we all felt like, someone somewhere believed in my potential to grow into this opportunity. And so someone somewhere believed in me. So I'm going to take that belief that someone had in me and grow into the opportunity to be that leader, that doctor that they thought I could be. So we can't talk about leadership and being in teams without expecting that conflict is going to arise. So I want to talk about having a plan to deal with conflict in tense situations. And the one way I do this is through emotional intelligence. So what is emotional intelligence? It's being the adult in the room. It's looking around for the adult and realizing to your abject horror that the adult is you. And so how do we approach a conflicted situation with emotional intelligence? It requires taking a deep breath, taking a step back, and realizing that we need to focus on the end goal, not our emotional response, deciding our comfort level with progressing, realizing that we're dealing with another human being, and that oftentimes things aren't black and white, and there's always a middle ground that we can reach. And then also realizing that at some point, when things get too tense, it's okay to walk away. So we communicate. So in the operational world, we talk about an escalating chain of command. And so when we talk about increasingly tense operational high-risk environments, the chain of command goes question, suggestion, statement, command. And so an example of this might be, if we're all in the auditorium here, someone might say as a question, hey, do you smell smoke? And then the suggestion might be, hey, I think there might be a fire. And then the statement might be, there's a fire in the building. And then the command would be, there is a fire, pull the fire alarm, evacuate everyone, and get them to meet at the muster point. And you can see that there's an escalating pattern of stress in that chain of commands. And so being aware of that helps us realize how we interact with our teams, because if we're always communicating in a way that's urgent, that's a command, we are not trusting our team to use their brains to come up with their own solutions. And in medicine, we say if everything is urgent, then nothing is urgent. Whereas if I were to walk into a cardiac arrest and say, hey, do you think we should start doing chest compressions? Some might call that inappropriate. The other thing about language is speaking the same language. I often say we're speaking English, but we're not necessarily speaking the same language. So imagine I, as a physician, am doing handover to a colleague. I might say, okay, we have a 39-year-old male who's in septic shock. He's very ill. We've pan-cultured him. We've done urine cultures. We've done a chest x-ray, sputum culture. We suspect it's a focused pneumonia. He's on triple pressure support. He's on ertapenem and pip-taz, and he's running a temp of 104, and he's a white count of 27. Whereas to the family, I might say, okay, your son or your father or husband is very sick. We think it's a pneumonia. He's on ventilatory life support. We have him on the biggest gun antibiotics we have. He's not out of the woods yet. We're going to keep a close eye on him. Now switch what I said to whom. So if I was a doctor saying this to a family using my technical jargon, they would have no idea what I'm saying. And if I was a doctor using layperson's language to communicate the severity of the situation, you might wonder where I'd gone to medical school. So when you're communicating, speak English, but speak the same language. As we talk about dealing with conflict in tense situations, we also need to develop our plan for how we deal with decision-making in tight spots. And I deal with this all the time as an emergency physician. I might be in the trauma room, and at the same time, this is a real-life scenario, by the way, you might get a stroke in Trauma Bay 1, a penetrating facial trauma in Trauma Bay 2, a pediatric penetrating trauma in one of the other rooms, and a pediatric facial trauma in another room. So there's all these changing inputs. So how do you deal with that? And you break it down to first principles. You ask yourself simple questions, simply go or no go. And a perfect example of this is when I was in my residency training, I was on the maternity ward, and we had a patient who was high risk. She was in labor, 110 and 160 beats per minute. And when I got to the bedside for that patient, I saw this. Their heart rate was in the 50s, and I knew that baby was in deep trouble. And so I said, oh my God, the first no-go question that I had to ask is, what does this patient need? This patient needs a stat C-section. So that was the first go, no-go point. And so then we got the patient into the OR, and then all of a sudden they said, Dr. Pandya, the attending surgeon is 30 minutes outside the hospital. And I looked at that monitor, and I knew that baby didn't have 30 minutes, but I also knew that I was at the end of my training, and I had the skill set to perform a C-section. And I said, my next go, no-go decision is, do I start the section or do I not? And so I made the call. We started the section. We had the baby out in 4 minutes, and with a little bit of recess, they did okay. So when you're dealing with tough scenarios with multiple inputs, break it down to first principles. Ask yourself, go or no go. And I'm not saying that this stuff comes overnight. I'm saying that we rely on our training. We have frameworks for whatever model of risk we're dealing with to come back to when things really hit the fan. And so in the emergency room, when I've had the most complex patients in, when I think, oh my gosh, how am I going to handle this? I come back to basic principles. In emergency room, we always say ABC, airway, breathing, circulation. No matter how complex the patient is, no matter how sick it is, we come back to first principles. Airway, breathing, circulation. When we're in piloting and we're in a dire situation, we come back to aviate, navigate, communicate. So there's always a framework we have for dealing with the tough stuff in crises. And so if your heart rate's getting a little bit up when we're talking about this and you're getting a little bit tense, that's good, because the next thing I want to talk about is fear. Because often in my career, I get asked, are you afraid of anything? And I used to say, no, I'm not afraid of anything. And then that changed when the first time I went to go for my solo skydiving license, because I realized as I was hanging there out of the plane, about to jump out of the plane, I wasn't afraid of heights per se. I was afraid of jumping from heights. And that's a very interesting realization to come through when you're 14,000 feet above the ground about to make a decision to jump out of a plane. And I thought, with my palms sweaty, my heart racing, I have a decision to make. I can either call it off, get back in the plane, and do the ride of shame back to earth, or I can work through this. And so the first thing I did was rationalization. I looked around at the happy, smiling faces in the plane around me, and I said, okay, well, clearly they survived their first jump, so okay, this is survivable. The second thing was repetition. It wasn't like I did my first jump and all of a sudden I was cured of my fear. In fact, it took through working through the worst case scenarios. It took with my radio battery failing on my second jump, so I couldn't communicate with my instructor, so I had to learn how to land on my own pretty quickly. It took hyperextending my shoulder a few jumps later and learning to land with an injured shoulder. So fear can go away through rationalization, through repetition, through working through the worst case scenarios, but it takes work. So as we get to the last few minutes here today, the last plea, lesson number 10 that I have for you is to pay it forward. Because I wouldn't be where I am today if people who are at the height of their careers, at the top of their careers, very busy people, didn't take that time to invest in me when I was starting out. And no matter who you are, whether you're starting out in your career, where you're at the end of your career, where you're midway, someone is looking up to you. And they want to be like you. They admire the way that you've organized yourself. They would admire the way that you're a leader. They admire the way that you relate to people. Someone somewhere looks up to you. So take the time to invest in them. And this really hit home for me when I was a fourth-year medical student interning at NASA's Johnson Space Center, because I was sponsored by the Canadian Space Agency. And when they were briefing us to go down there, they said, oh, hey, we'll get the Canadian astronauts who are down there to liaise with you. And I thought, that's nice of you to say, but they're astronauts. They have better things to do than to hang out with a medical student. So the first day I get to my off-base office at NASA, and I was very frazzled because I'd lost my passport. And I was trying to find my passport. The phone in my office rang, and I said, okay, you have to hold on for a second. I've lost my passport. And then a second later, everything clicked, and I realized on the other end of the phone, the person had said his name was Lieutenant Colonel. It is so we can reinforce that material, reinforce our character, become more prepared for the next time we deal with that scenario, so we can push even further, faster, higher the next time. And all of this really fell into place for me when I was at the Mars Desert Research Station on my first tour, because myself and my exploration partner, we would pick the steepest, most slippery, highest hills to climb. And if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be privy to what lay to be explored next. We push the limits to know what comes to be explored next. So today, we've talked about a lot. We've talked about success, failure, teamwork, dealing with the conflicts, dealing with the tough stuff, preparing ourselves for adversity. So I want to come back to that question that I asked you at the very, very beginning, and about how do we make an austere environment less austere? And how do we prepare ourselves to perform both as individuals and as teams? And as we end in the last minute here, I want to ask you one last question. I want to answer one question about why it matters. Because every single one of us in this room has a unique diaspora of life experience, expertise, and perspectives. We all bring something to the table, but we need to invest in ourselves so that we can perform at our best. And this really
To find the center, go west. If these directions confuse, allow me to use a second or two to blow your mind. You see, West Des Moines leaves other cities behind. Major users say we're a high-tech hotbed. With access to Wi-Fi, not just for the rich guy, a broadband initiative for you and I. And if that doesn't rouse your robots, adaptive traffic management using real-time data, giving you the green light, go! And so you know, they call us a smart city, built by big data from the ground up. Don't blink, it just keeps getting better.
We wanted the building and a facility that would be more welcoming, but at the same time offer that technology. Shive Hattery offered great advice and steered us in the right direction.
Shive has really challenged us to think in a different way. We wanted to maximize value, creating that experience for the student of tomorrow.
Kids eat free at all Wahlburgers at Hy-Vee locations. Get a free kids meal with the purchase of an adult entree. Kids 12 and under choose from favorites like a burger and fries, grilled cheese, and chicken fingers, while adults can enjoy burgers, sandwiches, salads, and more. Dine in at Wahlburgers at Hy-Vee stores and get a free kids meal with the purchase of an adult entree every day. Only at Wahlburgers at Hy-Vee.
Ryan Coogler, who directed The Black Panther, felt that he couldn't direct a film about a place he had never been to. So he went and spent some time with this village, in the Lesotho village. And he fell in love with these blankets. So on my first day, Ryan Coogler came to me and he says, we have to figure out a way to put these blankets in the film. And I think I'd like them to be big shields, so that on one side we can lace them with vibranium, and the other side they'll be just the pattern that you see. They'll wear it over one shoulder, and when they go into battle, they'll wish their arms out, and we'll see the vibranium, and we'll see the weapons. Easier said than done. So the first thing we did to communicate that was to show the costume in its various phases, and to also make sure that we had plenty of places for the weapons to sit and to live. So we came up with this idea based on the Lesotho people, who actually they live in a mountainous, cold area, which is why they use the blankets. And they were the folksy kind of look, much different than any of the other costumes that we created for the Black Panther. Then we got the blankets. I imported about 150 blankets from South Africa. There's only one company that makes those colorful blankets. It's called Aranda, and it's in South Africa. We imported 150 blankets, and we got to lacing them with vibranium. Basically, it was a silver foil that we stamped on one side. Then we showed the blankets to Ryan Coogler, and he took a look at it, and he said, I see it's cracked in places, and vibranium doesn't crack. So back we went to try again, to actually present something to Ryan that was solid. Once we got the solid idea together, we had what is known as our camera test. The camera test is where all the actors stand in front of the camera and it rolls on them. They turn, they do moves in character, and then that film said, can you make a blanket? I can show you the design. They said, sure we can. It'll take about 6 months. I didn't have that kind of time. I had about 3 weeks. So one of my staff members, Caroline, she said, I'm gonna go buy a men's, shaver, and I'm gonna shave the blanket down. So it was a process. About 2 hours later, we had a nice thin blanket, but we had 150 of them. Then my other employee, Paul, he said, I think there's 2 fibers here. If I torch one side, I think I can get that done in minutes. So I said, Paul, outside. He went outside, he torched it, and he came back in 15 minutes with a nice thin blanket, but it smelled awful. We tried everything to get it out, vodka spray and all the stuff, the tricks that we use in the trade. Nothing would get the smell out, so we shaved all of them. Then we sent this video clip to Marvel. And it was approved. So the Black Panther suit, if you didn't know it, it's called a habit.
Welcome back to ciLive at the DMAC campus, West Des Moines, Iowa. For all of you who are joining us via the E360 TV or YouTube, thank you so much for being here. We love streaming this live for you, and I love that we have so many people here. It's been a snowy day in Iowa, and I'm chief meteorologist for WHO TV here in Des Moines, and it's a terrible thing when you're the weather guy and you show up and the weather's terrible. Alice Weber's with me right now. He's one of our speakers that's going to be later on. And by the way, Dr. Shawna Pandya, what an awesome experience. And I feel like I could talk to her for hours. We got to have dinner with her the other night and last night. And she is one of those people that you just want to dive in and find out, and pardon the pun, from all of her stuff she's done underwater, but to dive in and really get to know her. And it's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's such a wonderful human being and so accomplished in so many distinct pursuits, which is amazing, and also just so humble and kind and wonderful to be around.
We talk about Iowa nice here in Iowa, but Canada nice.
Yeah.
I think that's a whole nother level. It's really great. She's a sweetheart. Alex Weber's with us today, and Alex, I work at an NBC station, so while you were doing American Ninja Warrior, I was watching. We have these huge TVs right above where I work in my workspace.
Yeah.
I was watching you every single week. It was, and then when you were on it, it was even more, of a like, that's pretty cool. And then when you came here, well, my fan level went to an 11.
It's mutual. It's mutual, and I appreciate it. And the entire journey has been amazing to this point, and so grateful to be at ciLive today. And NBC is just an amazing organization. I mean, I grew up as a kid watching Friends and Seinfeld on NBC, so to then host with them was surreal. It was a surreal experience.
And so how did you get, let me just go back. I know you're going to talk a lot about this. You're coming up here just a little bit after our little break, during our lunch break. But how did you get into this?
This is a great question.
Obviously, I'm just saying.
It goes ups and downs, you know?
I'm sucking in my gut so hard I can barely breathe. So, but yeah, how did you get into this?
So, there's chapters. That's really what I say. And so much of what I talk about today will be listening to that little flicker in you that says there might be something here. And I think so often we get that flicker and then we dismiss it because either our own brain it's too scary to fully acknowledge it, or we tell someone, hey, I want to go after this, I want to do this, and maybe those first few people or those first few attempts don't go wonderfully, and so we shut down this idea. And for me, I just always had this flicker of, gosh, I want to do something in entertainment, but I also want to do something in positively impacting people. I love sports. Is there any way where all of that could come together? And my chapters of life, from one place you want to run after people and whack them with a stick, and it's
and you're not told not to.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly it. No, I think it is such a beautiful sport, and watch it on an NBC affiliate, or watch it somewhere this weekend.
NBC Sports. So
yeah, there you go. They've got tons.
Right.
Watch a game because it's just such a beautiful sport, and it's so good for kids. It's so good for teams. There's been so many seasons, literally, in my life of it, and it's just an amazing world.
We have this awesome book, and I've not read it because I just got it last night.
Yeah.
You signed it for me last night.
It's mostly pictures. It's fine.
Well, then good. That's what I like. Does it pop up? Do you have a pop-up?
Yeah, there's a pop-up in there.
A little lacrosse stick that pops up.
Yeah.
But this is his book, Fail Proof, Become the Unstoppable You. And this, I just love, this looks like you have the same shoes on.
It's close. I strictly blue suits. All of them are split from the jumps, but yeah.
Well, I wore the same suit that you had on almost last night, so I'm glad that we aren't like the Vopsy twins
there
today. But what inspired you to write this book?
The journey with American Ninja Warrior was such a huge catalyst for it because it was just embracing all of these quote-unquote fails in such a high-octane environment. And then I just started to notice, wow, these fail moments happen. Yes, they happen in American Ninja Warrior, but they also happen in a relationship. They happen at your work. They happen when you wake up and you just have these negative thoughts that come in. And I distilled down, there's actually this formula, this system that happens, whether they're small fails or big fails. And if we know how to fail, then there's no stopping you. Not saying you won't ever fail again, but you'll know how to do it. Because ultimately, when people stop, it's just too much.
Right. Well, and failure can be so overwhelming, and it can be the catalyst, or it can be the killer.
Yes.
But there is that tipping point where you got to say, okay, is this going to be my last, or is this my first step to go to the next thing? I love this, and I think some of the other speakers as well. They're really delving into this today.
Yeah.
It was fun to hear the two earlier, just going through this, but I'm really excited this afternoon. So I've watched back to American Ninja Warrior. The storylines that became such a big part of this. I mean, people who had beaten cancer, who and the support groups. There are people behind them. I think that in itself is inspirational.
100%. 100%. And you nailed it. The community is just so amazing with American.
It goes on with the root beer and the beer that comes out for ciLive Week. And the kids that do this, young and old, you got to be over 21 to do the beer label, but under 21 for the root beer label. And I got to interview these kids, and they were a blast. So we're going to show the winners this year of our label making contest for ciLive. We'll be back. You're going to hear Alex Weber too in live and a lot more interesting than talking to the weather guy. It'll be a lot of fun. We'll see you in a little bit. This is our 4th annual beer and root beer label making contest. One of my favorite things here as well, and the ingenuity, the fun, and really the serious, setup for this, for these folks here. I want you to give them a great round of applause because they put a lot of work into this. This Court Avenue Brewing Company has partnered with ciLive and for the last 4 years to create new labels with the ciLive theme. And this year's theme is Be Your Own Superhero. I'm Ed Wilson, WHO 13 weather guy, and my superhero is Thunder Snow. I am going to find a cape and put Thunder Snow on that and do that the next time we have that live on television. So, and maybe get a beer and a root beer somewhere. These are the folks who have entered the competition at the age of 21, competed for the beer label, and under 21 for root beer. And there are a few of them that are here today. There are 5 judges this year who experience both in the art and graphic art, and each entry was evaluated on 5 categories: imaginative expression incorporating the theme, formal qualities, technical skill, and meaning and function. The 3rd place winners will receive a $100 gift certificate card. 2nd place, $300 Visa gift certificate card. And the 1st place winners will not only receive a $500 Visa gift card, but also a night out at Court Avenue Brewing Company. And their art is now printed and distributed on the new beer or root beer for Court Avenue Brewing. So you take all your friends there, and make sure that you got to get your selfies, and it is a great opportunity. We love this. Although the root beer might be, oh yeah, the tasting is all for, thank you. This is Jennifer, she's the guidepost. Thank you so much. Yeah. I need a lot of help. But I got to taste it last night, and it is fantastic. I think you'll really enjoy it. We'll be handing out the certificates on stage, but the winners, you can pick it up right here at the back at the desk when we're finished up. But without further by seeking more higher education. But we're so glad you're here at DMAC, Ben. Congratulations, my friend. Good to see you. And what inspired you for this, for your design?
Primarily the cheesy Adam West Batman, like the spinning logo kind of thing, because we had to animate these for class, so I thought of that. And then I immediately started looking at a lot of the older Batman comic covers.
Okay, you're right up my alley right now. This is perfect. I love this. I'm going to get out of the way too, so you can see this a little bit better. I just love this. This is so well done. And starting at 10, you're doing well. And you just graduated last year, right, from high school? Yeah. So you're doing great. Thank you so much, Ben. Congratulations. Big round of applause. Second place for root beer is Daisy Mae Castro, and she is not here today. And next we have Jasmine Florman. Come on up. Good to have you here. She's from Des Moines, also a graphic design student at DMAC Ankeny. You know what, I'm going to stand over here so they can see your artwork. There you go, you're fine. And she's started at a very young age as well, right? And president of her high school's art club for 3 years. So this got her involved, and I love this. In her free time, she loves creating art, using both digital and traditional methods, while also exploring alternative styles. Jasmine looks forward to graduating this spring and beginning a career in graphic design. Is it weird having somebody talk about you and read about you while you're standing right next to them?
Yeah. Yes.
I feel weird about it too. So you're just getting ready to graduate now.
Yep.
And tell me, what was your inspiration for this? I love this, the vanilla villain.
I wanted to go with like the retro pastel kind of root beer theme and keep it friendly for kids because it's the root beer one.
Right. And that's a great idea. I love this, and I love the looks on each one of your root beer floats, and their look about it. I like the villain part too.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Big round of applause for Jasmine. Shake your hand.
So in the back, if you want to try Jasmine's root beer, there's a tasting Court Ave has brought for everyone. So just go back.
For graduating, Jasmine plans to run her own freelance business, an entrepreneurial spirit, creating illustrations, brand identity, and packaging design. Let's give her a round of applause. And by the way, even though she's not here, this is streaming, and it'll be running during our ciLive tomorrow, so we'll be able to celebrate once again. In second place, we have Jordan Davis. I had to pay for my own education, and I started to get smarter somehow. So tell me, I love this superhero as well. Tell me about Laser Lager.
Yeah, so this loosely based off of Superman with his laser vision and just riding a bike, so just kind of tying it in with Ragbri and then some of the places around Des Moines too.
Well done. A really good job. Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing Hannah as well. It's nice to meet you both. I love this. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
We got to get a picture too. All right, you bet. Second place, Jordan Davis from Altoona.
No, we already did second.
Oh, gosh, what am I doing? Sorry. And now, Brian Wonderly. Come on up. I got to meet Brian earlier as well. This is one of the best things about doing this. I get to meet these guys. And Brian, also, I think you guys are friends, right?
Yeah.
Are you still friends?
We're still friends.
Oh, good, good, good. I like that. And you're from Ames, a graphic design student at Ankeny. Like all winners, Brian has been drawing since a very young age, where he found a great joy in completing coloring sheets and placements at restaurants and local businesses. And your artistic nature, it says here, drew him into creative, full illustrating for scenes, comics, and starting a high school art club. Fantastic. And a local screen printing business. In his spare time, while not working or studying, Brian has done SIP. I'm going to be a voice character person someday. Yeah, when I quit. For nobody else in the room, but for us, that's great, huh? Trombones.
Trombone.
We slide together. Come on over. You got to get real quick. Yeah. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you for putting up with me, more importantly, but
Candy is delicious food, eat some every day. Oh, we ride in the rodeo, roping steers and busting broncos, and we haven't had a bite to eat since dawn. We are hungry and we're dragging, but here comes the old chuck wagon with the vittles that we long for. Bring her on!
Now I'm the U.S. Marshal. To soft drinks I am partial.
And this popcorn's good.
My gosh, I say it be.
Now it's time for intermission, so let's all hit the trail and gather round the sweet bar where these goodies are on sale. Oh, the time is now, the time is here. Now's the time for a bite of cheer. A tasty light where the price is right. Well, look at here, you'll dig this sight. The moment's handy for a piece of candy. Just name your brand, they're all so grand. Hey, what do you think of a nice cool drink? Or a big box filled with a popcorn thrill? Let your taste buds meet with an ice cream treat.
Of confectionery delights with ice cream and candy, and so much more to tempt any taste, is waiting for you now at the snack bar. You'll be notified in plenty of time when the next show is about to begin.
Hurry, hurry, step right this way, folks, for the most extravagant array of refreshment goodies ever assembled under one roof. Enjoy breathtaking, taste-tempting candies of finest quality. Enjoy popcorn, exploded into tender, delicious, crispy bites of crunchy goodness. Enjoy the tops in cool, refreshing soft drinks. If you want to enjoy some refreshments, this is your opportunity. There will now be a short intermission.
a private mountain.
But I only wanted it.
This mountain is reserved for patrons. It's a supply depot for all sorts of good things, which people can get at the snack bar. Like soft drinks, candy bars of all kinds, delicious popcorn, and refreshing ice cream treats.
But I am a patron.
Well, why didn't you say so? Be our guest.
To get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Treat to equal the crisp, delicious flavor of hot popcorn that's bathed in real melted butter. It's at the concession stand now.
It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed, and all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now.
A demonstration of my new invention, the goodies machine. The machine turns out delicious hot doggies one after the other. And thirst-quenching sodas also. Gives popcorn of the most tasty kind, plain unbuttered. Candy too, crunchy and dandy. Steaming hot coffee and ice cream.
And now he slips his costume on, a beautiful golden bun. There's his cue to go out on stage.
He's the natural.
He's the rage. Meet this personality at our refreshment counter. Treat the family.
Ambition's gonna put it into action. Collaboration and connection. Taking our direction to a brand new dimension. Oh yeah, alright. Celebration's going down tonight. So good, so right. We're making innovation come alive. Dreaming bigger and better. Building it together on a mission for a vision worldwide. ciLive. We shoot for glory, we write our story. We're working hard. Imagination meets passion. Ambition's gonna put it into action. Collaboration and connection. Taking our direction to a brand new dimension. Oh yeah, alright. Celebration's going down tonight. So good, so right. We're making innovation come alive. Dreaming bigger and better. Building it together on a mission for a vision worldwide. ciLive. Come alive, dreaming bigger and better, building it together on a mission for
14th year that we've had this opportunity to host some amazing people. Now, I'm the chief meteorologist at WHO TV here in Des Moines, an NBC affiliate. I just interviewed, again, one of my guys I watched right over my head as I was working all through the years of American Ninja Warrior when he was a host and also was on the show, Alex Weber. He's going to be coming up in just a couple of minutes. Later, we're going to have John Ratzenberger. You know him from the Pixar films, and if you're my age, from Cheers, Cliff Clavin. He's going to be offering his words of wisdom and also just an extraordinary career that he has had beyond what you've seen on the movies and on television. He goes into depth of where his passion is now, and it's really, I think, something that we can relate to here. People that do the hard work, that put together things, that actually make things that we all use, and he has a great passion for that. I'm not going to give it away, but I think you're going to enjoy that as well. And if you've heard of Molly's Game, we have Molly Bloom that is here, and we got to meet her last night. She's going to be after Alex. So we have some big events that are going to last all the way through this evening, and then later on a concert that is phenomenal. If you're here in the area, you can come right out to DMAC. We have a good crowd. There's a lot of folks here, and that's saying something. We had quite a bit of snow. If you're not from here, you are maybe watching on the E360 TV. or also on YouTube. We had a lot of snow today. This morning, things have really cleared up this afternoon, so the road's looking much better here, at least in central Iowa. I feel like I need to do a weather report. I'm not in front of my green screen. Some of the folks that we've seen over the years, and I've had this opportunity to be here. You've seen these little snippets on our program, but we had Napoleon Dynamite, the crew and the cast from Napoleon Dynamite. They were here a few years ago, and of course, we saw so much of that activity, those folks that have been here over the years, astronauts. Dr. Tony Poston is the man that puts this all together every single year. He's, again, been associated with NASA and also has had some extremely cool relationships with people like Al Warden, who's passed on, but one of the astronauts from the Apollo mission and from that era. So if you're into that, or even some of the legendary shows that we all grew up with, we've enjoyed seeing those folks here over the many years. So this afternoon we've had our little break. Hopefully, folks downstairs have had a bit of lunch. They're ready to get back in their seats. But you at home, please enjoy, and you can also watch this at www.cilive.org. This will be up later where you can actually see it, and you can see past years where they've kind of archived this. So this is a cool moment, but it also lives on. So you're obviously physically fit, but then to host it, so you really get the in-depth of that. And lacrosse, he's a master lacrosse coach, and actually named a Coach of the Year. So you're going to learn a lot. I hope you take this home, take it to heart, and hopefully this is something that you can continue to enjoy even past this year's ciLive. Without further ado, I'm going to take you back to the stage. I'm up here in my little nest. It's kind of fun. I'll see you back there in just a few minutes when we're done. Alex Weber. Alex Weber is the only person to both host and compete on NBC's Emmy-nominated series American Ninja Warrior. As an author and speaker, he's positively impacted over 3.5 million people worldwide to overcome their challenges, fears, and even failures to achieve their highest goals. A world record holder, Alex was also one of the youngest coaches ever to win U.S. Lacrosse Coach of the Year honors. His greatest passion is sharing his game-changing secrets in order to help people achieve their highest level of performance.
Awesome. What would it take for you to be your own hero? What would need to happen? Now, I imagine to view yourself as a hero, maybe you would need to have accomplished some pretty amazing feats. Maybe you've helped some people, or maybe when you go to bed at the end of the night, you just feel genuinely proud of who you are and how you look. Now, if you're like me, you might feel little bits of that. And you also might feel like you would have been a different version by now. Maybe you'd feel a little bit better about yourself, have done more, had a bigger impact. Maybe you're dealing with some darkness, some insecurities, some fears, some regret, some missed opportunities. So wherever you are on your hero journey, I hear you, and I'm grateful to be here with you. Thank you so much to Dr. Tony and the amazing team for putting this on. And I wanted to give a talk that I've never given before, a unique talk, one of one, on this theme, on innovation and on being your own superhero. And I'm going to offer what I believe to be 3 beliefs of mine. They might border on truths, but that's not for me to decide. There are 3 personal beliefs. And the first one is that what you do matters. Here's the deal. This is statistically, science, research, backed by people far smarter than me, showing research that this is the most negative time to be a human being on planet Earth. Pretty incredible. But I feel like if you've turned on just about any screen, it's just people arguing. And not only out there in the world, but up in our brains. Science shows that we got the same negative, repeating, looping, and contagious thoughts that you don't matter, that you're not of consequence, that you know what? If you were gone, would this life or this world be that different? Well, who do you matter for? You matter for yourself, right? From the moment you wake up to the moment you go to bed, you are with you. This brain, this negative brain, is going. Well, all right, well, we got to lead ourselves. So you're a leader for yourself. How about the people that you touch? Maybe that's friends. Maybe that's relationships. Relationships are family. Maybe that's romantic. Hey, good on you. Well, you touch them. How about if right now you're in a season of life where you know what? Those friendships aren't really there and those relationships aren't really there. How about the random little micro interactions that you have with so many people each and every day? Well, you're a leader for them because you have no idea the little effect that you can have on the people that you touch. How about career, ambitions? Well, yes, you're a leader for there and your community. So what you do and who you are matters. Now, I grew up, I was an insecure, bullied kid. By the way, I still have this Snoopy sweatshirt. It holds up. Carrying this grudge forever. And I had a hard and loving upbringing, a demanding and nurturing upbringing. I always wanted to do my best, and if I didn't, well, then I just want to hide. Now, another leader came into my life. It was the high school lacrosse coach. And I was at a middle school lacrosse practice, and lacrosse was just something that I did. And the head coach, Paul Carcaterra, came over and he pulled me aside after a practice and he said, hey, I think this could be something for you. If you give yourself, I think this could be something. I think about that all the time. That was a 12-second conversation that could have just as easily never happened. He could have said, it's getting late, I got to beat traffic. But he didn't. A leader, and every single one of you is a leader, actually taking an interest in me, a gesture, one encouraging sentence changed my life. I was in. That was everything to me, to go off and play college lacrosse, and I did. I dedicated every heartbeat that I had to go off and achieve this dream, and I played 4 years of Division I lacrosse, and it was everything to me. My freshman year, I came in bringing, it finally all caught up with me. These feelings that we all feel, are they justified? Are they valid? Absolutely. Are we going to visit these feelings of feeling not enough, of feeling stressed out, exhausted, worried? Of course, we're going to take a visit there. But can we not live there? And these all caught up to me. And what happened was I was still playing in the games, but I would just hide a little bit. I would just back away, quit on myself a little bit. Now, what's important to note here is that these moments exist in all of us all the time. And usually, no one from the outside world is going to know. It's not this big, loud quit. We don't leave our job or leave that relationship. We just turn down the brightness just a little bit. No one's really going to know. And we just relegate ourselves. Let's just stay here. Let's just stay where there's a bit of safety, a bit of comfortable. We're doing okay. When we know that right over here is this bigger, bolder, more beautiful version of us. So for me, I turned down the dial on myself, and eventually my head coach benched me, and my teammates, it affected my friendships because I wasn't the same me. The girl I was dating, we broke up. She broke up with me. If we're splitting hairs, it's fine. And it all hit me after one game. I had my dream, and then I lost it, and I couldn't take it. And it was after a game, and I started to cry in the locker room, and I didn't want my friends to see me, so I ran off to a bathroom stall and pretended to use the bathroom so my friends wouldn't hear me crying. I'll never forget it. I was 19 years old, quit on myself, and lost my dream. After graduating, I moved to Los Angeles to pursue entertainment. Is that a cliche? Hard to say. And while I was getting going in entertainment, I was coaching high school lacrosse. Now, something really incredible happened. I was a peak performer under a leader, and then in a few months, I became a leader leading peak performers. And I was an assistant head coach at this intense, prestigious school in Los Angeles. And right before the season, the head coach, more veteran, experienced, left. And the school named me interim head coach, which means we don't have another option. So you coach these 3 months, then we're going to fire you and find someone better. Thank you so much. I appreciate the confidence. And I started to coach, and those negative voices, wouldn't you know it, came back. Negative voices from my own mind. I didn't have the confidence. I had trouble speaking up. It's a tough skill to lack as a coach. And the negativity was coming also from the athletes. They had concerns if I could really lead them. My other coaches, these families that I'm leading, their sons. But something else happened. As these athletes went through challenges, I could actually relate to them. You see, me going through my own challenges gave me the gift of empathy, of being able to connect, relate, care for them. And when I took over the program, the school had never won a playoff game in school history. And that first year, we won the Los Angeles championship. The kids won awards and went off to play at their dream colleges. I was awarded U.S. Lacrosse Coach of the Year. And I learned my second belief that I'd like to share with you, which is that your challenges create your superpowers. You've been through some things, have you not? You will most likely go through some more. But there's not without value to them, these challenges that you go through. If you think back on your life, what did it activate in you? What gifts? Did it give you more grit? Maybe empathy? Maybe humility that we needed? And maybe it led to some gifts, opportunities, experiences that otherwise would not have happened. We don't want challenges. Who does? But if you're going through a challenge, or in the future, if the world does what it does and throws one your way, please know that it might just activate your best qualities. And I learned this in another pretty high-octane environment, NBC American Ninja Warrior. Has anybody seen this competition series? By a round of applause. Awesome. It's wonderful and crazy and beautiful and given me more heart joy and heartbreak than anything else in my life. Now, NBC American Ninja Warrior is in its 15th year on NBC. It's Emmy nominated. And to compete on this series, you need to climb 2 stories into the air, hang by your fingertips off these dangling and spinning ropes and rings, fling your body, and grab on to more dangling and spinning ropes and rings. And if you miss, you crash 2 stories into ice-cold water, red lights ignite, sirens sound, and millions of people watch you pick your soggy, failure-soaked self out of the water. It's good times. I was first hired as a host, not as a competitor. I was hired by NBC to be this goofy, athletic guy who would show off the course, interview the athletes, and they thought it'd be fun if I even attempted the craziest new obstacles. The idea being that I would just fail for everyone's entertainment. I was really honored that NBC saw that potential in me. We headed into the first year. I tried every crazy new obstacle, and I succeeded at failing.
I spend so much time in the water.
You don't want to be in the water. So that was season 1, and my bosses, the producers at NBC, came to me and they said, Alex, you just dripping in shame. Might have noticed a couple more fails in there. So the critical difference was, season 1, my bosses had asked me to fail. Nailed it. Season 2, I was now asked to succeed at these impossible feats, and I was still failing. So now, overnight, the fun failures became real failures. And I was scared. I would laugh and joke around on set because that was part of my job. I was a host. But now, I had been asked to perform these impossible feats, and I wasn't. Now, this moment with Ninja Warrior might be unique to me, but this moment has happened to all of us, a moment where you feel like maybe you've failed, or you've hit a setback, your adversity, or maybe life is just different. You liked how life was going, and now it's changed. And maybe this is in your career and ambitions. What you were going after has now changed. Your expectations or what's demanded of you. Maybe a relationship has changed. You were brave, you loved someone, and it didn't work out. Or maybe part of you feels like it's changed. Maybe a part of you doesn't feel like it's quite as activated as it once was, or you just feel like you've spiraled into that negativity and that darkness, and it's taking every ounce of you to just show up. For me, with American Ninja Warrior, this was my dream job. You know, all those years being an insecure and bullied kid, my escape would be comedy and NBC and sports. And now I'm hosting for NBC, a comedic, inspirational, biggest sports show on the planet. The athletes had become my best friends. I love this so much, and I was petrified that I was going to lose it all because I wasn't good enough. If you've ever been made to feel like maybe you're not good enough. Now, that might be for a position or a project. Maybe it was for a person. And it can start to fill your head with what I believe to be dangerous lies. Lies like, you know those insecurities that your brain was saying? Why would that work out for us? We're not that creative. We're not that smart. We're not that athletic. We're not worthy of love. Our best years are behind us. No, people from our family don't do that. People from our hometown aren't capable of that. Well, maybe that voice starts to make a whole lot more sense now. Because we're in a period where it's starting to get validated just a little bit, and we start to believe it. In these moments, there is a choice. This is my third belief that I'd like to share with you. There is a choice that no one else can touch if you quit or commit. Now, sometimes these quits are big. We leave the organization, we leave the relationship, we stop going after that dream. But usually what happens, I call quiet disengagement. We just back away a little bit. We stop going after it. We stop believing that we can do it. And we dim that brightness on ourselves just a little bit. No one in the external world is going to know. Only us. The biggest commitment you must keep is your commitment to yourself. Why? Because you're always with you. 3 nights ago, I had a nightmare about college lacrosse. True story. I still do to this day. It's a recurring nightmare. You know what it is? Why did you quit on yourself? Why did you bail? This was your dream. Who cares what was happening outside of you? Who cares what was happening with the team or the coach or the sport or the competitors? Why did you quit on you? When this noisy, loud, busy, hectic world finally gets quiet at the end of the night, we're going to know one truth. That we either stood by ourselves or we quit on ourselves. And I want to offer something here that I call the deep end effect. So this negative voice that we have, it's loud and it's trying to convince us and relegate us to a comfortable level of ourselves, a version of ourselves, a success. So when we do commit to yourself, and I want you to think as you go through this, if we dip our toe in doing whatever we want to do, well, gosh, it's overwhelming, it's daunting, it's confusing, it can be a little embarrassing, frustrating, discouraging. But those feelings exist whether we dip our toe in or we cannonball into the heartbeat, the biggest action that you could possibly do to honor the desire in your heart. For me, this meant, okay, because at this time, I was just training on my own. I was flat out too embarrassed and honestly confused. I don't even know how to show up to a Ninja Warrior gym, so I would just train on my own. But that wasn't really honoring this desire. And so committing in this sense was, if I got to get good at American Ninja Warrior, I should probably start training with the best American Ninja Warriors. And splashing in the deep end was going to the Ninja Warrior gym. It's on the outskirts of cities. It looks like a medieval dungeon with ropes and chains. And I walked in and felt overwhelmed, felt confused, felt lost. I was like, am I in your way? Oh no, you'll just backflip over me. Cool. But something happens. Those feelings of being overwhelmed, being unsure, being frustrated, maybe a little humbled at times, that's a constant whether we're in or we're out. But now, as those lessen, we've removed all these other variables because you're in the heartbeat. You're in it. There's not some other realm that you have to enter. So I encourage you, as you're thinking about these desires, what is the way that you can get into it in the biggest action? Is it calling someone up and asking for a 5-minute call? Is it showing up to that meeting or that organization? Or just going to that workout class knowing, you know what, this is not going to go well, but you're there. So much goodness comes from getting in the deep end. And for me, with NBC American Ninja Warrior, with my negative mind racing on the brink of getting fired from my dream job, these beliefs supported me to win an award for NBC, which led to some opportunities like publishing a book about overcoming failures and being unstoppable, gave me some of the best friendships I've ever had in this life, and led to a goal that was so beyond the land of possible, which was to compete on American Ninja Warrior. When I was splashing and failing and soaking wet in the water, I would pick up my head and I would look over at the athletes who were warming up, getting ready to compete, and I'd think, gosh, that's cool. There's no way I could ever do that. That's impossible. What does that mean? It means that maybe your brain, with all of the intellect and knowledge and negativity, doesn't have all of the answers, especially when it comes to doubting you and what you're capable of.
Yeah, grip it. Let's go, Alex. Yep. Let's go. Oh! Yes, dude.
Well, get ready for a familiar face out of Venice, California.
What's up, Ninja fans?
Alex Weber has covered Ninja Warrior as the host of the award-winning digital series with the sideline full of Ninja superstars cheering him on. Okay, Alex, you guys go for it. No. Nice.
Still jazzed. Your challenges create your superpowers, your gifts, your abilities. You know, I've reflected on this a lot, and when my job description was changed, and I was then asked to perform well in these impossible obstacles, I would have done anything for them to take it back. But none of the experiences, opportunities, or growth that came after would have been possible without that challenge. If you're going through a challenge right now, or if one is on the horizon, we don't want it, but please know that there are gifts within it. If we don't quit, if we don't endure, but if we embrace what is here for you. What is here for you? All right, the world showed you what it had. Now you step in. You step in with belief and commitment to yourself, knowing that maybe there might be gifts within it for you. A couple more stories as we head on the home stretch here. So I was failing a lot. You might have picked up on that a little bit. I was failing so much when I first started to go to these Ninja Warrior gyms that I needed to develop a system, a formula, an equation for failing, if you will. Because if I got all worked up after each and every fail, the gym would close, the athletes would head home, and I'd still be in the parking lot wallowing about the fails. You look at your bank account, you look at what you've done in your life, and you just thought it might be different by now. These fails exist all around us, and something happens each and every time. The first thing is an emotional wave. You're going to feel some kind of way. We're human beings. We're blessed with emotions. Now, the degree to how you feel that, we all have our own barometer of how strongly we feel emotions, but everybody feels them, especially after a fail. So just know, and I would fail on obstacles and I would literally sit there. Okay, here it comes. Oh, that one sucked. I am embarrassed. I am frustrated. Okay. Are we always going to be able, and science, by the way, shows that this wave is most intense for 90 seconds. So if you get in an argument with someone that you love or you work with, you did something and you fell short, we can't always wait 90 seconds. But just know that if you do say or act within those 90 seconds, the emotions might be grabbing the steering wheel and not yourself. And to also know, if you're still upset about something later that day, later that week, later that month, the emotion did its thing. We are choosing to stay there. Second piece here is the golden nugget. You rolled up your one golden nugget. And the third piece here is that we got to get back at it. We are adults. We have reputations. We've got LinkedIn profiles. We care a lot about what people think, and we care a lot about how we think and feel about ourselves. So sometimes you go to do something that's hard, it doesn't go well, and we just say, well, see, that wasn't for us. Let's stay where we know that we're okay. There is no special formula only given to people who achieve goals. The formula is that we do our best, regardless of the result. We gain a little bit of info, intelligence, data of how we can do better, and we get back at it. If we do that, there is only one way that your trajectory is going to go. So commit to showing up for yourself. And to think, what is that action? How could you hop in the deep end today, right when this ends? Good on you. You showed up to ciLive. Good on you. Use it, build it, keep it going. How can you splash today? I love this story. Not everyone needs to see these desires in your heart. And not everyone needs to approve, so much so that it gained so much popularity that now it was undeniable. And the publisher rushed in his office one day and he said, look at this idea. People love our character. What I love about this is instead of this graphic artist calling this idea and putting it in a folder called an idea that I loved, but people didn't sign off on it, and I wish I gave it a shot. Instead of it being in that filing cabinet, it's called Spider-Man. One of the highest grossing characters, most popular all over the world. It is not on everyone in your life, even a boss, a colleague, a friend, a loved one, to see that there is potential in you. If you do have that, wow, what an amazing boss, what an amazing colleague, what an amazing family or friend. But even if you don't, and people don't see it in you, or worse, they're telling you that you don't have it, they don't know. All that matters is that you listen to that little flicker in your heart that there might be something, and you commit to the step that you can see right now. All right. One last story here on the way home has to do with this occurrence that I started to see in professional sports. It's a pretty phenomenal occurrence. When a tragedy hits a city, the sports team wins the championship. This isn't rec ball at the town park. No one's letting them win here, so what's going on? Well, this happened in all these cities. New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. I'm from New York after 9/11. The New York Yankees after the Boston Marathon bombing. The Red Sox, the Patriots, and the Bruins. Again, I'm from New York, but pretty good job, Boston, I guess. Japanese women's soccer team had never won enough matches to get into the World Cup. Following the 2011 tsunami and earthquake, They won enough matches to make it to finals, where they played the top seed, and after trailing all through regulation, they battled to overtime and battled to penalty kicks, where they won. Why is this happening? All these athletes, this is a multi-million-dollar industry, a lot of dreams, a lot of livelihoods, a lot of stats, a lot of analytics, rosters, biohackings, and now all of a sudden these athletes decide we need to win, and they do. Why? I listened to hours and hours of interviews from all these athletes, and one phrase kept popping up. They needed it. There is something that happens within you when it is bigger than yourself. If it's just for our own ambitions, yes, we will reach a certain level. But if other people need you, rely upon you, depend upon you, you reach another level. If that is for your friends or your family, if that is for colleagues, if that is for a community, if that is for a higher power, tap into something bigger than yourself, knowing it will help others and it will help you too. Now, I learned this a little bit closer to home with someone very dear to me, my ma. My mom's a sweet little Italian lady. It's months in advance, started packing hiking books and guidebooks. She was packing snacks months in advance. I'm like, Ma, I don't think we can bring your chicken piccata on the hike, but I don't know, maybe we can. Let's try. So I flew home to be with her before we headed off to the hike. And I was in the kitchen with her. She's in the kitchen a lot, and I was holding her. But she was crying. I've only seen my mom cry 2 times in my life. Once when her father passed, and this moment. And it was hard to make out what she was saying, but I could hear the words rare, stage 4, and cancer. The hiking trip was canceled. And it was replaced with treatment beds in different cities and even different countries as she really needed the treatments. But something happened here. We were in this experience together. Warrior 2020. Not a lot of people know this, but you train for 1 year, not Warrior 2020. Not a lot of people know this, but you train for 1 year not even knowing if you'll get invited. 2019 was my first year competing, and I'm proud of how I did. But identity-wise, identity is what you believe to be true about yourself, and then we act out the part. Identity-wise, I believed I was still a goofy host. 2020, I was all in. A year out, I decided, you know what? I'm going to train. Whether I get invited to compete or not, hundreds of thousands of people apply, a few hundred get selected. So you don't know. I trained for 11 months as hard as I could, and I did get the call. And I invited my mom to be my guest of honor, and we flew to Los Angeles. We went to NBC Universal. We're on the back lot. My mom is being interviewed by NBC. She's flexing. I'm like, what is going on? This is awesome. And right before the competition, while training, I broke my hand. As the hand surgeon told me, you're an American Ninja Warrior. This is a devastating injury. Thanks, Doc. I was devastated. I felt like I lost a dream, not just for myself, but a dream that I was giving to my mom during one of her darkest times. Activity vortex, isolation, substance abuse, and genuinely questioning if I even wanted to keep going in this life. And the best thing that I ever did in that moment was to open the door. You see, in that abyss of falling into depression and I was isolating myself, closing myself off. And I think that we live in a society right now where though we are together, it can be quite easy to isolate or close off ourselves, especially when it comes to the dark parts. And the best thing that we can do is sometimes just to let a couple people know that we might need them. There's no weakness in that. In fact, it's a great sign of bravery and strength. And also know if you're letting someone in to help you, well, you're helping them too. You're helping them too. So for me, it was my mom. It was the Ninja Warrior community. It was good friends. And that them being able to help me gave me a little bit of air, gave a little bit of spark to that fire, which brought me back to that choice that you and I will always have. No matter what the world has done, no matter what the organization has done, you know what? No matter what someone else has done in your life, a friend, a family member, someone that you've worked with, and no matter what you have done in your life, what coulda, woulda, shoulda happened, you have a choice in this moment to commit to what you can touch right now. And for me, that led to coming back 1 year later, coming back from the hand, and competing on American Ninja Warrior. And because my mom was my guest of honor, I finally had my best performance ever. And with her treatments going well, 2 years later, we went on the hiking trip too.
You're a minute and 6 seconds early.
Cancer Healing Center.
Having you along the way and cheering me on, want to do the same for you. Things like this just make the joyful moments that much more important. This is just another challenge. Like Ninja.
Yeah.
we're gonna conquer it.
We're gonna conquer it.
Yeah.
Our friend Alex Weber with a run dedicated to his mom, Dale, who's battling cancer.
You know he wants to hit a buzzer. How great will that be?
Weber hosted our award-winning digital series, Crashing the Course, before becoming a competitor himself.
Putting us to shame, going from hosting to straight ninja.
We're about to do hike.
I'm a little nervous. Okay, let's do it. That was huge. Didn't expect to be here, and now that I am here, I know that there's no limits unless I decide to set them.
Let's go! Let's go!
It's really nice to have a ninja doing all the work.
Let's go!
There was a long time where I didn't share that story because I do realize that that might hit close to home for some people in the room, but I don't see how I could possibly encourage you to be present, embrace, commit through challenges and not activity, and with some knowing that there may be gifts within it. Maybe these challenges that you're going are forging qualities, skills, superpowers in you to the point that you might just be your own hero. When we finish here, I'll have a barcode up, and if you'd like to stay connected, I would love that, whether that's speaking to your community or the book or just connecting on social media. This is my purpose and greatest joy, and so I would love to connect with you and talk more at ciLive and hear from you after as well. This life that we've signed up for, what a gift, what a blessing that we want to live big, bold lives. Beautiful lives. What an absolute blessing. And in that pursuit, there are going to be challenges. Big challenges that everyone knows that shakes our world, and these small, micro challenges that happen in each and every moment with people that we love, with people that we work with, or just with ourselves. When you have those moments, be steadfast, be convicted with your commitment to yourself unwaveringly. And I promise you two things. I promise you the world's going to keep throwing challenges your way, and I promise you that you will keep overcoming them. And as you do, this world will give you gifts. Thank you all so much for sharing your time with me today. I appreciate you. Thank you.
The Willis Automotive guest experience is all about you.
That's why we introduced Buy Your Way, so you can start your vehicle purchase from anywhere.
And continue your purchase process here with one of our friendly consultants.
Or here, while having your morning coffee.
Schedule a test drive and gain hands-on experience from one of our knowledgeable delivery coordinators.
Or schedule it here, in your driveway.
Buy Your Way, your new favorite way to buy a new or pre-owned vehicle.
Only at Willis Automotive and willisauto.com.
I see a red convertible and a hot date.
Crushing it.
Oh, for traffic court, you got one too many speeding tickets.
Bro, I told you you're a terrible driver.
But the good news is he's gonna be walking so much, your calves are gonna be hot.
Legal needs are in your future. And while you can't predict them, you can plan for them. Enroll in ROG Legal Insurance where you work.
Does that hurt?
Everything kind of hurts.
And we're glad that you're here. You're at ciLive. If you're watching from your E360 TV app, or if you're on YouTube, we're so thankful you're here and with us here in West Des Moines, Iowa, on what is a snowy day. I'm the weather guy here at the local NBC affiliate, Ed Wilson, and as a guy that watched almost every NBC television show, I can't tell you, but I'm a little bit awestruck. I'm a fanboy today of John Ratzenberger, as I was back in your Cheers days.
Thank you. Yeah, talk about getting the brass ring. I had no intention of working in Los Angeles. I was living in Europe at the time.
And what I enjoy as well, our kids watched every Pixar movie.
Oh yeah,
growing up, and so now you have that generation that knows you.
Yeah, absolutely. Even kids as young as 5, I do my voice, and I've done this in either restaurants or parks or whatever. I go, hey, it's Hammy the pig. You know, looking around for Hammy, and I get a kick out of that.
I would too. I would absolutely use that. It is a remarkable career, and not just when I'm talking TV and movies, but when I got to know more about you as I was getting prepared for this event.
Yeah.
Your dedication to speaking up for and advocating for the jobs that people do that make things, that put things together, that make things happen, that we've kind of lost.
That's the spinal cord of our civilization. People don't realize that. It's not the social workers or artists or actors. It's people who actually make things, can use tools. Carpenters, plumbers, welders, down the line. That's what civilization is. And we're losing that because, well, who knows why? You know, parents don't want their kids to get dirty. Schools canceled shop classes.
I know, isn't that a shame?
It's nuts. It's almost like they had a plan to destroy America, and that was part of it.
Yeah. I think, and I was in shop, and I was happy to come away with all digits. Dad was a plumber. So I'm with you on that.
My son's a plumber.
Is he really?
Yeah, I was a carpenter.
I know. And you also worked as, did you work on a fishery or a fishing boat?
Oyster boat.
Oyster boat. Oh, easy for me to say. Oyster boat.
Oyster boat. Yeah.
How old were you when you did that?
Oh, 17.
Yeah. So it was ingrained into you before you ever got into that acting biz.
I didn't get into acting till late. I never wanted to be an actor. You don't have enough time in this interview.
Well, we're going to listen to you later, too. See, I'm sure you're going to talk a little bit about that.
I probably won't tell the story. It's a long, very involved story of how I came to acting, how I ended up in Europe to visit for a week and ended up staying 10 years.
Oh, my gosh.
And my carpentry skills paid into that because that's how I made money when I first got there. Because if you have a skill like a carpenter, a welder, a plumber, you can go anywhere in the world and you'll have a job the next day.
Everybody needs them. We all, and I think we kind of forget until something breaks, just how important it is to have somebody that can fix it.
Well, every time you turn to the news now, they're talking about shortage of skilled labor. Now, I've been talking about this and lecturing on it for, over 20 years. I went to Congress twice. Gave testimony to Congress. I brought people from the construction industry to testify how they might have to close down their companies because they can't find carpenters. They can't find bricklayers down the line. And, the people in Congress, they nod and nobody listens.
They don't.
All you got to do is reinstate shop class. That's it.
It would be a great thing. And I also think, we talk about how some kids, and not all, but some, don't know how to fill out a checkbook, don't know how to do the basics of, finances that we all really need to know before you get into the world.
Find a high school senior, do this experiment, and take a ruler, a yardstick, whatever, and ask them to point out, 5 3/16. They can't do it.
Right.
If you hold a $100 bill in front of them, say, I'll give you this $100 if you can show me 8 3/4. They can't do it.
I'm proud of kids that are doing it. I mean, and they're like rare. I
Very
feel like
rare.
there are times, but
Because where in their career, in their lives, would they ever learn how to do that? Used to be from parents, because your parents have hobbies or avocations in the garage, or the mother's sewing something or measuring food and flour, etc. So then they get an idea of measurement and angles, but not anymore.
Well, I love being in an ag community-based area here.
Oh, right. Well, that's
a lot of
different.
farmers. I mean, but when you talk about around the world, around the country,
right?
There's not a lot of farmers left, especially family farmers. But it is cool to see these kids getting into it.
And that's why I don't understand why the politicians' hair is not on fire with that kind of, we're running out of what do you mean running out of farmers? I mean, how can that be possible or be allowed to happen?
Right.
Who would allow that?
Who's going to feed the world?
The farmer's the most important thing we have. Usually they're the smartest people we have, too.
They are brilliant. And as a weatherman, I have farmers that sit on their tractors that know the weather better than Mr. Ed does.
Sure.
It's much better.
Oh, I've seen that. I've seen, a farmer I was living and working up in North Vermont, and he could build an entire building without using measuring equipment. Didn't use a level, didn't use a ruler. And I said, Ed, how can you do that?
Speaking of Molly, she's up next. We're going to go down to the stage. We'll be back here live as well. Enjoy. We'll see you in a little bit. Molly Bloom is the best-selling author of her memoir, Molly's Game, which was adapted into an award-winning film of the same name starring Oscar-winning actress Jessica Chastain as Molly, Idris Elba, and Kevin Costner. She began her career as a world-class skier, ranked number 3 in North America, and then left the U.S. ski team to pursue other goals. This led Molly into becoming an accidental entrepreneur, running one of the most exclusive, high-stakes underground poker games in the world, featuring hundreds of millions of dollars and players like Leonardo DiCaprio, Tobey Maguire, Alex Rodriguez, and Ben Affleck. Currently, she focuses her time and energy on uplifting and mentoring women in business.
Story, some of you may not, and that's okay, because I'm about to tell you. So I was from a pretty small town in Colorado. I have two incredible, overachieving little brothers, and two parents who are also incredible. And they have had, over the years, some pretty creative strategies to parenting. And one of their more creative strategies was to conduct these interviews. They would ask us these questions every year on our birthday. And I am really certain that they knew that this would be fodder for extreme embarrassment. But here I am at 12 years old being asked about my heroes.
Let me ask you a question. Who are your heroes or heroines right now in your life? Who do you really respect? Really, I mean, well known?
I don't have any heroes.
No hero. Okay.
I really don't. Because I think that if I accomplish the goals I've set out for myself and if I'm successful, then the person I become when I reach that, then that'll be my hero.
And then this happened.
Take you inside the world of high-stakes poker and some names you'll recognize. But what happens when that poker game becomes a crime?
Molly admits greed got the best of her.
She ended up getting arrested in 2013 by the FBI.
So that didn't go so well. But it's not over yet. And what I believe to be very true is that we don't just get one chance. If we are willing to grow, we get as many chances as we are brave enough to take. And so I'm really excited to tell you my story, but what I'm more excited about are to talk about these lessons that you learn from failure, from your own bad choices, or from just bad luck. And so the first extremely important lesson I learned at 12 years old. I loved mogul skiing more than anything in the world. And my brothers and I were competing, and we were doing really well. We were winning. And we decided that we wanted to go all the way. And then at 12 years old, everything changed for me. I got diagnosed with really severe scoliosis. My spine was curved at a 63-degree curve, and I was told by the doctors that I was going to have this pretty life-changing surgery. They were going to try to straighten my spine to the best of their ability. They were going to fuse the top 11 vertebrae together and put 2 metal rods down the side, basically rendering my thoracic spine immovable. I sat in the room listening to this, trying to maintain a positive attitude, and then I asked the doctors the question that I was dying to ask. I said, when can I get back to competing in moguls? And he said something I'll never forget. He said, if I was going to do this thing, not only would I have to learn how to ski under these conditions, it became really clear that I was going to have to learn how to manage my mind. Because in my mind was a voice that said, you can't do this. You're going to fail. The experts, your parents, everyone has told you this is not possible for you. And so I went and I asked my dad about it. My dad's a psychologist, and growing up with a psychologist as a teenager is just a total nightmare. But at times, he has some really good nuggets of wisdom. So I told him about this voice, which was deafening. And he said something that changed everything for me. He said, Molly, your problem is not that you have this voice in your head. Your problem is that you're listening to it, and you're not doing anything about it. And I guess this was the first time I realized that if we are willing to train in this, we have much more power and agency over our minds than we might have originally thought. And so he taught me that when that voice came up, that voice that said, you're not good enough, you're not going to get there, you're going to fail, and everyone knows it, that I had to talk back to that voice. And I started doing that. And what started to happen is this strong part of me got louder, and the scared part got quieter. And I got back on the mountain, and I worked really hard over the next 8 years. And at 19, I made the U.S. ski team. At 20, I became ranked 3rd overall in North America. And at 21, I made it all the way to the Olympic qualifiers. I stood on top of that mountain thinking, this is the moment of my life. And it was not lost on me that 8 years prior, if I had not learned that I could talk back to that negative voice, that voice that can be deafening at times, telling us that we can't. If I did not know and exercise that I could do something about it, I would have been robbed of this moment. And so I stood on top of that mountain, and I got back on course, and this is what happened.
Good snow contact, calm upper body, legs together, good shape, no line deviation. Set up for the D-spin and stick the landing. Now 2 things you need to know before the second trick, which will be a 720. The first is that when visibility is bad the way it is now, race officials toss pine boughs on the course so the skiers have some foreground depth reference. The second is that the tightness of your bindings is determined by what's called a DIN setting. If you're a beginner, your DIN setting is probably a 2 or 3. If you're an experienced weekend skier, it's probably 7 or 8. Mine's 15. My boots are basically welded to my skis, right? So how does this happen? It happened because I hit a pine bough that had become frozen in the snow. And I hit it so precisely that it simply snapped the release of my bindings. Right in that moment, I didn't have time to calculate the odds of that happening because I was about to land pretty hard on my
So I went back to the University of Colorado, where I was finishing my degree in political science. And I had just taken the LSATs, and if you've seen the movie, for some reason, part of that 10% of creative license is that the director really inflated my LSAT score. But I did pretty well, and I was applying to some top-tier law schools. But my heart was broken, truly broken. I didn't know who I was without skiing. And so I decided to take a year off. And I decided I wanted to just go somewhere where the weather was warm, because I'd been chasing winter my whole life, and where I could be a kid. And so I went to Los Angeles, and I got a job at a restaurant. I got fired a week later. They told me I was the worst waitress they'd ever seen. But then I got another job, working for this real estate development company. And my boss came in one day and said something that sounded pretty innocent at the time, but it would change my whole life. He said, "I need you to serve drinks at my poker game tomorrow night. Are there any poker players in the audience?" Okay, a few. And I was not a poker player. And so I went home and I Googled things like, what kind of music do poker players listen to and what do they like to eat? And I made this super embarrassing playlist with songs like The Gambler on it. I went to the supermarket and got this cheese plate and showed up thinking, how hard can this be? And then Leonardo DiCaprio walked in the room, and Ben Affleck, and one of the biggest the heads of one of the biggest movie studios in Hollywood, the heads of one of the biggest investment banks, a politician who will remain unnamed. One after another, these people that move the needle on the world stage. And I was mortified about my playlist and my cheese plate. But as the night wore on, I was privy to this inner dialogue. And then she said something that changed everything. She said, maybe you're thinking about this wrong. Instead of thinking about all the things you want to gain from these people, from this room, maybe you should think about what you can give. This was a huge shift. And that's what I started to think about. How I could make these people feel seen, heard, and remembered. How I could make sure they didn't just feel like a transaction, like an asset in my goal. And there's this really small but really profound body of work called effective presence. And it is essentially the science of how you make people feel. And from what I've seen in my life, if we can start to cultivate positive effective presence, if we can start to listen to cultivate authentic curiosity and empathy for other human beings, if we can start to make sure that people are well taken care of, that they feel safe and they feel appreciated, I think that that becomes more profound than being the smartest person in the room or the most talented. And what I've seen is that humans are emotional creatures, and their emotions dictate the decisions they make. And so if you can learn how to make people feel good in your presence, that is going to affect their desire to be around you, to work with you, to be in a relationship with you. This is the gift that keeps on giving. And in today's day and age, where connection seems to be more and more. Now, I had already seen that I could start my own games, and that I could make a lot of money and save a lot of money and then go to law school. And when my boss said this to me, I knew I had to take a shot. And I was scared, because this meant going up against the Billionaire Boys Club and charting my own course. And I didn't know much about running a business. And again, these people were really famous and powerful, and they had access to anyone or anything. But I organized a game the next week, and I invited everyone except for my boss. And you know what? Every single person showed up. And it was not because I was famous or rich or I really knew what I was doing. It was because I had shown up for them. And I started running these games. I started running my own games legally. I had an event planning company. I was paying my taxes, and I was making millions of dollars a year. I had this insane network. I was learning about the world from some of the people who were really running it. And it was an incredible time in my life. And then I ran into a really big problem. It was the 6th year. One of the most famous players in the game, we've seen him in a lot of movies, started to get very threatened by the amount of movies. I had traveled the world to recruit players. I was acting as the bank for these games. This was a fully functional business. And he said to me, "You're making too much money. You need to either cap your salary or give me a piece of it if you want to continue." Now, this was a person with a lot of power. And the strategic, I guess, thing to do would be to acquiesce to this. But you know what? There was no dignity in that. And there was no sovereignty in that. And I strongly believe if your dignity, your integrity is on the line, choose your dignity and integrity every single time. And so I turned down his offer, and you know what? I lost the game. He took the game. The next week he said, "Don't bother calling any of your players. I've taken them all. They want to play at a movie star's house." And I was devastated. Devastated. But I was also pissed. And I have found in my life that if you can use anger, the anger of injustice, the anger of feeling like somebody has wronged you, if you can use that as fuel in your life to move you forward, to drive you harder, then it's a valuable, valuable tool. And so I decided that I was going to build the biggest poker game in the world. And my parents really wanted me to go back to school, and this would have been a fabulous time to do that. But I just said to myself, you know what? I'm not going out like that. And so I'm going to build the biggest poker game in the world just to show them that I can't be moved around like that. And then I'm going to go back to school. And I decided that I was going to do this in New York to take that risk. And so I went to New York City and I started interviewing any poker player I could. I wanted to find out where the shortcomings were in the market, where I could improve upon the process. This was my research phase. And what I found, what I heard time and time again, is that these people would go to these games and they would risk all this money, and a lot of times they would not get paid. The game runners in New York City were not running the games like a business. They were running it unfairly and unprofessionally. And so I decided, I can have a game where people can feel safe, they can get paid, I can be the bank. And as soon as I landed on that, I knew it was time to take that calculated risk. And so I went and I started to recruit players and talk to players, and I had to get creative because this business, although it was legal at the time, was a little unorthodox. You couldn't really take out like an ad on Facebook. So I went and I found people who would have access to these people. If I couldn't get to them, I got to their assistants. If I couldn't get to their assistants, I incentivized the concierge at the high-end hotels to send me players. Anybody who had access, I did business with. And so by the end of the year, I had built the biggest private poker game in the world. It was a $250,000 buy-in. And just to give you some context on how crazy big this game was, I saw someone lose $100 million in one night, which I know is so incredibly dysfunctional. This was not a good night in my job, but this was what it was. And so from there, I built the smaller games and the mid-stakes games, and within 2 months, 2.5 months, I had taken over New York City poker. And it was a big triumph. And it was based on this ability to take calculated risks, to do the research, to figure out as much information as you can, and then 20 seconds of courage, walk into it. Make that first phone call, send that first email. So it was a big triumph, but things started to change in New York City. And this next lesson is the most important that I will tell you in this whole speech. And that is about integrity. Up until this point, I really cared about this core set of values that I was aligned with, that I was raised with. I was doing this entrepreneurial thing, and I was being scrappy and being a hustler, but I was doing it with heart. And I cared about the people, and I cared about doing it in the right way. And then I got caught up. And whereas before I was prioritizing, my name and my reputation and integrity, I started to care more about the money and the power than anything. And I started to lose touch with my family because my dad was writing me handwritten letters every year telling me that he was worried about me. My old friends who said I had changed, and you know what? They were right. And most importantly, myself. That girl that at 12 years old was so sure she was going to become her own hero, I started to let her down. And I started to make choices that were not aligned with this core set of values. And I ran into 2 other pretty big issues in New York City. First of all, some of the players in the game who were playing in the big game, turns out they were running the biggest insurance fraud scheme in New York City history, and they had alleged ties to the Russian mob. So don't hire me to recruit for your companies because I might have a bit of a blind spot. The second thing that happened is that I had a run-in with the Italian mob. Not something I ever imagined I would say in my life. And I knew from watching The Sopranos and Goodfellas that the Italian mob kind of ran gambling. But I really fully thought that my games were exempt because, the New York Yankees were playing in them, billionaires. I was having them at the Plaza Hotel. I didn't think there was crossover. But the fact of the matter is that I was the biggest game runner in New York City. And so they got a meeting with me under the guise of being New Jersey hedge fund guys that wanted to play in the game. And when they showed up to this bar, it was so clear. They were not hedge fund guys from New Jersey. I mean, they looked like they had just rolled off the set of The Sopranos, and they talked like it too. There was one strange moment of comedy in this meeting, though. So we sat down, and I kind of was like, can I get you guys a drink? And we were at this very fancy bar in New York City. And they looked around to see what everyone else was drinking, and they both ordered apple martinis, which didn't seem like your stereotypical tough guy drink. So that was kind of funny. But then it wasn't funny. And they got right to business and said, look, if you want to continue to operate, you're going to have to give us a piece of your game, which is ironically very similar to what the movie started in LA, but these two were a bit more serious. And I tried to explain to them, using the best logic I could, of why that wouldn't work for me. And then I paid for their apple martinis, and I left. And they unfortunately didn't just accept that. I lived in this apartment in New York City. It seemed very safe. It seemed very secure. So when there was a knock at my door a couple weeks later, I thought it was maybe a doorman bringing some packages up. And it was a man that I had never seen before. And he pushed his way into my apartment. And he put a gun in my mouth. And he beat me up really badly. And he said, "This is not a joke. And if you tell anyone about this, if you don't, say yes to this deal, we're going to find your family in Colorado." So here I was in just over my head, totally alone. Couldn't call the cops, couldn't call my parents. I was too afraid of what they would do. And I had no idea what to say when they called. A week went by, 2 weeks went by. I was staying in my house because I was a mess. And then I got the New York Times the second week. And on the cover, it said 125 arrested in the biggest mob-related takedown in New York City history. And I never heard from them again. But as you can tell, this train is headed for a crash. A percentage of each pot, which is what Vegas does, and you need a gambling license to do that. And so by this time, the feds, who had been listening to the guys who were running the insurance fraud scheme, had thrown a confidential informant into the game. And this person tracked that. And at the end of that year, I got a text message from one of my employees at one of my games. And he said, "Don't come here. The FBI is here looking for you." And in that moment, finally, I knew it was game over. And I knew that I just needed to go home to Colorado, and I really wanted my mom. I was scared. So I went to my apartment, I grabbed my trusty Beagle, Lucy, and my bag. I threw some clothes in, and I headed to JFK, and I tried to buy a plane ticket to Denver, and my credit card got declined. And then my debit card got declined. And I logged into my account at Bank of America, and the account balance read -$9 million. You need to go get some fresh air. Because all moms think that fresh air will fix everything. But all moms are usually right. So I went outside, and my mom lives up at like 9,000 feet, in the mountains. And there were those mountains. And I was raised on those mountains. And I was raised that when you fall down, you get back up. And it was bleak, but I knew I had to get back up. And I had to do two really important things. The first thing is, I didn't feel like I had any evidence to forgive myself, but there was something in me that knew it was an act of survival. That if I was going to fight back and move forward, that I had to forgive myself. We are human beings. We are actually designed to make bad choices. That is how we learn. What I have seen in my life is that young people are really hard on themselves. We have to forgive ourselves. It is part of it. And so it took me a while to put my life back together. Nobody wanted to take my phone call. Nobody wanted to give me a job. Finally, after about 2 years, I put my life back together. I got this little job in Los Angeles, moved into this cute little studio apartment, thinking, okay, fresh start. And then 7 days later, in the middle of the night, I got arrested by 17 FBI agents with machine guns and high-beam flashlights. They put me in handcuffs, and they put this piece of paper in front of me that said, "The United States of America versus Molly Bloom." That, my friends, is not a good day. In the 2 years I was trying to, put my life back together and living with my mom, they were building a case against me. I had a day and a half to get to New York City to find an attorney that's going to represent me in the fight of my life, and I don't have one dime. My mom came with me. We had 8 meetings. 7 out of 8 attorneys said, if you can't give us a retainer, we can't represent you. My 8th meeting was a guy named Jim Walden. He was played by Idris Elba in the movie. He took one look at my mom's face, and he's like, "I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you." And we started working together, and I went into his office, and I said, "Okay, Walden, what's our strategy and what's our angle? And he said, integrity is going to be both our strategy and our angle. And that just hit me in the gut, you know, because that was who my parents raised me to be, and that was authentically who I really wanted to be. And here I was, federally indicted. The tabloids were covering it. It was a mess. And I decided in that room, in that moment, that I would never abandon myself again, that I would never abandon those values and that integrity, that had to come first, no matter what was on the other side of it. And then the universe, the world, gave me an opportunity to see how sure I was about that conviction. The prosecutors wanted a meeting with me. And these prosecutors really were interested, not in the mobsters, not in the real crimes that were being committed. They wanted celebrities, and they wanted politicians, and they wanted big, flashy indictments and headlines that were going to be in newspapers. They wanted to know who was betting sports, etc. And they said if I was willing to act as a confidential informant, to use the trust that these people had for me, to get these stories, that they would give me all my money back, and they would give me a deferred prosecution, which would keep me out of prison. Now, I went home, and I had 24 hours to make this decision. And I went home, and I tried to think of every possible way to justify making this decision, because I really missed that money. And I was tired of living with my mom. I just had to move back in. And I love my mom, but, you know. And I got to the same place I got to 2 years ago. This was my fault. I did this. And so to turn around and I got really lucky. I got a judge who was very disappointed with my life choices. I got a full dissertation on that. But who basically said, I'm not going to put you in prison for running a game of Texas Hold'em. Now, the good news is I didn't have to go to jail, and that is really good news. The bad news is I had to go to dinner with my family that night. And I kind of briefly mentioned my brothers, extraordinary human beings, just ridiculous overachievers. My little brother was #1 in the world in skiing at 16 years old. He went on to win 3 consecutive world championships, compete in 2 Olympics, going into both of those Olympics as #1 in the world. He had a really sick career at the University of Colorado as wide receiver and running back. And then after he retired from skiing, he went to the NFL Combine and got drafted 5th round of the Philadelphia Eagles. He was also an Abercrombie model. He started a charity granting wishes for senior citizens in our community. And most recently, the kid that we thought was just a really fast runner started and sold a software company. That's little brother. Middle brother is a Harvard-educated cardiothoracic surgeon at the University of Massachusetts, Harvard's teaching hospital. And he has basically dedicated his entire life to saving the lives of kids with congenital heart defects. And here I am, the family felon. I'm like, this can't be the way the story ends. I need a massive rebrand. And so I called on all the things I've learned. I had to do work on that inner voice because, man, it was rough. I was 35 years old, millions of dollars in debt, basically a social pariah. The tabloids were telling this tale, and now a convicted felon. So I had to do real work on the voice. I had to continue to understand that it's important to cultivate effective presence. I couldn't go around bringing everyone down because I was down. I had to be willing and open to take another calculated risk, and it had to be an even bigger one. I could not let what people thought or past failures get in the way of going big again. I had to continue to forgive myself. Sometimes it's a lifelong process. And then I had to get really strategic and clear on what this risk, this endeavor was going to be. So I went home and I thought about it. What's left from this life and business that you have torched to the ground? And what I've landed on is there's a story. Our stories are extremely powerful. And when we don't like the way it's being written, we can rewrite it. And so I decided I was going to try to get a book deal, and then I was going to try to get the highest paid screenwriter in Hollywood to write the movie. We have to go big, whatever that looks like. And so I wrote this book. The publishers wanted this big celebrity takedown piece, and I wasn't willing to write that. And so I got rejected over and over and over and over, but I believed in this story, so I kept going back to that. And so I said, I need a meeting with that guy. And he was also one of my favorite writers in the world. So I started trying to get a meeting with that guy, and it was hard, and people laughed me out of their office, and they said things like, Aaron Sorkin isn't going to write the movie about the poker princess. But when you lose everything, you become pretty fearless. And so I would just say, does that mean you can't get me the meeting? So finally, I got the meeting. And I flew to LA, and I did all this research on Aaron. I tried to figure out what he cared about and how I could connect my story to his. And I flew to LA, and I sat down with Aaron, and God, my legs were shaking under the table, but I tried to put on, the game face. And when I was done, I guess it worked, because he said, well, I'll tell you one thing, kid. I've never met someone so down on their luck and so full of themselves. We can be full of ourselves anyway, okay? Listen, I objectively was kind of a loser at that point, right? Like, I was millions of dollars in debt. I was living with my mom. There were all these pieces of information that could make me feel like I was not worth anything. And we have to take the contrary action and believe that we are worth something anyway. You can be full of yourself anyway. And so I went, I said to Aaron, does that mean you're in? And it did. And so 8 years ago, bad luck, or, bad times. And, what I really believe to be true is that we don't have a lot of control over the things that happen to us. But we do, after that, have a lot of control. We can start to cultivate these skills, these tools, these mind states, to not only become someone who can survive the storm, but who can find the life-changing opportunities in the storm. Now, I've talked a lot about mindset. I've talked a lot about effective presence, and I've talked a lot about character. And through my life, I've found ways to deepen those practices, ways to cultivate these tools and mind states. And in terms of mindset, yes, it's really important to initiate talk back to that inner voice. But if you really want to start to have agency and management over your mind, meditation is your friend. So when I first heard about meditation, I was like, you think I'm going to sit with my own mind for 20 minutes? You're out. You're crazy. And I just kept denying it and pushing it away. And then I started to do some research. And there's really compelling science behind meditation. Sarah Lazar out of Harvard, if you're interested, does some really fascinating studies. She has people sit down, and she runs brain scans and looks at their brains. And then she has them engage in an 8-week meditation course, 20 minutes a day. And then she reruns the brain scans. And what she finds is an increase in the gray matter in the prefrontal cortex, which is the part of the brain that's used for executive functioning, creative thinking. And she finds, and this is important, a decrease in the gray matter in the amygdala, which is the part of the brain that is responsible for anxiety and fear, fight or flight. And so after seeing all this convergent validity in this science, I decided that I would try meditation. But I said, first day, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to do it for 30 seconds. Chirping, and then you redirect the focus over and over and over. And what you learn to do is you learn to be the master and the initiator of your focus. And when you can start to control what you focus on, you control the outcomes of your life. And Headspace is a great app for that. So meditation. The second thing that I was taught to do in a character practice or for integrity, let's normalize the fact that the world is pulling us in a million different directions, and that character and integrity and making choices that are aligned with your core values is something that is a buildable skill and something we need to work on. Just to assume that we're not going to get caught up with the temptations of life, I think is a dangerous assumption. And so at the end of the day, I have my list of what's important to me. And that ranges from trying to not procrastinate to being honest, to not being selfish, whatever it is. And I have to look at those things at the end of every day and without judgment, look at where I need improvement. Taking an inventory. It's really, it's important to look at ourselves in these ways. There's all this rhetoric about self-care and self-help and everything, but until we're willing to look at ourselves and look at where we are holding ourselves back or look at where we truly need improvement, we're going to keep running into the same stuff. And in terms of effective presence, thinking about the people in your life that make you feel good when you're around them. What habits, what personality components do they embody? Using your own humanity. And conversely, who are those people that when you hang out with them, you're like, I gotta go. Starting to just really think critically about these things. And then learning how to be your own champion. Learning how to cultivate an unshakable belief in yourself. And here's the key to that. Stop looking for the evidence. Am I good looking? I believe and I'm rooting in, I believe in all of you, I'm rooting for you, but more importantly, I want you to believe in yourselves. Thank you. I'm scared of these steps.
In Des Moines, Iowa, discover one of the best places in the country to find work-life balance and live out the American dream, where owning a home with a spacious yard is achievable today, where living here means exploring the great outdoors year-round, and free public art meets 800 miles of recreational trails. In Des Moines, you'll feel safe, you'll feel welcome, you'll feel at home. This must be the place. Take a virtual tour today at livedsmusa.com.
We wanted a building and a facility that would be more welcoming, but at the same time offer that technology. Shive Hattery offered great advice and steered us in the right direction.
Shive has really challenged us to think in a different way. We wanted to maximize value, creating that experience for the student of tomorrow.
Make every night date night at Johnny's Italian Steakhouse. Choose from a generous selection of signature salads and chef-created pastas, such as the seafood pasta pomodoro or to
provide, to lead the charge, to make like new, to grow. Find your path and follow it through every open door. Life's calling. Unlock your potential with a key degree from DMAC.
During your Next Generation days in working with Gene Roddenberry, talk about him briefly as a leader of this process, because he's a very imaginative, very creative man. Can you talk about working with him a little bit and what it was like to watch his creativity?
I came on, just to backtrack for a second, I came on to do one show. When Gene, there is a certain thanklessness about the role because there's the character called Mercutio, who everyone loves. And he's just, you know, he's very flamboyant and he's got the best jokes and what have you. And then he dies. But you can't have a show where you have a character as mercurial as Q and be able, it becomes then the Q show. So he rightfully said, you know what, the second time around, he said, that's just not going to happen. I went, I'm not surprised. I did not have many discussions with him at all. At all. There was only one time where we were working, I mean, we were actually shooting, and I said to him, listen, I want to make part of this conversation to reference a higher, that as if there were many of us. And he went, yeah, okay. So it was as on, you know, as unthought of, as it were, unplanned as that. And then the only other conversations I really had with him were about airplanes, because he was a major airplane guy, and I had written a script about the Pete and Pole air camper. Do you know what that was? Yeah, it's a kit that you could buy in the 20s and make an airplane, and you provided the Model T Ford engine, and I had written a script on about it. So I really want to talk to him about that. I wasn't all that interested in talking to him about Star Trek. Yeah.
Well, you know, in science fiction, creativity is often expressed in different ways. And over the decades, the ways in which they express the creativity have changed, mainly because of CGI. CGI has really helped a lot in telling stories today. In fact, one of the questions I know you've been asked a ton of times, because I've heard you in interviews talk about this, you know, being the omnipotent Q, you know, who's, you know, all being, all knowing, you know, godlike, should never age, right? Well, how are they possibly going to deal with you, you know, in this show where obviously you have aged, since you did this back in the 90s, I know, surprise. So how do you do this? So I thought what they did was brilliant, and I have a clip of it. Let's show it right now.
Capitan, how I've missed you. No. Oh dear, you're a bit older than I imagined. Let me catch up. There, now we're even. Q. God damn Q. That's the first time I've seen it.
I know. That's why I showed it to you. Because you told me the other day you had never seen it yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so the purpose of this event is to inspire people to higher levels of creativity, imagination, innovation, etc. That's clearly part of Star Trek, but it's also very much part of what you do in your life every day. So how do you get yourself into a creative mindset? I mean, what do you do to become more creative, or think about, you know, how you can change things, or modify how you do things in a more imaginative way?
Well, I work from project to project. I decided early on in life that being in a state of being creative was really what I wanted. That made me feel the best. So it made sense that would apply to when I was acting or directing or what have you, but it also could apply to other things. To be it gave an opportunity for things to be fresh and to have a little bit of wonder attached to them.
Hey, welcome back to ciLive. We're so glad that you're joining us. However you're joining us, we have a nice crowd here at the DMAC West Campus. If you haven't been here, I feel like it could have been something out of Star Trek. That building, this is Jay Byers, by the way, with the Des Moines Foundation. And you know what? This building is so unique and so cool. I love that. And you could tell how much Tony is totally in to Q and Picard. I mean, this is his jam. And I wondered if maybe when he helped develop this building, if that wasn't kind of in his back of his mind.
It does. You kind of feel like you're in a science fiction movie, right?
It does.
It's pretty awesome every time you come in here.
We've enjoyed our speakers today. Boy, Molly Bloom's story is just amazing. You know, I'd seen the movie. I was able to get the book last night. I'm going to read the book maybe this weekend. I am so excited to read these books. And for those of you who may not know about the past ciLive, please go on that ciLive.org. You can see these past presentations. You're going to find astronauts. You're going to find the history and really the up-to-date things that you may not have known about. Even as we've gone through 14 years, it still stands up. It's so much fun to watch. So, Jay, you're with our Greater Des Moines Foundation.
Greater Des Moines Partnership.
Partnership. I should know that. We've only known each other, what, 30 years?
It's all good. Foundation's great too.
I know. So this is a big part of what I can say is maybe one of those really cool gems. We have a lot of cool gems, but cool things that comes here every year. And I think talking to you, kind of tell them, hey, block this off. I don't need an appointment. I don't need anything else. I need to be here.
I absolutely do that, and it's just it's a great opportunity for me every year just to again come here, be inspired, almost like a day-long sabbatical where you can kind of not have to think about your day-to-day things at work and just really think about what may be possible and be inspired by great leaders in science and in the arts and in business and all the great speakers that again Tony and his team continue to bring here and having them come to Des Moines is something that's really special.
We've even had the unveiling for the speakers at your office.
Multiple times.
Yeah, so that's really cool as well. And for those of folks that may not know, tell us what it's all about. I mean, how you guys are involved, and not only here, obviously, today, but in the community.
Yeah, well, the Greater Des Moines Partnership is the regional economic and community development organization serving central Iowa, helping lead economic development now in 11 counties. So that includes attracting companies to move here, helping companies expand, and then also helping recruit, retain, skill up talent, helping small businesses. We work on government affairs. We work on PR and marketing to really sell this region across the country, across the globe, to make this a place where businesses want to move and locate and where talent wants to be.
And if you don't follow Jay Byers on Twitter, you need to do that because I see you everywhere. And it's so cool. I'll find out so many things. I mean, I'm in the news business. We're supposed to know. And I'm the weather side of the news business, okay? So I'm giving myself a little grace. But you're everywhere. And I love to see what's going on and that you're so dedicated to keeping us up to date.
Well, we have an amazing team at the Greater Des Moines Partnership, and there's so many great things that are happening in this region. And I think some of the people who live here might not even know that over the past decade plus, we've been the fastest growing metro in the Midwest in terms of population growth, GDP growth, and job growth. Both of us sort of grew up in Iowa, and Iowa's always been a great place to live, but sometimes we're like, oh, it's a great place to raise a family, but maybe we don't have that sort of that competitive spirit to say we can compete with anyone in the country across the globe, and that's really changed. And so if you look at, again, over the course of the past decade, if you look at Minneapolis, if you look at Kansas City, St. Louis, Omaha, Chicago, Milwaukee, we've outperformed all those markets and all those three metrics I just mentioned.
The amount of publicity that we've had, I mean, just within maybe the last 4 to 5 years, how many magazines have come up and said, #1 place to live, #1 place to raise a family, #1 place to grow? I'm proud. I'm very proud of what has been accomplished here. And I got to tell you, 30-some years ago when I started here and trying to hire people to come to Des Moines, it's an easy sell now compared to what it was back then. It has changed so much. I've been very proud of Des Moines all the way through, don't get me wrong. But even just, and this surrounding area, look at the growth, Ankeny, Waukee, all of these different places, Altoona, and, Pleasant Hill. I was just there the other day for the first time in a while. That's blown up.
It's been really great to be part of the regional success, and you're exactly right. All across the region, we've just seen great success stories, and you mentioned these rankings, and my answer is there's never enough, but it's really not about any specific rankings. It's sort of like, do you consistently show up on these rankings with these other communities and regions across the country that are doing well, right? Are you on the same list with places like Austin, Nashville, Denver, Raleigh? A lot of other places are doing well, and again, I think when we were growing up, we might not have thought we were in that level of competition, but we certainly are now.
Yeah, I was always proud of being from Grundy Center, a little town northeastern Iowa, coming down for boys, girls state, wrestling. This was a big place to be back then, and it's even bigger now. It's so much fun to see this going on.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jay, for being here today. It's so good to see you, as always. We
Thanks,
got to
Ed.
catch up last night, too. I really enjoyed our talk. It was really fun.
Absolutely. Well, appreciate what you do, and again, a big thank you to DMAC. My daughter goes to school actually in
the new experience you're going to hear about in just a few minutes. We're going to take you down to the stage. Without further ado, here he is. Enjoy. John Ratzenberger is a screenwriter, director, producer, and a multi-Emmy-nominated actor. He's acted in 38 major motion pictures, including blockbusters such as Superman, Gandhi, and Star Wars: The Empire Strikes Back, as well as independent films like the faith-based hit The Woodcarver. While he's the only actor to voice a character in nearly every Pixar film, John is best known as the know-it-all mailman Cliff Clavin in Cheers. Since climbing off the bar stool after Cheers' 11-year run, he's become Hollywood's most outspoken advocate for manufacturing, skilled labor, and the companies that are the foundation of this country. As a former house framer, journeyman carpenter, and fishing boat deckhand, he's testified to both the House and Senate, detailing how we are running out of men and women to fill the hundreds of thousands of available skilled trade jobs in America.
Hot dog, because it is Iowa after all. You got those things here. That's what I was looking forward to. Some nice roast pig. You know where I can get some? Something? Well, you got your hand up? Where do I go? Is there a restaurant that roasts pigs? What's it called? Oh, Jethro's. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I'll see you later. I gotta go. It's a great campus you have here. I was walking around and saw a lot of pictures of Steve Jobs. So I guess he's a big. I knew Steve with because of all my work with Pixar, and Steve actually started Pixar. And I actually asked him once. I said, Steve, when you were a kid sitting on your back porch picking your nose, I said, did you ever think you'd do something that affected the lives of every man, woman, and child on the face of the earth? And he thought for a second. He went, no. I got such a kick out of that. I mean, here's a man who affected the lives of everyone on earth. And he just never gave it any thought. Just, But thank you. Thanks for inviting me. And I know it's about heroes. And so I did some chin scratching. And I got to thinking about heroes in my life. I went back, all the way back. And I remember my first hero was a doctor who saved my life. I was 6. I had pneumonia. I was in the hospital, and they had given me up. They thought I was going to buy the farm. And but anyway, this doctor, Dr. Freed, he saved me. And I remember thinking of, if it wasn't for this man, I'd be up, playing the harps with the angels. And well, maybe I assume. That's the biggest assumption there. And anyway, but then we all say, my father was my hero, but mine, when I started out, mine really wasn't. And it wasn't until later on in life when I understood, because he had PTSD. He was in World War II. He was in the middle of combat for 2 years in the jungles of the Philippines. So I couldn't even imagine the demons that he was carrying around with himself. But I remember one night, it was during a blizzard. This is in Connecticut where I grew up. And we lived on this little harbor, a little working harbor, tugboats going in and out. And our boat, the tide rose and the anchor rose, and our boat started drifting out to sea, and the mooring line, the anchor got wrapped around the anchor line of a channel marker, a buoy. And I remember him running out the back door, jumping in a rowboat, and rowing out to the boat. And I'm staring at him thinking, now this is a blizzard. You can't see 10 feet in front of you. And he's by himself in a rowboat, and I don't know what he's going to do once he gets to the boat. But he came back, and his face and hands were blue. And he was in a lot of pain. And I remember thinking, what does it take for a human being to endure that? There's nothing I could do. I'm a kid. But I think about that quite often. So he did become my hero because of showing up. I'm not crying. It's just it's the weather up here makes me do that. She worked in a factory, and I remember I was in college. I was picking her up after her night shift. It was a 7 to 11 shift. And here she comes out of the factory, walking across the parking lot out to the street where myself and others were waiting for him. And I always thought, there should be an audience out here in bleachers applauding. These people, what they do every single day, day in, day out, year after year, that the rest of us should be in bleachers and auditoriums and say, thank you, God bless you, thank you for what you do, because it's hard work. Tool and die makers. Any tool and die makers in the audience? Oh, you're all college people, so that's all beneath you. I'm in college. I read books. Yeah, big deal. but these are the people that hold our civilization together. These are the people that built the civilization, so the rest of us could read books, I guess. And I remember thinking that, of what heroes they are. And so later on in life, I go to college myself and majored in English, and then ended up in Europe for 10 years. That's really where I got into acting and show business and whatnot. But after Cheers, I did a show called Made in America, where I highlighted and honored those people. Now, if you didn't know how to do it, and your parents or an uncle didn't know how to do it, a neighbor knew how to do it, whatever it was. Fixing the refrigerator, a washing machine, the car, whatever it was, everybody had a skill. So, in looking back, I think I grew up surrounded by heroes, because the civilization that we enjoy, the Judeo-Christian civilization, the Jewish culture, the Christian culture, are the only two philosophies on earth that tell you to be of service to other people, to look out for your neighbor. That's it. The Hindus don't do it. I mean, I can go down the list, but it's just the Judeo-Christian ethic that says to do that. And look what we've done. Look at the civilization that we've built by following that ethic. And it's not a mistake. This is the way we live. This is what we enjoy because we follow that ethic. And those people that I profiled on my show, that's what they do. Every morning you get up, you go to work, and I enjoyed that. When I was a carpenter, I really enjoyed that because you feel like you're doing something. And so I was just going to start out by saying, if you want to be a hero, get to bed early, get up early, and put your hand to something useful. That's it. That's what built the civilization. No excuses. You got dirty, maybe you got injured, but there are no excuses. You just do it. You don't brag about it. You don't complain about it. You just do it. I remember when I was, both my grandfathers were handy people. Like I say, everybody in the neighborhood was handy, knew how to fix and make things. And as kids, we were different than it is now. Care. It's just, you can be 10 miles from home. Nobody knows where you are. You don't know where you are. You don't know your own telephone number. So if anything did happen, who are you going to call? There's nobody to call. You don't know. So you were brought up in an atmosphere that really forced you to be a hero in thinking about it, because you had to take care of those situations yourself. You're 8, 10 years old, and you're miles from home, and your bike's got a flat tire. What do you do? Like I said, you can't Oh, yeah, I'll call my mother. Oh, Mom, pick me up. None of that. You just, oh, jeez, I got a flat tire. And then hopefully you're with some other kids riding around, whatever. But I remember once we took the front tire off a guy's bike because it was flat. And we couldn't fix the flat, didn't have the gear. And then we attached that front fork of that bicycle onto the rear axle of another kid's bike. We invented stuff. We didn't know we were inventing stuff. We just, I got to get out. And we're still here. We made it. My God. So I guess we were all heroes in a way. But anytime, I mean, like now, I'd love to see a kid building a tree house or something. You just don't see that anymore, but that's what we did. We're walking around and, hey, let's build a tree house. And, okay, find some lumber and this and that. And you're learning all the time. And the first thing you learn is don't use finishing nails to make the ladder climbing up this side of the tree. Because you end up with your arm like this, and you get a broken arm or wrist or whatever, and some kid says, rub some dirt on it. What? It's some kids are rubbing leaves on it, like that's going to cure a broken arm. So, but we figured things out ourselves, and we learned things. Because I remember doing that. I actually built my own sofa with the first apartment or flat I got in London. And boy, was that heavy. But I built it right there in the living room. And matter of fact, when I first got to London, after a while, I lived in what they call a squat. Anybody from the UK here who know what a squat is? It's an abandoned building. And so that's where I lived with some other people. But because I had all these skills, I could, mend the roof. I could just do a lot of stuff. But I built my own wood stove out of an oil drum. It's a long story. And it worked. I mean, it was either ice cold or it was 130 degrees. But there was no thermostat on it at all. But it worked. And, everybody thought, oh, boy, I thought they were going to have a parade for me during the winter because, I'm some kind of a genius. But it wasn't that at all. I became their hero because as a kid, I was just like all the other kids. We were just, snaggle-toothed street kids that did stuff, just made stuff, repaired stuff. After a hurricane, once there was a rowboat we found washed up on the shore, and some of the planks at the bottom were missing and stuff. So there was about 3, 4 of us. And I lived the closest to that, where the boat was. So it was decided, the committee decided, to push it up into my backyard. All right, now here's a boat. It had to be like 15, 18 feet, and heavy. There's no way we're lifting anything. So we did the Egyptian thing, building the pyramids, and so we got some dowels and some plumbing pipe, and pushed it up the street, And I remember neighbors driving by and cheering us on. Hey, all right, kids, all right, yeah, hey, give it. And so we thought we were heroes. Look, we're doing something. So got it up in the backyard, and we said, well, let's repair it. This will be our boat. And, anything about repairing boats. But again, the ethos at the time, the books we read were Tom Swift and the City of Gold. We were reading about Natty Bumppo. We all know who Natty Bumppo is, right? That's the James Fenimore Cooper character, the deer slayer. Last of the Mohegans. Seen that movie? Don't you guys get out at all? That's a big movie on a movie screen. But anyway, Natty Bumppo is the Christian given name of the Daniel Day-Lewis character, the deer slayer. All right, but reading all those books, you kind of were led, and even on the TV, these are people who did things. There was no theory attached to it. As well, I think I'll go west. So that's the spirit that certainly affected me. And so now we have a boat in the backyard. No idea what we're doing. Not a clue. But we somehow did it. And we got sort of some hammers and nails, and a lot of nails were bent. Pieces of wood that really were not the right thickness for what we wanted to do. And my dad showed us how to caulk. Knew about caulking, put the caulk in, and all that stuff. And we're dirty, we're filthy, but I just thank God that I had parents that was okay. You know, if you're getting filthy or getting dirty, but there's a reason behind it. So we finally patched the thing together and found some oars. I don't know. I think Tom Economy stole them from somebody. But one oar was shorter than the other. We had a long oar, we had a short oar. Now there's come, when the winter turned, spring, April-ish. Now you're going like this, well, now you're going like this. So we're learning physics. When you think about it, that's what we were learning, applied physics. But everything we did led to something else, a grander theory, a grander idea. And that's what I love about shop classes. That's why I went to Congress twice and gave testimony. Bring back shop classes, because you're dealing with angles, percentages, algebra. I mean, has anybody here ever tried to make a staircase? There's a lot of math involved in that, isn't there? Yeah, if you're a quarter of an inch or even an eighth of an inch off on the different steps, someone's going to go, Grandma's tumbling down that stair. Help me, I can't get up kind of thing. But that's what's so valuable of letting kids use tools and giving them access and getting out of their way. I remember when my kids were growing up, and when the different aunts or whoever come over, and maybe my son or my daughter, they were involved in something, and they're 3, 4 years old, but focused on something, then some adult would come over and stick their head in the middle of it and say, "Oh, what are you doing? What are you making? Oh, are these colors? Is this yellow?" And the poor kid's going, "Get away from me. I'm working here." But that would happen constantly. So the focus of the kids, they're doing something. They're engaged. So I always just let them do what they did. And one summer, the kids, they were a little bit older, they said, "Dad, can we have a swimming pool?" I said, "Sure." "Oh, great, that's simple." So I went in the shed, got a couple of shovels, gave them the shovels. I said, "There you go, where do you want the pool?" "Okay, there you go, start digging." So they dug. They dug a hole. A couple of feet wide and a foot deep maybe. Then I got the garden hose, brought it out, put it in there, turned it on, I said, "There you go." They had a ball all summer long, covered in mud, laughing, throwing mud at each other. To them, it was a swimming pool. We finally did get a swimming pool, just to put your minds at rest. I know you were worried, but But anyway, especially, it's so important for children, young people, to do things with their hands, because that's where common sense comes from. You can't get common sense theoretically. You can't get it from a book, a computer, somebody else. You have to put your hand to something. And that's how you learn not to burn your hand on a stove. You have to get to the stove first. You have to be doing something. How not to hit your thumb with a hammer. You know, you can't go there unless you have a hammer. You know, I mean, but I remember a neighbor, for you younger people, we used to have things we called chores. Which meant there was something that was you was meant to do in order to stay living in that house. So I was cutting the grass, and this is I guess they still have them, the manual lawnmowers that you push. It was some cutting the grass. Just across the small street, there was my neighbor Frank. He was an electrical engineer. He had ham radios and all that stuff. He was brilliant. But he was out in the back with a tricycle. And he had the tricycle upside down, and he was tinkering around. And I said, Frank, what are you doing? He had a daughter, Cindy. I think she's about 3, 4 years old at the time. He said, well, I'm putting blocks on Cindy's pedals, so her feet can reach the pedals and so she can use the bike. And he told me what kind of their oak, what he was doing, how he was going to reset the bolts. He went through this whole explanation, and God bless him, he was just so into it. And he had been at it for a good hour. And so, like I said, I'm cutting the grass, and then all of a sudden, this old fellow who lived up at the shipyard at the end of the street, John Ritzel, he was he was from the old country for sure, Scotland or something, hat askew. And he stopped, he's looking at Frank, and Frank's getting busy. And what are you doing, Frank? I'm putting these blocks on Cindy's pedals so her feet can reach the pedals. And he just goes through the explanation. John just nods, and finally says, why don't you just lower the seat? Common sense. But he wouldn't have gotten to there unless he was actually doing something. You actually put your hand to something useful. I mean, whether it's fixing a car, building a boat, or repairing a boat. And that's what I always recommend for fathers and sons. Well, mothers and sons, anybody. Just do something. Get a project going. I know it's old school, but it sure works. And the advice, I mean, my daughter, she was the only co-ed with her own toolbox. It was pink. I bought her a pink toolbox when she went to college. And she said, yeah, she repaired everything for other students. And I remember when she was about 11 or 12, when girls start to blossom, I said, I know I had, I'm a dad. I got to protect her. That's my job. And I might not be able to be there. So I said, honey, if anybody does or says anything that you're not comfortable with, you look them in the eye and you say, stop. Well, what if they don't stop? You look them in the eye and you say, stop again. But you only do that 3 times. Well, what if they don't stop after 3 times? Then you punch them in the nose, honey. But Dad, I'll get in trouble. No, you won't. I'll go to the Supreme Court. If you've told whoever it is to stop, 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 that's like what the mafia does, I think. You get 3 chances. But so 2 weeks later, I get a call from school. Your daughter knocked the kid out. Boy, talk about being a proud dad. I hugged her when she got home. And well, and now the offshot is that that story followed her all the way through middle school, high school, and 3,000 miles away in college. Nobody messed with her. So my theory is if every dad said, what's that? What? Is on his eyes. But he deserved it because he was messing around with her training bra and making comments. How much of that are you going to put up with? But I think every dad should tell their daughters that, and the whole idea of sexual harassment will disappear. If somebody knows they're going to get hit, But anyway, that's my hero, and I've had. Remember, I was doing this movie called Bridge Too Far. It was a war movie. And I had scenes with Robert Redford. And my last scene, it was me getting shot, a bullet coming here and taking off this side of my head. So anyway, I had to spend 2-3 hours in makeup in the morning. And prior to that day, I'd come out of my trailer. It's right around the same time Redford did. We'd walk to the set, but as we walked, he was beset by all the locals. This is in Holland. And they'd come up with their autograph books and, Mr. Redford, Mr. Redford. Yeah, well, it's Robert Redford. Why not? So the last day, I come out and he comes out, and I got this prosthetic. Just you can't recognize who I am at all. And everybody starts running towards Robert Redford, and somebody looks, sees me, says something in Dutch, and everybody runs to me. They don't know who I am. But I must be somebody because I got all this stuff. So I signed all the autographs, Robert Redford, anyway. So when they got home, they didn't have to say, "Who's John Ratzenberger?" I don't know. But that was, so when I lived in England 10 years, I would just, and obviously, with my own children, that's the way I raised them, and that's the advice I give young people. Get a skill that nobody can take from you. That just because you get fired from a job or the company closes down, oh, I'm out of work. Well, if you have a skill, carpentry, plumbing, go down the list, you're never out of work. I mean, even today, I could go anywhere in the world. Tomorrow, I'll have a job. Not because I'm an actor, but because I'm a carpenter, because I can build stuff. My grandkids get a kick out of it because I build them things, a little dollhouse or kids' chairs. My granddaughter, the 5-year-old, she said, "Papa, you're the smartest man in the world." I said, "That's right, honey, I am." What, am I going to deny that? She said, "Why? Like, how come?" I said, "I read a book once, honey. I read it. It was this thick. There's a lot in it. So just trying to encourage you to read." That's what I always did with my kids, just read them a story every single night. Something. But even when they were really young, 2, 3 years old, I'd grab Cervantes. But the interesting thing is, years later, my daughter was 20, my son was 21 on this trip. We went to Belgium and on a canal barge trip and going through, I think it was near Bruges, but there was a statue of Don Quixote, the man of La Mancha, charging the windmills. And my daughter, 20 years old, says, Hey, Dad, remember you used to read us stories about them. I had no idea she absorbed that at 3 years old. So just, little moments like that is what you remember. Officer of World War II. And I met John, and we became friends. He just died 2 years ago at, it had to be 100-something. But he was this real-life charging German tanks by himself, jumping on and opening the thing, throwing a grenade in there, just to save his men. And he was well noted for that. But he passed away recently. And because of him, I got to enjoy the company of other real heroes that I consider, like Sammy Davis, who lives in Indiana. Sammy is the man that they took his story for Forrest Gump. Remember, Forrest Gump runs into the jungle, drags these buddies out, lines them up. Well, that really happened. And that was a guy named Sammy Davis. And we become very close pals since then. More so because his wife, Dixie, is a great cook. And she makes terrific pies. Oh, dear me. But so they took the real life heroics of Sammy and put it on Tom Hanks. But that happens all the time. I was a fireman. And on 9/11, he made his way down to New York, and he was a hero. Nobody asked him to. Nobody told him he had to do it. But it was his concern and his love for his fellow human beings, of being of service. That try that. Anytime you're feeling depressed, or oh boy, life can't get any worse, do something for somebody else. Take the old lady's garbage out, next door. Check in on them, see how they're doing. And somehow you just feel better because you've been of service. And that's, to me, is what a hero is, looking out for somebody else. Not staring at your own belly button all day long. Sitting there in the lotus position, saying, because that's all about you. Nothing to do with your neighbor. Nothing to do with anybody else. That's just all about you. It's very narcissistic. But, being in Hollywood, I don't know if I told you, but I'm an actor. And so there's, obviously there's a lot of that in Hollywood. But there are also some really wonderful people that take the time to think about other people. Gary Sinise is like that. He's a buddy of mine. He has a foundation that just takes care of wounded veterans, making sure they have homes and food on the table. Nobody asked him to do it. He just did it. And if you run into him, tell him I'm saying nice things about him, will you? But I'm swirling with the adventures of John Ratzenberger around smoking marijuana and this and that. But I had a job to do, and that's where I was convinced that marijuana just makes you lazy and stupid. Right? You want to get lazy and stupid? Legalize marijuana in your state. I'm convinced it's a conspiracy just to keep people lazy and stupid. Because you don't question anything. You believe anything you hear. Because you're like, So anyway, I was on the crew, helped build the stage at Woodstock. And nobody knows this. And I always wondered why, but then I realized why. At the end, it started raining, and it was an emergency situation. And I heard, whoop, 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 whoop. It's the National Guard. They landed the helicopters in the field and came out with food, medical care, porta potties. There's a National Guard that saved Woodstock. The very people that the people of Woodstock were protesting against. The National Guard saved Woodstock. I was there, I was watching it. I was driving a tractor that was bringing the supplies. But it never got reported. And, which is interesting to me. So when, I forget, somebody from New York senators, it's a few years back, suggested that there should be a statue at Woodstock to commemorate the moment, to commemorate what happened here, this historical event, and the New Age event. And I said, yeah, there should be a statue, but it should be a statue of a National Guardsman feeding a crying hippie. Some saltines, there you go. Because that's what happened. Again, I was there. I saw it, my own eyes. And, but that was an event. I mean, certainly, an adventure. I see, I'm glancing at the clock here because somebody said, what does that mean right now? Oh, I see, it's counting down. Yeah, I'm an actor. So we got 2 minutes left. Are there any questions? Yeah. What? What about?
When did you play in Star Wars?
I did, yeah. I played Major Brent Derlin in Star Wars. But again, all those jobs like that, whether it's Star Wars or Cheers, you don't know that it's going to be a huge runaway success, landmark success. To you, it's a job. I needed to put gas in my car. So I took the job. But I have an action figure, which I was thrilled about. Yeah. So I go into those little stores. I said, do you have a Major Brent Derlin action figure from Empire Strikes Back? And if they do, I say, yeah, I got 3 of them. I said, I'll take all 3. So I get them. And after the deal's done, I say, that's me. That's Major Brent Derlin. But that was a thrill because in the parking lot of Elstree Studios, yeah, she got a kick out of it. She didn't know who Kermit was anyway. So, was there somebody here who had a question? Make one up. We got 45 seconds.
Did someone come to you, or did you break into the voice acting?
Voice acting. Interesting question because I get asked a lot, and I get tons of letters from people saying, I want to be a voice actor, and my answer always is, there's no such thing. You're either an actor or you're not. And so as an actor, you should be able to act, stage, screen, television, tap dance, sing, do voice acting. That's part of the package of being an actor. But I know people have started schools now teaching voice acting. What a scam.
Kids eat free at all Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee locations. Get a free kids meal with the purchase of an adult entree. Kids 12 and under choose from favorites like a burger and fries, grilled cheese, and chicken fingers, while adults can enjoy burgers, sandwiches, salads, and more. Dine in at Wahlburgers at Hy-Vee stores and get a free kids meal with the purchase of an adult entree every day, only at Wahlburgers at Hy-Vee.
Oh, this one means that there's a real big dog in your future.
I've always wanted to get a Mastiff and name it Tiny.
That is so you. It's funny. Yeah, but this dog's name is Jeff. He's 37 with the 340 credit score. He's gonna take half your stuff because you didn't have a prenup.
Legal needs are in your future. And while you can't predict them, you can plan for them. Enroll in ROG Legal Insurance where you work.
Was he at least cute?
No, ugly as a bone.
The Willis Automotive guest experience is all about you.
That's why we introduced Buy Your Way, so you can start your vehicle purchase from anywhere.
And continue your purchase process here with one of our friendly consultants.
Or here, while having your morning coffee. Schedule a test drive and gain hands-on experience from one of our knowledgeable delivery coordinators.
Or schedule it here, in your driveway.
Buy Your Way, your new favorite way to buy a new or pre-owned vehicle. Only at Willis Automotive and willisauto.com.
Welcome back to ciLive. 14 years, and it has been such a joy to be here watching these folks, listening to them, meeting them, and we're glad that you could share that with us here live in DMAC on the campus in West Des Moines, but also through that E360 TV app and also YouTube. It's been a lot of fun today, and I got to say, inspirational on many levels. It was so much to take in. We're only doing it one day this year, but I cannot wait till next year. We're going to have, I've already talked to Tony Poston, and he's already starting to put things together for this. And you are Scott Sipker.
Yes, hello. I didn't know if I was supposed to start talking yet, or are you going to have some big intro for me? But it appears that
I just was waiting for them to put your name up right here.
Oh, yeah, right here, lower third. Scott Sipker, that's me. Yeah, it's been just catching some of the speeches. It's really cool to see Tony and everybody here at DMAC's West Campus be able to bring in this amount of talent and messaging to inspire not just the students, but the surrounding community.
It makes me proud. I mean, very proud of what we have it here and that we're able to share it and that they've put this together for so many years, in previous years, astronauts and you name it. And that's why we have you here, right?
I'm an astronaut. I'm going to the moon?
We go from Apollo to Kinnick.
Oh yes, Niall Kinnick. Yes. I remember the last 10 years making that film.
Well, let me tell you, for folks who don't know, Scott Sipker put together this amazing documentary with, of course, not all by yourself, but for 10 years you collected this. And for people who don't know the whole story about Niall Kinnick, you go to University of Iowa, you see that stadium, you see that word, you see that statue, that name, and until you get the backstory, I don't think I knew. I know I didn't know all of it that happened, but how much more was involved with his life and how he was, and I don't want to take this away from you, but he was basically one of the most famous people in the world.
Yes,
in his day.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things about Niall is that he really was kind of a superhero in his day and considered that till this day. One thing I hope when you see the film, not only will you learn, even if you know something about Niall Kinnick, you think you know a lot, I think 87 minutes of our 90-minute film, you'll be like, oh, I didn't know that. I hadn't seen that photo. I didn't know about that letter or that journal entry. But the thing that I want our film to hopefully do is that to remind us that our superheroes are actually just like you and me. And so the mythology of Niall Kinnick is something we wanted to kind of peel back away in this film to remind people that while you might not have the most agile feet on a football field,
right to each other. That is a delicate, intricate part of this where he was so emotional and so well spoken and well written, and even the cursive writing, that is a lost art. It really spoke to my heart. It's tender.
Yeah, we're lucky that the family maintained and kept so many of those letters and journals from Niall, because there's only 2 known audio recordings of Niall's voice, the Heisman Trophy speech and then an interview from a radio program where the interviewer reminds everybody who's listening that Niall Kinnick at that moment in 1939 is competing with Shirley Temple as America's new favorite personality. That's how big of a deal he was. And the star of our film is certainly Niall's first cousin, who's in his 90s. You'll see him, Don Bice. That secondary star, that sort of skeleton that we were able to build the film around, is the incredible language built into hundreds of letters and hundreds of pages of journal entries from his wartime. That's really what we're able to use as our jumping off point to get to know Niall in a way that I guess the best way that you can for somebody who's been gone for so long.
Well, for other people who may be interested,
to come to our premiere, and she loved it. She just loved seeing her dad up there on the screen. Her dad George, and so I wish there was more family. I wish Niall would have been around long enough to have grandchildren who would have been around. Unfortunately, we lost him too soon. But the family is supportive in this way, Ed. Many decades ago, they decided they were going to keep and categorize Niall's writings and photos and the scrapbooks. And so because Niall's father and Niall's mother decided to do that, we are able to get some insight into who Niall Kinnick was as a real man.
Well, you've gone beyond just the borders of the state of Iowa, around the country, but also, and you told me about this trip to Japan.
Yeah, so
I love this story.
Yeah, so Niall Kinnick, as we were saying, I know he's been gone a long time, and we think of him as a local legend, but across the nation in 1939 and early 1940, he was so famous, so famous. He won, he beat out for AP Male Athlete of the Year in 1939. He beat out Joe DiMaggio, who had 381. He beat out the heavyweight champion of the time, who had 4 knockouts that year to defend his title. Niall was he just rose above it all in that moment. And certainly the Navy, him becoming a Navy man, that was really important to them, of course. And so after we had beaten Japan in World War II, they named a high school in Japan after Niall Kinnick. So Niall C. Kinnick High School is over in Japan.
Still there.
Still there, and I was able to go over there and have our international premiere of Kinnick the documentary, which you're just about to see, in front of 600 people. We didn't even have enough chairs in the theater, and people they don't know who he is. We know who he is, but this film was able to remind them why he is the namesake of the education system over there.
Well, and to translate all of this, to translate this documentary into what they could understand and really grasp onto, what was the reaction afterwards?
The kids that were there, some of them stayed around and asked questions, and one of the things that I loved most is they were able to grasp that Excelsior, which is the theme of the family, of the Kinnick family, and certainly the theme of our movie, which is like Excelsior essentially means keep going, ever upwards. That one of these students came up to me and said, I think we need to change Niall C. Kinnick High School's motto to Excelsior. And so they were able to absorb all that and realize how inspirational Niall Kinnick can be.
Well, this is an amazing feat. And of course, you're my friend. And I was so proud to see you get through this and and to be along with you a little bit. I didn't know everything. We're friends, but but I didn't know how much you put into this over that 10-year period. But I am so proud of this. It really is amazing.
Well, thank you. We have a great team. Paul Benedict, Christopher Cook, and Brendan Dunphy were along the way all those 10 years, and certainly the University of Iowa to Drake University. So we got that figured out too.
And we're in the Des Moines Metro, so this is all good. We're
It
right
all
in the middle of
connects.
it all. Yeah, it does connect. You're going to see it right now. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back in a little bit, but please enjoy Kinnick, the documentary.
Funding for this program was provided by a Greenlight Grant from the Iowa Arts Council and Produce Iowa, State Office of Film and Media, both divisions of the Iowa Department of Cultural Affairs.
We were cleared by the Secret Service and we're standing there in the room, and the door opens up and in walks Ronald Reagan, 78 years old, ramrod straight, and he's making his way past all 20 of us. And I said, "Mr. President, could I ask you a question?" And he says, "Yes, certainly." I said, "Well, you worked at WHO Radio in Des Moines in 1937. I'm curious, did you ever meet Niall Kinnick?" And Ronald Reagan stopped and just stared at me for a minute. And I was told later the Secret Service were staring real intently. They saw the president lock in. And he looked at me and he said, "Why, no, I never did." And that's something that I deeply regret, because I'm a big fan of Niall Kinnick and I would have liked to have met him. I think he could have been anything, maybe even President of the United States.
Throughout the history of college football, few players have had as lasting of an effect on their fan base as Niall Kinnick. His name is present on streets, on license plates, and on birth certificates. It's his image that's featured on the coin flip to start every game in the Big Ten Conference. And when nearly 70,000 fans gather to watch the Hawkeyes play in Iowa City, they do so in Kinnick Stadium. There's even a school named after him in Japan. With one season, he went from obscurity to savior. With one speech, he went from local hero to national celebrity.
At this moment, Niall Kinnick was transformed. He went from being a local hero to a huge figure on the national stage.
Then, with the world in the palm of his hand, he walked away from it all. He gave up football for law, then law for the service.
I am ready for whatever it may be my duty to do, but probably won't be appreciably keyed up until actually moving into the firing line.
Even for those who knew him, Niall Kinnick quickly went from hero to legend.
You know, when you think about that, all the people that volunteered their lives, he epitomized that greatest generation.
Whoever excels in what we prize appears a hero in our eyes.
But that legend obscures the flesh and blood man. And at what cost? We set out to find the real Niall Kinnick, not just a player who's best known for one moment.
The shades of night were falling fast, as through an alpine village passed a youth who bore, mid snow and ice, a banner with the strange device, Excelsior.
Our journey to find Niall Kinnick began in an unexpected place, Phoenix, Arizona. When we started our research, we didn't expect to find anyone with living memories of Niall Kinnick. Imagine our surprise when we met Don, Niall's first cousin. Our research led us to several historians, but Don was there. He saw the cast of characters firsthand.
What's that funny, non-deserty thing over there?
That looks terrible.
Yeah. Look at this. Happy birthday. I don't believe it. Happy birthday. We'll get rid of this. Clean up our desert.
He's 90 years old, by the way.
Here's my partner, my buddy, my boss, my everything.
Feelings.
She runs the show. I just run around.
Yeah.
So.
Who's that guy? This is my partner, my best friend, my very special partner. Yeah. Uh-oh. We might have to censor that.
Yes, right.
As Don showed us, to understand Niall Clark Kinnick Jr., you have to start with family.
I was born in 1927. My mother was a Kinnick, Uncle Niall's sister. I think the first thing I'll do is to pick up this. This is a picture of Uncle Niall, of Niall's father. You can see in the face a lot of similarity to Niall's face. He was a small guy and a wonderful gentleman, always a gentleman. We loved being with him. Aunt Frances was a Clark with an E on the end. Her father was governor of Iowa for 2 terms in the early teens. She was very cultured, very smart, very sweet, very beautiful, just a wonderful aunt to have.
Mr. and Mrs. Kinnick of Adel, Iowa. And by that, we mean of Adel. The high school sweethearts were born and raised in that small town of 1300. They both did well in school and ended up graduating first and second in their high school class of 1912, with Frances taking the lead. After attending separate universities, the 2 hometown sweethearts reunited and were married in Adel, and they moved into Niall Sr.'s childhood home. He worked the family farms with his father and brother. She helped and kept house. And on July 9th, 1918, after a slow and difficult labor, the young couple welcomed their first child into this world, an unusually sturdy baby, who they named Niall Clark Kinnick Jr. Niall's younger brother Ben was born just 13 months later, and the 2 boys were raised like twins, inseparable, until fate reached down and carried Niall far away to the elementary school that stood across the street. 7 years after Ben, Niall's little brother George was born, and the family was complete. The boys grew up enjoying a situation that's increasingly rare, even hard to imagine now 100 years removed: the intimacy of extended family. Grandparents, aunts and uncles, cousins, from both sides of the family, all living, farming, and playing in or near Adel.
This home in the western part of Adel is the home of the former governor of Iowa named George Clark, with an E on the end. He and his wife enjoyed having us kids up here. They just loved being with children. Governor Clark would read out of a book, or read a poem, or read a passage, and then ask the children, what did they think about that? What did they learn about that? So he would, talk about national events and world events, and was really an educator to broaden the width of the knowledge of the grandchildren. She would always serve nice goodies also, so we liked that too.
For Niall and his brothers, it was a childhood of family dinners and camping trips, chores to grumble over and fields to explore. In a sense, idyllic, despite the financial woes of the time. The Roaring '20s are remembered for fast-rising living standards and faster-rising stocks for art, jazz, and speakeasies. But that was in the cities. Marketplace practices continually drove grain prices down, leaving most rural Americans out of the great economic boom. Farmers were heavily mortgaged. Times were tight. The Kinnicks made the most of what they had. The Adel grade school grounds were small and crowded, so the Kinnicks' large lawn became the default place for 6-on-6 scrimmages of grade school boys during football season. Basketball season followed football season. The grade school didn't have a gym, so Mr. Kinnick installed baskets on either end of the barn's empty haymow, and the boys wore out the floor.
And out here where you see those cars, there used to be a barn. Uncle Niall would work with his son to show him how to drop kick, because Uncle Niall was a drop kicker when he was on the football team at Iowa State College. Uncle Niall and Niall Jr., they would take down the haymow door, and the height of that next level was about the same as the goalpost in a football field. So he'd take Niall out, and they'd work for hours kicking football.
Paid off. By the time he entered high school, Coach Cole said Niall knew as much about football and basketball as he did.
One thing that people need to understand about Niall Kinnick was from an early age on, he was always trying to improve himself. He was right-handed. He worked constantly 3 summers in a row learning how to throw a football left-handed. So Niall was basically ambidextrous with a football by the time he was at the University of Iowa. And that's pure discipline. When he played at Adele High School, as a sophomore and junior, was the #1 athlete in the state of Iowa. His junior year, he's first team All-State football on an undefeated team. His junior year, he's also the second leading scorer on the basketball team, which was very, very good. And he was a very good baseball player.
Niall's drive wasn't exclusive to athletics. He excelled academically and was also dedicated to Adele's oratorical team. These early experiences, forming arguments, listening to others, clarifying his own thoughts, proved every bit as foundational to the man he would become as any experience in a jersey.
He grew up in the Christian Science faith, and his mother was probably the key person in that.
And after dinner, they sat around, he, his mother, his father, and his brothers, and talked about the world. They talked about politics, they talked about literature, they talked about newspaper items of the day. So imagine that. Imagine the chemistry that's going on in the Kinnick household for all those early years where Niall is sitting there just absorbing all this knowledge.
They were always talking about live right, do right, think right, act right. You could tell that it had a bearing on who Niall Kinnick ended up being because he had a very strong social consciousness as he got older.
A star athlete, a political pedigree. It could seem that Niall was destined for greatness. But the economic strains that had been the background of Kinnick life for so long finally presented Niall's first major setback. While the stock market crash of 1929 had happened overnight, what we call the Great Depression did not. It was a slow, painful dwindling of prices, savings, and hope. Of farmers thinking it couldn't get any worse, and then discovering that it could. The lawns and haymows grew quiet. Satisfying dinner conversations slipped into the past. The mood grew somber.
We had 3 little concrete steps coming from the door there down to this level. And I can clearly remember in 1936, I was then 9 years old, sitting on those steps and bawling. I had my little coveralls on because we had lost the farm to the bank. And the auctioneer was out there auctioning off all of our belongings. And the auctioneer was out there just pounding the gavel and saying sold. And every time he'd say sold, I'd sob again because there was my life going across.
By 1932, the Great Depression had reached Adele, and the Kinnick family farms were swept away. Mr. Kinnick searched for new ways to support the family. In the fall of '33, he found work with the Omaha Federal Land Bank and was forced to hear of Niall's spectacular junior year of football and undefeated basketball season from a hotel 100 miles away. The boys finished out their school year in Adele, and in 1934, Niall said goodbye to the small town that had been his whole world.
So think about this. Niall has led Adele to an undefeated championship season his junior year. He's also an all-state basketball player, and suddenly he's uplifted and transported to Omaha, and he became a Benson Bunny. The name of the school was Benson High School, and their nickname was the Bunnies. He became first-team all-state football player in Nebraska and first-team all-state basketball. So Niall Kinnick holds the unique distinction of being all-state in 2 sports in Iowa and all-state in 2 sports in Nebraska.
I would go out to Omaha and spend a couple of weeks with them each summer. I was about 8.5 years younger than Niall. He had a younger brother that was just a few months older than me, so we paddled around together. The schedule was the same all the time. We would get up early. Taken some cereal and orange juice. So he was ready for the day, and then George and I would go out with him to the Benson High School football field. We would have a bag full of footballs, and George and I were the retrievers. Go down, take a stationary position or run a little ways, and he would drop a pass in our hand. Hike. So he would have these drills, sprints, forward and backwards. So he, on defense, could be going backwards, but watching where the quarterback's eyes were of the opponent. And he intercepted many passes. Next, he would try punting. And Niall finally figured out a way to kick the ball either with a counterclockwise or a clockwise rotation. And he would do passing drills with both the right and the left hand. If he's running to the left, it's tough to turn around and throw it. So he would go to the left and throw it while running with his left hand. He just had a bag of tricks that most players did not have at that time.
As Niall's senior year came to a close, his parents decided this would not be his final year of high school.
The reason they did that is this little town of Adel didn't have any kindergartens, so their children were being graduated at 17 years of age rather than the normal 18 years.
But it was to be an entire year without athletic eligibility. Undaunted, Niall spent his final year in Omaha exploring academics, trigonometry, chemistry, accounting, and literature. And in the spring of 1936, Niall Clark Kinnick Jr. graduated from high school and prepared for college. Writing letters was common back then, commonly written and received, commonly discarded. But of all the graduation letters he must have received congratulating him, wishing him well, he only kept one through all his years.
My dear Niall, I fully appreciate your being labeled as junior, that is, possessing all the fine qualities and ambitions of your most estimable father. I still think that at this time in your life, when you are just beginning to take a real deep, thoughtful look at the world and the years of your life just beginning to unfold, at such time I think you are entitled to a name wholly your own, and I therefore address you as my dear Niall. Are you familiar with Longfellow's poem Excelsior? It is inspirational. The shades of night were falling fast, as through an alpine village.
He was too small. He was 5'8", 175 pounds.
And basically said, well, son, it's nice that you're interested in being a gopher, but I don't think we're that interested in you.
I think when he went to University of Iowa, he was, they had open arms because they had had really bad football teams in the past several years. And so I think that Niall not only loved Iowa, that's where he grew up, so he had that tie, but also he wanted to go there because they needed him. And he thought he could learn the most and perform the best if he took on a challenge.
At the time, the Hawkeyes' record was undeniably lackluster. Ever since the triumph of back-to-back undefeated seasons in 1921 and 22, the football program had faltered along. The special collection at the University Archives contains hundreds of Niall's personal letters. None of them discuss why, after being turned away by Minnesota, he chose the University of Iowa. The only letter we have from Niall at this time is from his summer working on a ditch-digging crew. He writes about laundry requests, constant concerns over tuition, and about missing the comforts of home.
When I think of the petty things we griped over the last 2 years, I feel like kicking myself. Tell George to swim and have a good time and eat anything and everything, for there's no place like the table at home. Tell Ben to throw all the wingers he can and throw a couple for me, because the first year of college isn't going to be any time for frivolity that I can see. 12-foot ditches are pretty deep. Love, Niall.
Letters like this, combining the small details of life along with warm affection and advice, would flow back and forth several times a week between Niall and his family throughout his college career.
When Niall came to the university, he went out for all three sports, basketball, baseball, and football.
Well, of course, freshmen couldn't play on the varsity when Niall first arrived at the University of Iowa, but he was so good in a couple of the scrimmages that they knew right away they had something very, very special.
Niall watched from the sidelines as the Hawkeyes won only 3 games in the 1936 season, including an embarrassing 52-0 loss against Minnesota, who went on to win their 3rd national title in a row. After the season, it was decided that a new coach, Earl Tubbs, would be brought in to right the ship.
His sophomore year, he dropped baseball and just played basketball and football his sophomore year.
Despite the hopes surrounding their new coach, things only got worse. The Hawkeyes finished at the bottom of their conference with a record of 1-7. At the top, Minnesota.
But he was such a standout. He was first team All Big Ten. He led the nation in punting, and he was 3rd team All-American. And that's an amazing accomplishment to be a player on a team that won 1 game and be recognized at that level.
Dear George, I am so glad to hear that you are having so much fun. To be a tough, rugged boy is every lad's ambition, but to be a gentleman, to be kindly, charitable, thoughtful, is much more to be desired. And he who can be both is much the better man and usually much tougher in the long run. You, as well as Ben and I, have a wonderful heritage from parents, grandparents, relation, associations, and religion. Make the most of them all.
Dear Sonny Boy, we hoped for victory, but we would have been philosophical over a margin of 1 or 2 touchdown loss. However, it is all over, and the only gain to be had is to bolster up the weak places and to profit by the mistakes made. The papers mentioned that you were limping.
Dear family, as I hope you have already guessed, I am not in the least downhearted or discouraged. I rather hope that you have saved the unfavorable newspaper comment along with the rest. If the scrapbook is to give a true picture, the bottom as well as the top should be shown. I haven't practiced all week because of my ankle.
Now, there's a lot of controversy and speculation as to what he did to try to fix that ankle.
Niall's junior year, even before the season started, he hurt his left ankle badly. To what extent, we don't know, because of his Christian Science faith, he didn't want to get any medical treatment.
He was strongly fixed on not having that broken ankle fixed by a doctor. He was going to work on it with faith healing, and he also actually adapted, however, a different wrap to his ankle that relieved some of the pain. So he didn't have a stellar junior season.
This morning I had breakfast with friend Tubbs at his invitation. During our conversation, he asked me if I was a Christian Scientist. He was just verifying what he already knew, I suppose. After a little discussion about this and that, he asked me if my laying off until I felt perfectly ready to go would more harmoniously fit my plans. I said yes, definitely. I wish so fervently that we could get going for the coach's sake. They are as fine a bunch as has ever lived. The papers and wolves are after them hot and heavy. The rats. The mix all over the state, of course, are all set to run in some Notre Dame man. Perhaps we can beat them to the punch by winning 2 or 3 upset games. We should battle with a joyous feeling of confidence and absolute lack of apprehension, shouldn't we?
Another fine letter from you this morning. Your unflinching confidence that victory is certain and close at hand is the source.
Funding for the
Frank Carrillo, our new backfield coach. In his day, he was one of the best quarterbacks and the nation's best punter. Already he has started to work with the kickers, and would you believe it? The way he recommends to hold the ball, the way to stand, everything is exactly the way I have practiced all my life.
The Hawkeyes had been 1-9. He's taking over a disheveled program. And immediately he sees Niall Kinnick and sees the potential of building an entire offense around this young man. Now Niall's completely healed from his ankle injuries, and he did something very out of character for Niall Kinnick. He wrote his mother and father a letter 2 weeks before the season started. He said,
"For 3 years, nay, for 15 years, I've been preparing for this last year of football. The season just passed has removed much of the tension that might have attended this last effort. I feel confident and free from the pressure of absolutely necessary success and falsely accepted responsibility. I anticipate
Hope it's a humdinger."
The year is now 1939. The Depression has had the country in a death grip for 10 years. The Hawkeye program.
Funding for this program was provided by a Greenlight grant from the Iowa Arts Council and Produce, Iowa, State Office of Film.
Nay, for 15 years, I've been preparing for this last year of football. The season just passed has removed much of the tension that might have attended this last effort. I feel confident and free from the pressure of absolutely necessary success and falsely accepted responsibility. I anticipate becoming the roughest, toughest, all-around back yet to hit this conference. That is a little strong, of course.
I don't think so. I can't see why you shouldn't, and Iowa too, have a grand year with everything fulfilled that you have hoped for. One last year can make up for 2 poor ones because it's the finish that counts, and I hope it's a humdinger.
The year is now 1939. The Depression has had the country in a death grip for 10 years. The Hawkeye program is in shambles, playing in a new stadium they couldn't fill. And 1 month prior to the start of the season, the unthinkable happened. Germany invaded Poland, ending 2 decades of armistice and reawakening memories of the mass, mechanical carnage of the Great War. For all Americans, but particularly for those in the rural Midwest, hope was hard to come by.
The first game was against South Dakota. He threw 3 touchdowns, kicked 5 extra points, and Iowa beat South Dakota 41-0. Iowa fell behind, but they had a remarkable rally behind Niall Kinnick. He ended up throwing for 3 touchdowns, the last one in the last 2 minutes to Erwin Prosy, and they won the game 32-29. What Niall Kinnick did in that game is astounding. 603 yards, and he did it running, passing, punt returning, kickoff returning, and even threw in an interception for good measure.
Seeing him dodge the people, it came to me, it's almost like an imitation of the, Heisman Trophy. Yeah, right. Zipping this way, he was fantastic, quick in making his cuts at that precise time, so to make the guy miss him. Really was shifty.
At that point, Dr. Eddie Anderson and all Iowa faithful knew they were seeing something very special on the football field at the University of Iowa. The third game of the season, things didn't go so well. They went to the University of Michigan, which was also a national power. Iowa lost the game, and Niall Kinnick was pretty well held in check by a great Michigan defense.
I wish we could play it over. That is the ruthless part of this game sometimes. Once it is over, nothing can be done about it. It breaks my heart to have sort of let Coach Anderson down.
Dear Sonny Boy, it takes perhaps a better man to be outstanding in defeat than in victory. And I hope that you will remember that the football episode is only a part of the whole scheme. Nothing is more ephemeral than public hero worship, and he who seeks it and personal aggrandizement is doomed to disappointment. You are playing the game for itself and for the victory that comes when all play for one and one plays for all.
Game 4, Iowa was on the road again, this time to Madison, Wisconsin.
Iowa fell behind early, but Niall threw 3 touchdowns and kicked an extra point for all of Iowa's 19-point.
Football then was a more aerobic sport. There wasn't as much scoring. It was going up and down the field. Punting was much more important. A lot of your top players played both offense and defense. In 1939, the substitution rule was that when you came out of a game, you couldn't go back into a game until the next quarter. But teams that had deeper rosters could substitute their top players with 2 minutes left in the first quarter. The Ironmen, because they had few numbers, they didn't have the personnel to give the top players rest, and so many of them went 60 minutes for several games in a row.
The Ironmen, halfbacks and tight ends, receivers and linemen, all playing the full 60 minutes of those grueling football games. 10 years into the Great Depression, these were precisely the types of heroes that fans could rally behind.
The next week they were at Purdue, and the final score was 4-0. Now we're talking football, not baseball. And what happened was both teams had really good defenses, and Purdue in particular was out to shut down Niall Kinnick. But Iowa scored 2 safeties and won the game as an All-American end. So think of all the hoopla, all the dynamics. The Iowa team now has a record of 4-1. Everybody's excited.
One national columnist wrote, "You got to hand it to Coach Anderson of Iowa. Iowa will have more people in the park next Saturday than they have had all last year. If Iowa beats Notre Dame, they'll take Hitler off the front page and turn it over to Anderson. I'm afraid the fans will pull the press box down, and I'll have to tell the nurses what a game it was."
Probably tomorrow will be the high spot for 1939. And somehow it seems to me that you are ready to deliver the package right on the front doorstep.
It was a very defensive struggle. Now Kinnick actually punted the ball 16 times that game, which is still an Iowa record.
The first half was almost over, and the score was still 0-0. The deadlock was finally broken when Niall intercepted a pass and ran for a 20-yard gain. Niall then attempted a long touchdown pass, but it was intercepted by Notre Dame's Steve Sitko, who promptly fumbled the ball in the face of a wall of Iowa players.
After recovering a fumble, Iowa finally got the ball down to about the 5-yard line in the north end zone. Now Kinnick, he played left halfback, so he kept running off to the right side of the line. Al Capet decided he should change positions with the right halfback and run the play to the left.
It might be the most famous photo in Iowa athletic history, that picture of Niall crashing over the goal line.
A half step before you drop kick, so it goes something like this. And so that's how they got that 7th point.
The Ironmen held their 7-0 lead all through the third quarter. At the top of the fourth, Notre Dame finally broke through for a touchdown, but the kick went wide. The score was 7-6. The defensive struggle continued, but Iowa slowly lost ground as Notre Dame sent in fresh players. The Ironmen found themselves back on their own 30. With a 1-point lead, minutes to go, and a change in possession looming, the game was in Niall's hands.
Niall kicked the ball 67 yards.
Over the head of the Notre Dame safety. He was so mad because he knew with 2 minutes left and the ball way back, there was no way Notre Dame could score. And so he took off his helmet and threw it against the ground.
Notre Dame threw 2 more desperate passes, but Iowa held them back as the clock dwindled to 0 and jubilant fans flooded onto the field. The following Monday, university classes stood nearly empty. Niall and the Ironmen were mobbed by enthusiastic fans everywhere they went. Iowa City and Hawkeye fans, old and new, rode a victory high that carried them all the way to the following Saturday. The toughest game of the season was upon them. National powerhouse Minnesota, Big Ten Conference champions 5 of the past 6 years, was headed to Iowa City.
The game Saturday with the Swedes will be a battle royal, as it would seem that Iowa no longer has the advantage of being the underdog. Play the game with the same vigor and stamina as has been so often demonstrated this fall. And if that doesn't bring home the flag, there will at least be no regrets.
Gophers were ahead 9-0 late in the second half when Iowa caught fire. Now remember, Kinnick had thought about going to the University of Minnesota, but their coach said he was too small. So imagine the satisfaction when he throws a touchdown pass to Erwin Prosse and kicks the extra point. It's now 9-7. Late in the game, with about 3 minutes to go, Kinnick throws another touchdown pass, this time to a running back, Bill Green, and the place explodes. Iowa walks away with a 13-9 victory over the Minnesota Gophers. They have just beaten their second straight nationally ranked team. The Iowa fans are in a frenzy. Listen to this quote. There's a golden helmet riding on a human sea across Iowa's football field in the twilight here. Now the helmet rises as wave upon wave of humanity pours onto the field. There's a boy under the golden helmet, which is shining like a crown on his head. A golden number 24 gleams on his slumping, tired shoulders. The boy is Niall Clark Kinnick Jr., who has just now risen above all the defenses that could be raised against him. He has just thrown the great power and size of Minnesota into a 13-9 defeat before an overflow crowd of 50,000.
The Ironmen became a sensation. With one game left in the season, Iowa had a chance to win their first conference championship in 17 years.
This was published a day before that game at Dyke Stadium. It says, Niall Clark Kinnick Jr., Iowa's enduring little leader, brings the stamina, the courage, the wizardry, and the inspiration that has made him the greatest sports hero of 1939 for the gallant little man who has played 360 minutes without relief. This will be the last act of an heroic Griddian career.
The final game was at Northwestern in Evanston, Illinois. Niall played through most of the first half and very badly injured his shoulder. Spent the second half sitting on the bench.
Exhausted and worn thin, the Iowa line couldn't find a way to pull ahead. According to one writer, only those who saw this spectacle can honestly appreciate what beating Iowa took. The heroic handful simply wore out midway through the second period. Only 14 men played against Purdue, 15 against Notre Dame, 17 against Minnesota, and 18 today. The boys hadn't had enough left to repulse the stream of new men sent in by Northwestern, which used 27 players.
The game ended in a 7-7 tie, so Iowa closed out their season 6-1-1.
They missed their chance to win the conference championship. But the miracle of what the Ironmen had accomplished was lost on no one. Let Ohio State have its conference championship computed on paper. Iowa stands on its record. That's the sentiment of the fighting outfit from the Corn Belt, which never conceded a thing to any rival, and doesn't now. Disappointed, but not defeated, the Hawkeyes headed home. Their season was over. For Niall Kinnick, the second half was just about to start.
He won the Maxwell Trophy as the best running back in the country. He won the Walter Camp Trophy. Incredibly, he was named the male AP Athlete of the Year over Joe DiMaggio of the New York Yankees, who batted .381 that season, and over Joe Louis, the heavyweight boxing champion of the world, who had 4 knockouts that year. It's just an incredible testament to the impact Niall Kinnick, this young man from Adel, Iowa, had on the entire nation.
I'd like to talk a little about the Heisman Trophy. Really a magic time in the life of Niall and of all his family and extended family. It was a wonderful situation.
Godspeed on your excursion to New York for the Heisman Trophy presentation. How I should like to witness that little triumph. You will appreciate the necessity for proper thought on and preparation for these affairs, just like before the Saturday contests which have gone before. This will be a fine opportunity for you to broaden your acquaintance and to demonstrate that a sterling performer on the football field can also be a man of friendly charm and interesting from other standpoints than athletics. By the way, if you want to make the best impression, please buy one of those short haircuts. This is a serious suggestion.
He and Dr. Eddie Anderson were giving the royal treatment everywhere they went. People were just excited to meet this dynamic young football player from the University of Iowa. And a lot of them were surprised when they saw his size. Once again, 5'8", 172, 173 pounds. The Heisman Trophy actually came into existence in 1935, so it was a relatively new award back then, but it still had already gained a lot of prominence because it was held in New York City at the New York Downtown Athletic Club, which was full of millionaires and very important people.
It had been a mere 4 months since Hitler had reignited European conflict. The question of U.S. involvement was being hotly debated across the country. The Depression still affected millions. To many, these new opulent, exclusive ceremonies were at best superfluous and at worst an insult to the sport. I hope the great and worthy game of intercollegiate football will never again in the history of this nation be made the victim of this type of prostitution, wrote sports columnist Bill Cunningham of an earlier All-American event. The nearest thing to it in this part of the country is that Heisman Award. At this moment, Niall Kinnick is 22 years old, a Midwestern boy on his first trip to New York, preparing to speak to a room of some of the most wealthy and influential men in the country. It was indeed an opulent affair. Most of the speaking time was given to donors and dignitaries. When it was finally Niall's turn to speak, his job was to thank his coach, his team, and the committee, then sit down.
To me that everyone is letting their superlatives run away with them this evening, but nonetheless, I want you to know that I'm mighty, mighty happy to accept this trophy this evening. Every football player in these United States dreams about winning that trophy and of this fine trip to New York. Every player considers that trophy the acme in recognition of this kind. And the fact that I am actually receiving this trophy tonight almost overwhelms me. I want to take this grand opportunity to thank collectively all the sports writers and all the sportscasters and all those who have seen their way clear to cast a ballot in my favor for this trophy. From my own personal viewpoint, I consider my winning this award as indirectly a great tribute to the new coaching staff at the University of Iowa, headed by Dr. Eddie Anderson. A finer man and a better coach never hit these United States. And a finer bunch of boys and a more courageous bunch of boys never graced the gridirons of the Midwest than that Iowa team in 1939.
The applause crescendoed. Niall's job was finished. He was not.
Finally, if you will permit me, I'd like to make a comment which in my mind is indicative perhaps of the greater significance of football and sports emphasis in general in this country, and that is, I thank God I was warring on the gridirons of the Midwest and not on the battlefields of Europe. I can speak confidently and positively that the players of this country would much rather struggle and fight to win the Heisman Award than a Croix de Guerre. Thank you.
The Croix de Guerre symbolized America's involvement in the First World War, a medal given by France to its allies. Niall was speaking to a generation who as young men had fought and died on French battlefields, and who were now considering whether Niall's generation would return. For those who arrived expecting a canned athletic speech, these words were nothing less than stunning. It was his defining moment.
Niall Kinnick was transformed. He went from being a local hero in Iowa City and the state of Iowa to a huge figure on the national stage. Niall Kinnick's Heisman Trophy speech to this day is considered the greatest Heisman Trophy speech ever given.
I hope every man, woman, and child in these United States was listening last night when this young man from Iowa made his response. To say he swept the crowd off its feet is to be guilty of rank understatement. For some reason, football players are not supposed to be especially bright, certainly not finished orators, and especially not in such moments as this. But this one tackled Demosthenes for a safety and threw Cicero for a 15-yard loss. This country's okay, as long as it produces Niall Kinnicks. The football part is incidental. Bill Cunningham.
Of course, Niall brought the Heisman back, and he displayed it, and they brought it with him to Adele and took down to the newspaper, and let people take pictures with him and the Heisman and so forth. So he let them, the hometown, get a little thrill of being in possession of the Heisman Trophy for a day. He then kept that at home in Omaha at Aunt Frances and Uncle Niall's home, where it sat proudly on top of their piano for a long time. So every time we went out there, we'd go in and pat that Heisman.
When Niall arrived back in Iowa City, he was two things: one of the most famous athletes in the country, and an undergraduate student with a semester left in his studies.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Niall Kinnick is one of some 6,500 undergraduates here on the University of Iowa campus. But also, at the present moment, I'd say he's competing nationally with probably Shirley Temple and Charlie McCarthy to become America's favorite personality. And so I'd like to know, looking back on the football season and also on the things that have happened since then, what's this year of football meant to you?
Well, I think football is a game out of which you can really get a great deal. But you're more or less playing with fire there unless you really love the game and really make it pay you. Because if you won't concentrate on that and make it pay you dividends, it will take from you.
The NFL held their draft and Niall declined. He didn't want to play pro football. Football and athletics were now secondary in the mind of Niall Kinnick. He was moving on to other things in his life.
Reports of Niall's NFL offers ranged from $10,000 for the season to $1,000 for any game he wished to play in. At a time when new cars cost $800, that was a lot of money. No one seemed to believe that he'd really pass it up. But the day after the Heisman Award dinner, the New York Herald Tribune had featured the following headline.
I'm going to try to be a lawyer. I am definitely through with football this year. In fact, I don't think I'll do anything except study until graduation time. Man should be motivated in searching for employment and finding his place in society by the desire to benefit his fellow man in society, to leave his community and country a better place in which to live, insofar as his effort, humble as it may be, will help produce that result.
As the school year ended, Niall made good on his promise to forsake football. Niall kept an active speaking schedule and enrolled in the law school at the University of Iowa.
Dear Mr. Kinnick, I noticed by the Des Moines Register this morning that you are to appear with Mr. Wilkie at Iowa Falls the 27th. You are now the popular man with 100% of the people in the United States. The day you appear with a presidential candidate, that popularity will drop to 50%. People in the United States take their politics seriously, you know.
Hung in the balance.
Dear Dr. Gotch, I'm answering your letter not because I feel the need of justifying my conclusion to you, but because I feel that you are more than sincere. I am not introducing Mr. Wilkie because I expect him to do me any favors, but because I expect him to do this country some good. I am addressing the Young Republican State Convention not because I think that doing so will boost my prestige, but because I am interested in government and have some ambition in that direction. Politics are not very clean, but they should be. If my path seems to lie in that direction, I shall proceed as best I can. My grandfather was a Republican governor of this state. He was honest, fearless, and competent. He lost many friends but regained most of them and in the end won the respect of all. It is my hope, if politics proves my lot, that I can advance always on the same principles that he did. Perhaps I've made a mistake. If so, it will not be the first and I shall recoup. However, I am doing what I think is the thing to do. Yours, Niall Kinnick.
Wendell Willkie only carried 10 states that November, but one of them was Iowa. Meanwhile, Niall kept an active speaking schedule while settling back into life as a student.
So here he is going to law school in a class of 106 at the end of his first year. He's ranked third in the class, and he's also coaching Iowa freshman football something like 20 hours a week. So that just shows you how determined and dedicated and driven Niall was.
Dear family, without lies a deep blanket of snow freshly fallen last night. In days gone by, it would beckon successfully for me to come out and build a snowman or go sledding or skiing, etc. But today, my mistress the law jealously has held me inside. My, life is strenuous. Went over to the field house the other day for a little workout. I didn't realize how much sharper a little exercise makes me feel. Yes, Mother, please send me a quarterly. And what would you think of my volunteering in the summer?
Volunteering. This simple word, nestled between a request for magazines, must have shook the Kinnick household. It meant joining the war effort, ahead of being drafted, and while the United States was still a neutral power. Throughout 1940, the United States saw its once strong allies brought to the brink. In April, Hitler began his blitzkrieg invasion of Norway, Denmark, and Holland that culminated in the British evacuation of Dunkirk. By June, France had surrendered and Hitler turned his focus to Britain. In September, the tripartite pact between Germany, Italy, and Japan sent a chilling message to the United States. If you come to Britain's aid, you will be surrounded.
I can speak confidently and positively that the players of this country would much rather struggle and fight to win the Heisman Award than a croix de guerre. Thank you.
How does the man who uttered these words consider putting on a uniform little more than a year later? In fact, military service had been on the back of Niall's mind for quite some time. The day of the Heisman speech, the Navy took Niall on a recruiting flight. That same day, he told reporters he was considering enlisting as a Navy pilot. And yet, he had enrolled in law school, gotten involved in politics, and seemed to be finding his course in life. What changed?
A thought has occurred to me which I am passing on for your consideration. It looks as if we are all going to be in the Army sooner or later. Probably sooner. My draft number is 1866. And it is my guess that I would be called late in the summer or next fall. Why don't we see if some way or another we can get into the same division of the Army in the same camp? How can this be done? Well, probably only by volunteering.
Though still lacking the political support for an outright declaration of war, Congress instituted its first ever peacetime draft. Throughout 1941, young men were being called into service whether they wanted to or not.
In short, I am not committing myself definitely, but I think that it is worth thinking about. You may have something else in mind. If so, don't give this a thought. In other words, just like so many of our erstwhile plans, everything is tentative and embryonic.
It wasn't a decision to make lightly. Volunteering came with the ability to choose branch of service, apply for a specialty or officer track, and get better pay. But it required a 4-year commitment, unlike draftees. They would go home as soon as the war was over.
I wrote Hobbs today to find out what his draft number is, and just mentioned that it would be to our advantage to try to get into a special branch, such as the Marines, Navy, or Air Service, I imagine.
Niall's pragmatic side was in full swing. An intense debate developed week by week in the form of letters to friends and family.
We either must jump in this mess strongly, regardless of the risk, or refuse to take our rightful place in the world. We are not people apart. There is no reason in the world why we shouldn't suffer to uphold that which we want to endure while others do. And it is a matter of self-preservation right this very minute. Plan to come home at the end of June, and then some kind of a decision on this Army deal will have to be made. It won't be long until our Navy is a belligerent, and rightly so. It is not pleasant to contemplate, but it is a job that has to be done.
Dear Sonny Boy, the request for Navy and Marine material has not been unminded, and in this week's laundry you will find the things that the Marine Recruiting Office sent me. I phoned both the Navy and Marine offices and had chats about the points that you raised. They told me that neither branch is taking draftees, and that it is necessary to enlist for the regular stretch. Too many folks seem unwilling to believe that dies are being cast every day, and that we had better see that ours are cast in molds of our own choosing.
As spring turned to summer and the inevitable drew closer, Niall continued to wrestle with the issue.
I should like to have it on the record that I volunteered. The men whose words will carry weight in times of trouble 20 and 30 years from now will be those who have acted as well as talked. I have no glorious disillusions about my destiny, but whether I am a country lawyer or a congressman, the principle is pretty much the same. However, for a while yet, I shall continue to await my draft number. Now, in reading thus far, you will note two things I haven't mentioned. One is the fact that the glamour, patriotism, and desire for new experience have increased my enthusiasm. To that I must say that such emotions justly and correctly buttress my intense belief in the rightness of the cause for which we are preparing. The other is the possibility of death on the field of action, which I have omitted because it is in my makeup to plan to come back regardless. These are troublesome times and the outlook is not pleasant. However, the situation we face is not new in the history of the world. It has been common to most young men of previous generations. As a personal feeling, I should add that I would hate to go before the middle of August, and will wait at least that long before volunteering. So if my number comes in the meantime, I shall be a draftee after all.
Finally, at the close of August 1941, Niall made his decision.
I am looking forward with enthusiasm to this new experience. I am fully aware that this country is on the brink of a shooting war in two oceans, and that I might, in a very short while, find myself in the thick of very serious combat work.
With training came the start of Niall's war diaries. In them, we get a fascinating glimpse of his thoughts and attitudes as he prepared for war.
But what should be done can be done, and the best way is always through, not around. News of Japan's unprovoked attack on Pearl Harbor came over the radio about 3 o'clock. Everybody accepted it quite unemotionally, seemingly more interested in whether liberties would be curtailed than whether the US could retaliate effectively. I expected it, but not quite so soon. I am ready for whatever it may be my duty to do. However, I wish my training were already over and I was ready to go. Apart from picking up around the grounds, we did almost nothing at all during the morning. This morning we did very little. We helped push airplanes from the runway back into the hangar. Getting quite impatient to fly, I have never suffered from such periods of enforced idleness as when I am out there on the line. At 7 o'clock, Ken and I called the Penn Marshall Apartments for our dates. Katie Smith, the girl I escorted, was very much all right.
Niall would spend just over 2 months training in Kansas City. The seemingly disordered manner of the war effort was frustrating for a young man not used to being idle. Niall took every opportunity to journey off the base.
Last night, Ken and I saw Walt Disney's new movie starring Dumbo, the elephant with the large ears. It was extremely entertaining. What they can do with these animated cartoons is marvelous. Hard to realize that we are at war. I do not have many aristocratic leanings, but for some reason or another, I do like privacy when assuming the undignified position necessary for a bowel movement. However, with no other alternative available, I consistently find myself sitting on a cold stool, opposite some lugubrious-faced co-student and surrounded by waiting aspirants. Man, did I have a good deal this evening. I'm referring to my date with Merle McKay. Have I yet said that my roommate is an inveterate gargler? Every night, he throws back his head and gurgles with gusto. And not just for a little while either. No sir, he keeps at it until a thorough job is done. Can't help making the observation that the college athletes that I know of at this base are the ones who do the least bitching at work detail to be done. Have I said that Merle is very charming and that I enjoy her company much? Almost was late getting back to the base. I lingered a little longer than I should have. Why I never truly enjoyed the company of women until the past 2 or 3 years, I'll never know. Given half a chance, I'll willingly endeavor to make up for lost time. Passed my final check in a pretty satisfactory manner. This terminates my flight training here at Fairfax.
Having passed the elimination phase of training, Niall said goodbye to Kansas City and left familiar surroundings behind. He was stationed briefly in New Orleans before moving on to Pensacola, Florida to continue his pilot's training. As Niall drove through the Gulf states, he experienced a very different side of America.
The inequities in human relationships are many, but the lot of the Negro is one of the worst. Here in the South, this fact is tragically evident. The poor colored people are kicked from pillar to post, condemned, cussed, ridiculed, accorded no respect, permitted no sense of human dignity. We supposedly are fighting this war to obliterate the malignant idea of racial supremacy in master-slave relationships. When this war is over, the colored problem is apt to be more difficult than ever. May wisdom, justice, brotherly love guide our steps to the right solution.
At the Naval Air Base in Pensacola, Niall began what would be the toughest portion of his training. Daily piloting exercises and daily mistakes left him feeling far from capable and far from home.
Seems as if I've been hurrying all my life. Gets kind of old sometimes. St. Valentine's Day, patron saint of lovers, which still leaves me outside the fold. Fired the machine gun again this morning, this time through the propeller itself. No record was kept of our hits, which saved me further embarrassment. Just missed by one lousy character checking out of radio today. I am experiencing a greater degree of anonymity here than in any time for the past 3 years, perhaps longer. It is not unpleasant. In fact, in many ways, it is downright enjoyable. Less pressure, less responsibility, less expected of me. For the moment, I feel quite low, almost uninterested in flying. You could buy me for a nickel tonight and no haggling. Don't even believe I could fly a kite. Received a fine letter from Celia this afternoon. It sure is a lonely world without feminine comfort and interest. I have failed to write here for several days. My neglect of this record bespeaks my interest in this last month of training. I'm tired of it all and anxious to get home. Got off to a good start in dive bombing today. 4 out of 5 were hits. Should finish up tomorrow. All through. Can hardly believe it. Should be commissioned on Thursday and ready to start home on Friday. Happy day.
After passing his pilot's examination, Niall was granted 3 weeks leave before having to report for duty. He headed back to the Midwest, spending time with his family in Omaha, seeing relatives in Adel, and revisiting his alma mater.
It was a beautiful, crisp autumn day, September 19th, 1942, when Niall Kinnick made his very last appearance in Iowa City. Of course, he went to the Iowa football game. He was invited up into the press box by Tate Cummins, who was going to interview him at halftime of the game.
Shortly afterwards, while conversing up in the press box, someone told me that the crowd over the manner in which he had welcomed me back.
In his war diaries, we get our most tangible glimpse of the real Niall Kinnick. His first 2 notebooks, written during training, read like the letters he sent to friends and family, relatively light and bright, a record for posterity of his activities and experiences. The entries in his 3rd notebook don't begin until 8 months after his return from the Midwest, when he boarded the newly constructed USS Lexington. As the carrier shipped out to join the Pacific Fleet, her rookie pilots continued flight training while in peaceful waters. But Niall barely mentioned those drills. His writings become more stream of consciousness, philosophical and existential. no longer a record for posterity. It reads as a manifesto for the future, filled with questions of economics, racial inequalities, and political necessities. It shows the issues that occupied his young mind as he drew closer to the front.
Is this war a people's revolution or a struggle for survival? Or both? How best to meet the Negro problem? Pro and con of patent rights. Wonder why my folks voted for Hoover in 1932. Was he advancing any of the social and economic remedies promulgated by Roosevelt? Is class warfare needed for social gain of common people? What is wrong with running a government on a fear and favor basis, as the New Deal is prone to do? Much needed social legislation has been passed, hasn't it? The Constitution is a magnificent instrument, but it is not a dispensation from on high. We must not be afraid to let it grow and change, nor to fear a liberal interpretation in the interest of social gain and justice. Is profit an essential element of efficiency? Letter from Celia. Nice surprise.
Punctuated throughout are short, memory-jogging phrases, strong moral statements of the man he would have himself become, and even unlooked-for moments of calm and beauty that escape his pen.
That was a very moving experience for us to see those diaries and to read his writing. He was very observant and quite literary.
Sunset in the harbor, a suffusion of gold and scarlet lingering over the bank of purple clouds in the west. Freighters at anchor, blinking semaphore signals, silent but articulate. Strange clamoring cry of seagulls. Quiet, peaceful.
I think he felt that he was looking at God's creation and was just grateful for the opportunity to observe that.
Moonbeams were dancing on the water tonight in ever-changing forms. A kaleidoscope of geometric pattern. Without refocusing my eyes, the shapes seemed to grow, to become permanent as if they were traced on the bottom of a pool of water about 6 inches deep.
Although days were slow and spacious, the Lexington and her crew were nearing the Panama Canal, nearing the Pacific and the violence it contained. 2 years of grueling preparation were almost over. Niall believed he was about to enter a red-hot shooting war whose outcome was still very much uncertain.
The axiom, if it's worth doing at all, it's worth doing well, has its limitations. Stay on the ball most of the time, but learn to coast between moments of all-out effort. How I wish that I could sing and play the piano.
On the morning of June 2nd, the Lexington was off the coast of Venezuela. Niall and his squadron took off on a routine practice flight.
My dear Mr. and Mrs. Kinnick, it is with deepest regret and sympathy that I inform you of the loss of your son, Niall, in an airplane crash on the 2nd of June, 1943. His plane developed a serious oil leak about 10 minutes before he landed. Having lost all oil, the engine failed, forcing Niall to land in the water. Niall made a normal, unhurried water landing in calm water about 4 miles ahead and in full view of the ship. He was seen by one of his teammates to get clear of the plane. Both the Lexington and the plane guard boat proceeded directly to the scene of the landing, arriving at the spot about 8 minutes, a serious loss to the country he so ably served.
On what should have been an unremarkable Wednesday in 1943, Niall Clark Kinnick Jr. died. He was 1 month shy of his 25th birthday.
My dear Niall, I have not quoted all the poem only parts of it. There in the twilight, cold and gray, lifeless but beautiful he lay. And from the sky, serene and far, a voice fell like a falling star. Excelsior.
It was, of course, a shock to all of us when we heard that his plane had gone down and he was lost. And we actually learned of this through the newspaper rather than through the family. I think when Uncle Niall and Aunt Frances received that news, I think they needed a few days to process that. But it was all over the papers, you know, and so that's the way we found out.
While Niall's death sent shockwaves across the Midwest, nationally the news was crowded out by the staggering scope and carnage of this Second World War. Mr. Kinnick continued his correspondence with Lieutenant Bowie, hoping to uncover more details about his son's death. Ultimately, the reason Niall was unable to survive the landing remains a mystery. Conflicting accounts from the eyewitnesses, Niall's wingman, were never resolved. They were both killed in the battle for the Pacific.
Dear Celia, your welcome letter reached me last night here in this faraway place of which I am permitted to tell you nothing. Carrier life is interesting and adventurous, but after a time it begins to drag. Word from you boosted my spirits to no end. I'm so glad you could speak enthusiastically of your visit in Iowa City. That little town means so much to me. It is almost like home. I love the people, the campus, the trees, everything about it. Ah, for those days of laughter and picnics when the grass was newly green and about a grab and a half high. I hope you strolled off across the golf course just at twilight and felt the peace and quiet of an Iowa evening, just as I used to do. Niall C. Kinnick, Ensign, United States Naval Reserve.
We happen to come across this photo, which we don't think has ever been seen before. And I just want you to take a look at it and see what you see.
Wow. That's him on the far right?
Yeah, on the USS Lexington with his buddies.
I've never seen it, and I've seen a lot of Kinnick photos.
There. Okay, I got it. Okay. Yeah, I see it. There's Niall.
Something really special about seeing him not posing, just
In such a relaxed atmosphere.
Yeah.
And the way he's looking up, and the big grin. Scott, that's a real treasure.
Oh, wait, there's Niall. He was really shifty. I didn't realize he was that shifty.
Didn't either.
No, amazing. Really, he just kind of
Powered through, didn't he?
Well, yeah,
Look at that.
he just keeps running away.
can do it, you
Oh
can
my
do
goodness!
it.
Well, that has to be a long run. That has to be 60, 70 yards.
Regardless of the degree of our civilization, people still thrill to physical competition and admire the man who excels. The great majority of people want to know such a man. What that man does with such an opportunity to make friends depends on his common sense, his character, his temperament, and his sense of proportion. How well I have taken advantage of the football reputation it was my good fortune to gain? is for others to judge. But I personally am very thankful for the whole experience and the fun and friends it has brought me.
I think we have to be very careful about who we put up on these platforms and bow down before them, because most of them have feet of clay, and that's okay. I have feet of clay. Most people have feet of clay. But there are a few people who I think rise above that, and I think Niall Kinnick is one of those.
In summary, what I think about Niall as a human being, I believe that I probably would emphasize to the person that I was talking to that there really is no limit to what each of us can do or what each of us can accomplish. So I think that Niall was much more than a football player. I think he was a teacher for all of us. Sorry.
That is a great documentary, and to Scott Sipker, we thank you so much for sharing that with us. Hope you enjoyed that. It was actually recently on Iowa Public Television as well, so you'll have opportunities to see it. It is an amazing story, and just a great way to wrap up this part of ciLive, which I want to do with Dave Nelson as well. How are you, sir?
Ed.
Good to see you. Like we haven't seen each other all day. I'm shaking your hand. But with West Bank, I can't tell you what this means to all of us here, but also to those that are watching. This couldn't work without you folks, and what you've done and the years that you've been a part of this. Thank you. It's a great opportunity that you have to put your name out on something that's solid. Really cool.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Ed. We're just pleased and proud to be part of it, and thank you for your leadership. And you've been involved since the very beginning. It took us a couple years to get started, but it feels like we've been here for a long time as well. And the people at DMAC and Dr. Tony Poston do such a fantastic job, and it's feel great about what this means to others, and I really enjoy being here myself. So thank you.
It's inspirational. Every year I get something out of this. I feel like I don't have enough paper or a pen to write everything down that I want to take with me. But Dr. Tony Poston has done a great job. He seems to be the magnet to kind of put this all together. And, you think about the astronauts that we've met, these amazing speakers today, Molly Bloom and her story, and I got to meet one of my favorites of all time, Cliff Clavin.
Yes.
It was a great day.
Yes, I enjoyed it as well. And just some really strong personalities. I've heard about the Molly's Game, the movie, but I haven't seen it. Now that I got to meet Molly and got her book, I'm looking forward to seeing that movie.
Yeah, I'm going to try to read it this weekend. It's a great book, I think. It'll be fun to know her. It really inspires me.
Well, it makes it even all the more special.
Yeah,
so.
And Alex Weber as well. Earlier today, just did a great job. A young man that just really has it going on, and I can remember watching him on America's Ninja Warrior.
Yes,
that's incredible where he came from there, and I like to say, the inspiration I got today. No matter what you do, there's going to be some failure there.
Yes,
but you take that not as a stone wall, but as a stepping stone.
Yes. A lot of strong messages, and a nice connection with Alex, who's the host of the Ninja Warriors.
Sure.
We have our own Ninja Warrior in Johnston, Tyler the Bugman.
Right.
And they know each other.
Right.
And they're friends.
He said they're good friends.
Yes.
In fact, one of the guys from Studio Iowa mentioned that. He said, "Hey, I know this guy." He goes, "Oh, I'm a good friend with him." It's great. Well, thank you again. It's just an honor to be a part of this, just on my small level, but for what you've done. And You have a lot going on, your new building.
Yes.
We were just talking about that last night. I can't wait to see that.
Yes, well, thank you. Look forward to showing it to you. We need about another year before we get moved in, maybe a couple extra months to get everything the way we want it. But, many people probably don't realize that the building we're in, we don't own. And when our lease comes due in a year, we'll have been a tenant there for over 50 years. So
oh my gosh.
It was, the times made sense for us to own our own building and to build one big enough for all of us to fit. And in terms of where to put it, we knew West Des Moines' oldest business needed to stay in West Des Moines.
Yes.
So we picked a spot that needed some redevelopment.
Not too far from this building right here.
No, just we'll be neighbors and not too far.
Talked to Tony, he's already working. He said he's been like in a 4 or 5 week planning stage already, getting ready for 15.
That's great. Look forward to it. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Now we have a closing that is kind of like almost a party. Well, no, it is a party. We have some of the Rock and Roll Hall of Famers that have worked with so many different bands. I mean, it's the who's list of major bands, and we're going to start it off. Kenny has his guys downstairs, and we're going to introduce them right now. So enjoy the music. Greatest drummers of all time. Kenny is one of the world's most influential drummers and has been named the #1 pop rock drummer and #1 studio drummer for 5 consecutive years. The list of artists he's worked with reads like a long who's list in the music industry, ranging from John Mellencamp, the Rolling Stones, Bruce Springsteen, Paul McCartney, and Tom Petty, to more contemporary artists like Lady Gaga, Bruno Mars, John Legend, and Keith Urban. Kenny's unique and versatile sound has been instrumental on over 60 Grammy-nominated or awarded recordings representing over $300 million in sales. To join him on stage, Kenny is bringing along 2 of his friends, bass player James LoMenzo, who's played for his own who's list, White Lion, Ozzy Osbourne, Slash, David Lee Roth, John Fogerty, Bobby Brown, and Megadeth. And guitarist Brent Woods, who's played with Vince Neil, Kristen Chenoweth, John Waite, and Sebastian Bach. The trio will play a wide variety of hits spanning over 5 decades.
Here we go! Woo! Have mercy! I've been waiting for the bus all day. Have mercy! Been waiting for the bus all day. I've got my brown paper bag and my take-home pay. Have mercy! Oh, bus be packed up tight. beaches of Chicago, and is bound for New Orleans. Hey, hey, looking from one end to the other, and all points in between. Through Mississippi, well, muddy water turned to wine. How we doing? Everybody all right? Yeah, man. Now, you might not see him in person, but I'll see you just the same. You might not see him in person, but I'll see you just the same. You don't have to worry, 'cause taking care of business is his name. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to let our hair down tonight. Well, 2 out of 3 of us. Right? And we're just so happy to be here tonight. We'll play some of our favorite songs from the 70s, I think. Right? Most of these? 70s, 80s. We'll see. We'll see what we got. Let's try this one. I got it. Thank you very much. It's really exciting to be here tonight. Brent Woods is going to sing a song from one of our favorites.
Smoking whiskey, drinking cocaine. Been smoking whiskey, drinking cocaine. I got this feeling, gonna drive that girl insane. Like a bad river, baby, you're all over town. You're like a bad river, baby, you're all over town. All over town. Well, I may be confused, but you know I slow it down. I'm a bad mover, baby, I can show you around. Well, I got so much cocaine, ain't never going down. Stone whiskey, drinking cocaine. Well, I got this feeling, gonna drive that girl insane. Insanity. Stone whiskey, drinking cocaine. Been salted whiskey, drinking cocaine. I got this feeling, gonna drive that girl insane. I got this feeling, I'm gonna drive that girl insane.
Yeah, you know why he sung that so good? It's his birthday today. He's been doing cocaine and whiskey all night.
I already have, actually.
A Red Bull, wasn't it? All right, we got a song by the band War. See how this one goes.
It's great to be back here. I actually spoke here 5 years ago and played a little bit of drums, and now I'm going to speak just a little bit and play a lot of drums. I just want to make sure, because I'm a very, very shy, sort of a timid drummer. Are you hearing enough drums? Yes? Yes or no? No, I can play 10 times louder. I just don't want to blow you out of here. All right, I'll turn it up. Right. All right. Back at you. Here we go. Baby brother, used to run together.
baby brother. Come back, baby brother. Come back, baby brother. You're my baby brother. You're my baby brother. You're my baby brother.
Thank you very much. Right on. All right, so going back in the pantheon of heavy three-piece music that we love so much, this is by a band called Mountain. And it's not the one that everybody likes. Here we go. Giving me a side of whiskey and a little bit of loving too. For the first time in my life, I finally found someone like you. Someone like you. I feel like a bolt of lightning, and it feels so good. You know my baby, I love you too. Thank you. I like that song. Give them something they know, Brent. Come on.
ship got the cotton fields, sold in the market down in New Orleans. Scott old slave knows he's doing all right. Hear him with the wind just around midnight. Brown sugar, how come you taste so good now? Brown sugar, just like a young girl should now. Blood runs hot, lady of the house, wondering where it's gonna stop. I'm no schoolboy, but I know what I like. You should have heard it just around midnight. Brown sugar, how come you taste so good now? Brown sugar, just like a young girl should now. Woo! So good now. Brown sugar, just like a young girl should now. Now I bet your mama was the treasure queen, and that all her boyfriends were sweet 16. I'm no schoolboy, but I know what I like. You should have heard us just around midnight. Brown sugar, how come you taste so good, yeah? Brown sugar, just like a young girl should, yeah. I say yeah, 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 woo! I say yeah, 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 woo! I say yeah, 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 woo! Living is a living free. Seasons taken on a one-way ride. Asking nothing, leave me be. Taking everything in my stride. Don't need reason, don't need rhyme. Ain't nothing I'd rather do. Going down, party time. My friends are gonna be there too.
Well, thank you.
Hey man, oh, leave me alone, you know. Hey man, oh Henry, get on the phone. Hey man, you gotta straighten my face. Little chick out, put a spine out of place. Hey man, oh my school day's insane. Hey man, well the work down the drain. Hey man, but she's a total blam blam. Said she had to squeeze me, but the said, oh, don't lean on me, man, cause you can't afford a ticket back to Suffragette City. Oh, don't lean on me, man, cause you ain't got time to check it. Now for Suffragette City, it's alright. It's alright. Hey, man, oh, don't be kind, go away. Hey, man, I can take you down. Hey, man, oh, till you don't crash here. There's only room for one unless you cause I look up. Oh, don't lean on me, man, cause you can't afford a ticket by the Suffragette City. Oh, don't lean on me, man, cause you ain't got time to check it. By the Suffragette City, it's out of sight. Oh, get there. Don't lean on me, man, cause you can't afford the ticket by the Suffragette City. Oh, don't lean on me, man, cause you ain't got time to check it by the Suffragette City. Oh, don't lean on me, man, cause you can't afford a ticket at the Suffragette City. Oh, don't lean on me, man, cause you ain't got time to check it at the Suffragette City. She's out of sight. She's alright. It's Suffragette City. It's Suffragette City. It's Suffragette City. Suffragette City! It's 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 Suffragette City! Suffragette City! Oh, Suffragette! The Suffragette!
Hi, you guys. I don't see enough. You guys are wimps. You're in Iowa. Come on. Come on. Oh, the music's so... Oh, I'll drink. Yeah, water. You don't want to see me drinking and playing the drums.
Oh, I want to see that.
No, you've seen it.
I have seen it. It's fun.
I'm one of those drummers. I may be a rock star, but if I drink one drink, it sounds like I drank one drink. If I have two drinks, it sounds like I play like two drinks. So if you want to see me drunk, send some drinks up.
Okay.
I think, how do you count? When I drink, it's like 1, 7, 3, go.
All right, we'll play something really hard like Rush then. Let's try it.
Oh, let's try it. Is that how they did it? Well, you know.
No, let's do something easy. He hasn't a drink yet.
Let's do something. Oh, yeah. You got any makeup?
I left my makeup at home, but we're going to do something like Kiss anyway. Let's go.
Get up and get your plan out of here. working hard. It's what they do. Don't let your man behind his ears. And baby, stop crying all those tears. And baby, do the things they said to do. Do it. Baby, if you're feeling, and baby, if you're feeling nice, you know your man is working hard. It's what they do. Baby, if you're feeling good, and baby, if you're feeling nice, you know your man is working hard.
Thank you very much, very much.
They like Kiss. They like Kiss.
Yeah, man.
Somebody kiss me. No, I'm just joking. No, don't. There's too many guys out there. But the next song's kind of in line with kissing somebody, right? Some kind of
At the same time, came in for all you musical historians around the same time. Yeah.
This song. Let me get a sample for you.
Please stand by. We'll be with you in a second. You got a tune? You got plenty of time.
Jesse, Jody asked us to take an intermission. That'll kill an audience. So we're not going to take an intermission. So you guys are standing. This is like doing 3,000 squats in the gym. All right.
All right, shall we keep going? All right, let's do it. You ready, Brent? All right. Did I mention? Okay.
I don't have to run around. I don't have to stay out all night. 'Cause I got me a sweet loving woman. And she knows just how to treat me right. But my baby, she's alright. My baby, she's clear out of sight. Don't you know that she's so kind of wonderful. She's so kind of wonderful. She's so kind of wonderful. Yeah, 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 yeah. When I hold her in my arms, you know she sets my soul on fire. When my baby kisses me, my heart becomes filled with desire. When she wraps her loving arms around me, it's about to drive me out of my mind. Yeah, when my baby kisses to be somebody. Got a sweet, sweet woman like mine. Here we go. Can I get a witness? Can I get a witness? Kinda wonderful. She's so kind of wonderful. So kind of wonderful. So kind of wonderful. Everybody bring it down a little. Bring it down. So kind of wonderful. Hey, everybody who wants to sing with us. This one's really easy because you already know the words. So ready? I'm going to go, some kind of wonderful. You sing, some kind of wonderful. All right, let's try it. Some kind of wonderful. Your turn. Perfect. All right, let's get going. You're some kind of wonderful. Here we go. Yeah, you sound nice tonight. Some kind of wonderful. Here we go. All right, I mentioned it, yeah. Some kind of wonderful. Some kind of wonderful. Let's take it out, everybody. Sing along. Some kind of wonderful. Yes, we are. Some kind of wonderful. You're some kind of wonderful. You're some kind of wonderful, yeah. And you are. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is our tradition. We need all the help we can get. Thank you very much.
James, you've played some weddings. You've played.
Well, she's walking through the clouds with a circus moon that's running wild. Butterflies and zebras and moonbeams and fairy tales. That's all she thinks about. Riding with the wind. When I'm sad, she calls to me with 1,000 smiles she gives for free. Oh, it's alright, she says, it's alright. Take anything you want from me. Oh, anything. When I'm sad, she comes to me with 1,000 smiles. Gives to me free. It's alright, it's alright, she said. Take anything you want from me.